ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. 2 assistant ministers will be elevated to cabinet, with the Prime Minister set to announce a broader reshuffle this afternoon. Political reporter Nicole Hegarty has more from Parliament House.
The first cabinet refresh of Anthony Albanese's prime ministership will see Northern Territory Senator Malarndirri McCarthy elevated to fill the shoes of the retiring Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney. New South Wales Senator Jenny McAllister will also move up the ranks, but her new portfolio is yet to be revealed. There will also be other changes to the ministry, with the Prime Minister to reveal those details this afternoon. Many within the government expect that announcement to include shifting Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill and Immigration Minister Andrew Giles to new portfolios.
Victoria's opposition leader says his party will work hard with the upper house to establish an inquiry into allegations of serious misconduct in the CFMEU's Victorian branch. Speaking at the Victorian Liberal Party State Council meeting today, John Pizzuto says Premier Jacinta Allen has shown a lack of accountability after 9 newspapers published allegations of criminal links and standover tactics in the union's construction division. The Premier has referred the matter to Victoria Police and the state's watchdog IBAC, but won't support the opposition's call for a royal commission into the matter. Mr Pizzuto says she's trying to avoid any accountability.
She enabled it by preferencing the CFMEU in agreements across work sites. She actually gave them a leg up. And you might say that Premier Jacinta Allen did the impossible. On the one hand, she turned a blind eye. On the other, she gave a wink and a nod to the most corrupt organisation.
Australia leads the Olympic Games medal tally after winning 3 gold and 2 silver on the first day of competition in Paris. Ali Crew reports.
Cyclist Grace Brown won the first gold medal for Australia on day one, enduring wet conditions in the road cycling and snapping a 20-year Olympic medal drought in the event. In the pool, swimming star Ariane Titmus defended her Olympic gold in the 400 metres freestyle. The women's 4x100 metre relay team of Molly O'Callaghan, Shayna Jack, Emma McKeon and Meg Harris also won gold. The men's relay picked up silver and Elijah Wennington claimed silver in the 400 metre freestyle. It's the first time in history Australia has won 3 gold medals on the opening day of an Olympic Games.
Women and girls in Victoria are being encouraged to come forward and submit their stories to the state's landmark Women's Pain Inquiry in a final push before submissions close. More than 12,000 people have already contributed to the inquiry, which is looking into the experiences of women and girls in the healthcare system and hoping to expose problems with unconscious medical bias. CEO of the Royal Women's Hospital, Sue Matthews, says they're wanting to hear from as many different voices and backgrounds as possible, with submissions closing this Wednesday.
We want healthcare clinicians as well to talk about their experiences of it. So, we really want to hear from people and people who are caring for women and girls who are age 12 and up. So I really want to push, please submit.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump has told a Bitcoin conference that the US should be world leaders in cryptocurrency. 3 years ago, the former president labelled Bitcoin as a scam, but is now seeking the backing of donors in the industry. He's told the conference in Nashville that he would fire the chairperson of the Securities and Exchange Commission on the first day of a new Trump administration. Mr. Trump also says that if crypto is going to define the future, he wants it to be mined, minted and made in the USA.
If Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we say, it's going to the moon. I want America to be the nation that leads the way, and that's what's going to happen.
A stampede at a music concert in the Democratic Republic of Congo has killed 7 people and injured many others. The popular Congolese gospel singer Mike Kalambaya was performing at a stadium in the capital, Kinshasa. Authorities have not said what caused the stampede, but that an investigation is underway. Videos appear to show large crowds gathered outside the stadium in front of barricades, while people inside can be seen rushing to the centre stage. To the weather now, there's a gale warning for the East Gippsland coast. For the state, cloudy with scattered showers near and south of the ranges, gradually easing from the west. Isolated showers over the northern plains, although dry over the far northwest. Local hail possible in the south. Isolated thunderstorms over far east Gippsland. For Melbourne, the high chance of showers becoming less likely in the late afternoon and evening. Possible small hail also becoming less likely this evening, with a top today of 12 degrees. Tomorrow, a shower or 2 and 13. Right now in Melbourne, it's 10 degrees. ABC News.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, mes amis, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. AFL Sunday on radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Who can take their chances and make them count in this crazy 2024 AFL season? A thrilling Giants win. GWS are now 5th on the ladder, withstanding a late Demons challenge in a thrilling 2-point win. Are they
Dr.
the emerging
McDonald
threat?
kicks into the centre of the ground, and GWS survive a giant scare. The visitors hold on at the MCG, and they are back inside the top 5.
Fremantle move to 3rd as they get the job done in a fiery Western Derby by 35 points. The Dockers have 2 games at home. Can they hold on for a double chance?
Here he comes, Sarong from just inside 50, and he sneaks it in. It's been a brilliant night for the Dockers midfielder. That's his 31st disposal, and now he adds his name to the score sheet as well.
And the Saints make it back-to-back wins as they look to sink the Bombers under the weight of expectations. Wanganeen Miller chips out to Caminiti at right half-back. He takes the mark, and that might just about do us. The Saints are going to record a famous victory by 53 points to make it 3 wins of their last 4. And while they may not feature in September, they'll certainly shape it. And the Bombers' season is in tatters. Hello, welcome to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. I'm Matt Clinch from the MCG. The other winners for round 20 of the AFL, Geelong by 40 points over North Melbourne. The Brisbane Lions handed the Gold Coast Suns their first loss at home for the season by 28 points in the Q Clash. Their 8th straight win to rocket up to 2nd on the AFL ladder, having been in 13th only 6 weeks ago. And today it's Collingwood and Richmond, Sydney and the Western Bulldogs from the Harbour City and Adelaide and Hawthorn to close out the weekend's footy. Giants coach Adam Kingsley will be our feature guest as his side has now won 3 of the last 4 matches. Each Sunday we try and make sense of what we've seen and what's to come. 3-time premiership player, premiership captain, Geelong legend Cameron Ling is with you once more. Welcome, Lingy.
Thanks, Clinchy. Great to be with you. Good afternoon to everyone out there. Yeah, it's the season that keeps on giving. Strange results and, well, nearly a bit of a hiccup for the Giants last night. And I know we'll be able to ask Adam Kingsley all those questions about how he was feeling late in that game, but they do get the win of a Sunday, Clinchy, you know, that we love to start with a bit of a highlight, and I want to go with mine. Over to the West, over to the Derby. I know because of West Coast woes over the last few years, it hasn't quite meant as much to the wider footy public, but we know in WA, in Perth, it is a massive, massive game. And I want to give a shout out to a guy we do not spend enough time talking about here in Victoria, and that is Caleb Sarong, 23 years of age, All-Australian, 32 disposals last night, a goal, 10 clearances, and winning his 3rd Ross Glendenning medal, which is a fantastic achievement. And thinking of him getting 10 clearances last night, Clinchy, up against Harley Reid, who also got 10 clearances, I can't help but think, for the next decade, the battle between Freo and West Coast is going to be pretty awesome over there in Perth. And if West Coast can get their act together, there's going to be some huge clashes between those 2 quality young midfielders.
No, perfectly summed up. And if Harley Reid, Caleb Sarong, and even his coach Justin Longmuir was full of credit for the young star.
Yeah, well, he's a star. He prepares consistently every week. He continues to work on his game week in, week out. Then, yeah, he's becoming a better player. Week in, week out. He's had a phenomenal season. Thought he had a fair few alongside him today, and I thought him and Andy, when they were pretty dominant, those 2 boys, just kept at it, and they were 2 outstanding performances from our vice captains today.
So full of credit for Caleb Sarong and Andy Brayshaw and the way in which they were able to lead the Fremantle Dockers. I'm not sure how much of that game you saw, Lingy, given the events at the MCG, but there were some spicy moments. Harley Reid gave as good as he got, and for large portions of the first half, the West Coast Eagles looked like they were going to potentially do what they did again. Just 3 wins for the season. One, of course, was against the Dockers earlier in the year. But in the end, the class shone to the top, and Fremantle, all of a sudden, they're up to 3rd on the ladder, and it's just such an intriguing season. I know we've said it so many times before, but Sydney 2 games clear on top, and then there's 6 teams split by 2 points with Fremantle winning, and the fight for home finals, the fight to climb up the ladder, and the Dogs, the Hawks, the Dons, the Demons, the Suns and the Pies, maybe they're all fighting for just one spot on the ladder.
Yeah, what a finish it's going to be to the season. You're right about that. Freo, I love using Justin Longmuir as an example of just really great coaching. He's built this young list in the years gone, the last few years. He's reshaped that forward line. They play with speed and dare. He's taught midfielders how to really play the game well. And then he put it on them about 6 or 7 weeks ago. He came out publicly and nailed them with a few players being perhaps a little bit more in love with stats and getting a kick or two than impacting the game for what the team needed. It was a great shout-out. It sharpened their focus. He wasn't going to lose faith in them and drop them, but he said they needed to lock into what was important for the team, and he has got them going very, very nicely. And now they are eyeing off home finals and that top 4 finish.
So we'll get to the Bombers in a few moments' time. But my highlight for the weekend was more light-hearted when you have a man who's fighting for the Coleman medal behind Charlie Kerner. He's in red-hot form. Jesse Hogan and Harvey Thomas, well, the two had a rather awkward moment.
Lever caught holding the ball. The advantage is paid and running into... Oh, no! Thomas! He's kicked it into the feet of Jesse Hogan. It's ricocheted off Hogan in the goal square and will go out of bounds for a throw-in. That's something you don't see every day.
He wasn't cranky before, Jesse. He is now.
Yeah, things happen. So you can't do anything else but laugh, really. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen it like that before, where you've got a free player standing in the goal square and you kick it into him. We spoke about it at half-time, had a bit of a laugh about it, and Harvey recognised he just handballs him the ball next time. Pretty easy fix.
Get replayed a few times this week.
Yeah, probably will.
So 53 goals for the season behind Charlie Kerner with 56. We all saw the funny side of it, but I think you did the post-game interview on television. Had the Giants lost, I'm not sure they'd be smiling nearly as much.
I did ask that question to them as part of that interview. I said, we might not be laughing about this quite as much if that result had ended a different way. And they were able to, through almost grimace smiles, say, yeah, you're right. All's well that ends well. Yeah, just a moment for a young player whose probably eyes lit up and thought, I've got myself another goal here. And Jesse's thinking, no, this kid's going to give it. I can be exactly where I am. And, yeah, when you win, you can laugh. Quite the opposite if it had gone to a different result. But the Giants get the win they needed.
So let's take you to the events of Docklands yesterday. If you want to join us, 0437 774 774 for your thoughts across the weekend. But St Kilda winners by 53 points. It's a win that has the Saints back to where most people thought they might have been, having fought for finals last year. But the big story is the 8 unanswered goals and the Bombers' season spiralling out of control. Adam Ramanauskas, the Bombers legend, was a part of our commentary team for the game yesterday. Here was his assessment on the full-time siren.
If last week's review was tough, this week's review should be scathing. And there's no other way to really look at it and describe it. They were continually and consistently beaten today by the same thing. St Kilda didn't change the way they played. Essendon just refused to adjust. And when you refuse to adjust in a football game, particularly if the opposition team is on top of you, that's what happens to a scoreline.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to adjust within football. Essendon had the chance to adjust at half-time, and they came out after half-time, and it was 6 goals in 20 minutes to St Kilda before Essendon scored at the 22-minute mark.
Adam Ramanauskas with his assessment following St Kilda's 53-point win over the Bombers. With so much to play for, Lingy, the surprising part was the lack of fight and lack of response.
Yeah, yep. No, and Rama said that perfectly. The lack of being able to adjust to what St Kilda were throwing at them, and planning was obviously good by the Saints, and that's fantastic. That's what every team's going to do and should do to you. But you've got to be able to handle that. You've got to be able to work your way through it and make those little adjustments and lock back into getting the game on your terms, especially when you are considered a better team. I mean, they lost the contested possessions comfortably. I think it was by 17 in the end. But the one that got me the most was just how many marks and uncontested possessions and link up the Saints were able to have. The defence across the whole ground, I'm not talking about back six necessarily, though they suffered, across the whole ground, it was just too easy at times. The ball was flowing from St Kilda, and give them a lot of credit. They played with some skill and some dare and were able to score, but Essendon have got to hold themselves to a higher account than that, and 20 marks inside 50 the Saints took. 20! Yep. I mean, that is huge. 7.
So the average for the Saints throughout the season have been 11. They took 16 contested marks to 5. And it was just like you could see it all unfolding. So 149 marks for St Kilda to 100 for Essendon. So they came with a clear game plan, and unfortunately for Brad Scott and his Chargers, they were beaten largely by what they knew was coming. Here was the assessment of the Essendon coach after the game.
I mean, clearly the end result's extremely disappointing, but more disappointing than that was, a lack of effort and intent, which has been present for most of the year, and particularly in the third quarter, our effort and intent in the contest was really poor, and across the course of the game it was poor, and it doesn't take much in this game if you drop off in that area for you to look second rate, and we look third rate. If you have effort like that in the contest, and really at three-quarter time we simplified it just to show some effort in the contest. If you don't have that as a foundation, which has been a foundation for us this year, then you can't beat anyone.
Brad Scott with his thoughts on yesterday's loss. 0437 774 774. Essendon fans, let us know how you're feeling on this Sunday morning. Got a little feeling as one fan threw his scarf onto the field, so that was a little indication. And as the players left the ground, it's not pretty, and it's not probably the best part of footy when the fans are leaning over the fence telling them how disappointed they are.
No, that is the hard part of footy, and obviously we don't want things being thrown. I'll just get that out of the way. But I think Essendon fans have a right to be frustrated and disappointed with yesterday's performance. And it's not too often a coach, any coach, especially not one as experienced and as good as Brad Scott, comes out and says, that was effort-based. That wasn't, there was system, or, sometimes you go, we didn't take our chances, and there's little intricacies that didn't quite go our way, or they had this, we didn't have that, all of that. But Brad Scott is saying that's effort. That is something that is usually just a non-negotiable every single week. You can be beaten by better players, more talent sometimes. You can be beaten by a better game plan sometimes, all of this. But you should never, ever be beaten through a lack of effort. And so that's damning for Essendon. So Essendon fans have got every right to be really, really cross and really disappointed with that. Again, I don't want to say you take that out by throwing things on the ground or doing anything silly or anything like that, but that was a bitterly disappointing performance from a team that I thought, going back about a month ago, Clinchy, I thought they'd matured as a group and started growing as a group, and you could see the breakthrough of, okay, we know what to do in different situations, and it's been a little bit of a slide, and it really culminated yesterday in a poor performance.
The Traralgon Tiger on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Fellas, yesterday we learnt that the Essendon Edge, it's the sheer cliff face that Essendon walked straight off. Long live 7,000 days without a finals win. There is a few who's happy to jump on the bandwagon, but for 15 weeks they were inside the top 8. From rounds 9 to 17 they were inside the top 4. But 10 goals to 3 after halftime yesterday. And the hard part for Bombers fans is they saw this last season, so it's very much a familiar feeling, that sinking feeling of we're just not quite good enough. And having lost 6 of their last 8, 6 of their last 8, you now look at the matches to come, and it's hard to make a case. Fremantle, Gold Coast, Sydney and Brisbane, so they'd have to beat some pretty good sides. Yeah, you're right. That gets really tough, and that's when the deja vu rolls in of last year, and that feeling of, well, hang on, did we make any improvements this year? And the frustration of the fans grows, and that's the really hard part about footy. I think it's going to sound stupid when they're in the depths of such a bad loss yesterday. They have improved, and there are things that are growing, but so is the rest of the competition. It's almost like if they want to jump ahead and jump into finals and win finals,
you've got to make major improvements as your list is growing. One or two players probably haven't come on as much as they thought. There's a few, an Archie Perkins and that I thought was ready to explode, has been solid. And he's still a young player, so his best footy's still well and truly ahead of him. I'm not writing him off, but it's just those types of players they need to really grow and support the Zach Merritts of the team who've been outstanding all year. You can't leave it up to a couple. Sam Durham's been a big winner all year, but don't just leave it up to those one or two players to carry the load, because you see, if you don't bring it, then a team like St Kilda, a team like anyone, can just rip you apart. It's too good a competition.
Cameron Ling and Matt Clinch with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774. Jared in Macedon. I've never left an AFL game early in my life. Yesterday was no exception. However, I understand why so many Essendon supporters and members walked out at three-quarter time. So break it down a little bit more for me, Lingy, because it sort of felt like, as you said, in the early stages of the season, they'd made that progression, they'd made that improvement. So sort of behind Zach Merritt, who would you say is their next leader? They obviously haven't had Darcy Parish for large portions. They need to make a decision on Jake Stringer. And Sam Draper is probably the other one. So trying to work out who their next best leader is behind Zach Merritt, and who's their next best player.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I probably look to Jordan Ridley. I probably look to Andy McGrath, but I mean Ridley's had his injury concerns, so it's hard to put it on him. Andy McGrath, I've probably expected. He's now a really good, quality, solid player. But I perhaps unfairly had expectations of him becoming a Zach Merritt, a really great player in the competition and being that top quality leader. So you look to him. But then, I mean, Kyle Langford continues to hold pretty high standards. Nick Martin's had a really consistent year. Jai Caldwell and Sam Durham are the two who I think have made a really good jump throughout the year. But they need more. They need more and more and more and more. And you see the teams like Fremantle who've made a really big leap. And the Giants are backed up after now getting their season rolling again after a really terrific year last year. You can just see more players basically taking on that responsibility. Finn Callahan last night was brilliant for the Giants. That's what the Bombers need. They need those other players making that leap and making that jump to support, as I said, the likes of Zach Merritt, whose standards are always high every single week.
Yeah, absolutely. Stocko from WA since round 9, where the Bombers have beaten the Tigers, Pies, West Coast and Collingwood, have played bottom 4 footy for a month or so this is no surprise. Scott had persisted with the same core for 2 years and has gotten the same results. We haven't improved at all, in my opinion, since Ben Rutten. And if you on the SMS are wanting to give St Kilda their credit, don't worry, we're coming to them. 0437 774 774. Stuart, no comment on the Saints' emerging team. Sarge says, can we talk about how good the Saints were instead of how bad the Bombers were? Well, here was Ross Lyon in how he thinks their form has been.
Yeah, a positive result. Been working hard. As I said, our form since round 12 West Coast has been really rock solid without always getting the points. So, and I think Port sort of stamped that form in a real sense. Like we felt we had opportunities late, but they've gone on to win the next 4 out of 5 or something. So, really pleasing. Groups worked hard. Environment's really good. We're really bubbly. But, you lose 5-6 games under a kick. A few of them come from behind. You find yourself where you are. But that's just the AFL, so, yeah.
Ross Lyon with his assessment following their 53-point win over the Bombers yesterday. So 3 of their last 4. And as those listeners are pointing out on the SMS, there is some positive signs for the Saints. 3 goals to Anthony Caminiti, 3 goals to Cooper Sharman, who moved as athletically and marked as strongly as what I've seen in his time in the Saints colours. And Jack Steele just led from the front, which is exactly what you expect the best of Jack Steele to be. 3 goals as well.
Yeah, 100%. You're spot on there, Clinchy, and Saints fans, you're right. You deserve so much credit because of the way that you've played the last couple of weeks in particular. And the best part about it for me, Clinchy, is when you go through the leading ball winners for the Saints, it is the right players who are getting a heap of the footy. And I mean Wanganeen Miller and Jack Sinclair and those daring, creative players who can run and open things up a little bit. That's what we've been looking for from St Kilda to balance their really high-quality defensive stuff that Ross has implemented through his time at the Saints, to have that dare and scoring ability as well. And you see a Sharman and Steele and Caminiti bob up and kick those 3 goals. That's because of the flow of the play and the type of game plan they're playing now, it is more dangerous in attack than what it was, and it deserves lots of credit. They were wonderful. When they had the momentum and they had the game on their terms, they capitalised and they piled those goals on and just didn't allow Essendon to even be in the game once they'd kicked those goals. So, yeah, absolutely. Well done. Great win. Terrific effort. And I reckon they're going to do a little bit of damage in the last month as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. Plenty of messages coming through from listeners on the SMS. 0437 774 774. Chris from Carraro. An Essendon supporter, I question why we got Ben Mackay. He's a ball watcher, not an effort player. We may have 4 players that try and the rest just watch. Steve from Ballarat. Don't know if you guys saw yesterday, but Zach Merritt and Andy McGrath both arguing with each other after Mitch Owens took a mark. Maybe that speaks lengths about the plan and where they are. I mean, that happens on field, doesn't it, Lee, from time to time? But, yeah, we do highlight this when things are not going according to plan.
Yeah, it did, and it does, sorry. You get those strong communications and you get, and in really good teams, and we had it at Geelong when we're in big games, you can have strong conversations, strong feedback to each other, but the result of those conversations is still a really focused, positive, okay, now let's get it fixed, as opposed to just ending in an argument and venting of frustration. Venting of frustration at each other and snapping back and a bit of an argument, blaming, that's not constructive. But when it can still be quite look fierce from the outside, but when that conversation is right, what needs to be done, how do we do it, who needs to be involved, and you sort it out quickly, while appearing from the outside to be like strong words are being exchanged, it's actually really constructive and fixing things up. When things aren't going well, Clinchy, it either looks like or is arguing and blaming and frustration being vented out on the field, and that doesn't help anyone.
And that's where you need your leaders to take over and try and control the narrative because, you know, externally there's going to be madness around. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. The Demons went down in a thriller last night to GWS by 2 points. The surprise during the week is that Simon Goodwin had spent a large portion of the week in hospital. Here he was speaking in his press conference.
Obviously, the next couple of days we'll be laying low, obviously dealing with an infection, been in hospital for the last 3 or 4 days, so head back in and get a little bit more treatment. It's going to be okay. So it's nothing to really worry about other than just make sure I get on top of it and get it fixed and get around the boys. But, you know, the coaches that have been dealing with most of the stuff throughout the week, you know, Andrew McWalter, Greg Stafford, Troy Chaplin have been amazing in terms of pulling the program together and getting the boys ready for tonight. I'm feeling healthy, I'm feeling fine. It's an infection that many people deal with in life and you just got to make sure you get the right treatment and you know, the right treatments to stay in hospital for as long as I can, and that's what I've been doing.
So a couple of losses on the trot for the Demons and Simon Goodwin. Also a bit of speculation around Clayton Oliver. He's pretty keen to shut that down last night.
Oh, I think we just got to let it go. Lay off him. You know, he's a Melbourne person through and through. He's not going anywhere. He's a proud Melbourne person. We love him. We love the work that he's done, and we'll get his footy right. And he's going to be here for a long, long time playing some great footy.
So Simon Goodwin on his thoughts on Clayton Oliver and the rumours that he might be heading to a different club at season's end. We're just having a little bit of challenges getting Adam Kingsley, who's keen to take a call but trying to get off a flight in Sydney. So we might push him back a couple of minutes. And Mitch Cleary is going to jump on, the chief footy reporter for Channel 7, given that Jake Noel is off for this weekend. But give us your thoughts on what was a pretty thrilling final term, Lingy. 4 goals apiece, and the Demons almost desperately pinched it at the end.
Yeah, it was a funny last quarter, wasn't it, Clinchy? And it was a funny game because Melbourne in total control in the first quarter. And we'll talk to Adam about this. He gives them a bit of a rev up at quarter time. The contest was poor by the Giants. Melbourne were hunting. They were hungry. They had a lot to fix up from the previous week from their game, and they did it. And then the middle 2 quarters, Giants in total control. Great footy. They have a 5-7 minute burst to start the last quarter, and it's game over. It's done. And then just bit by bit, Melbourne found a way, and it was through the Melbourne style of football, intercept marks by either Lever or May, a really good, hungry, contested effort through the middle of the ground, and they got their opportunities and they kicked those goals. And wow, could have gone either way, but what a finish. It was a cold night at the G. There weren't too many there, but we ended up with a good game of footy.
Yeah, that has come through on the SMS as well, 0437 774 774. Mary from South Hobart. There must have been a lot of snow in the Victorian Alps at the moment because there didn't seem to be anyone at the MCG last night. You were there, as was the chief footy reporter for Channel 7, Mitch Cleary, who can join us in the absence of Jake Noel this weekend. Mitch, welcome to you.
Good afternoon, guys. It was cold, but I agree with Wingy. There should have been more Melbourne fans there. Only 20% of their fan base. What are they doing?
Well, the sun's just poking through here at the MCG. We're not expecting a massive crowd for Collingwood and Richmond as well. I think the MCC said they're expecting under 25,000. So obviously we're in the middle of July, late July, and the winter weather has set in. But for some of the big clubs, more so Richmond and Collingwood, that's a slightly disappointing crowd and an indication maybe as to where Collingwood fans think their season is heading.
Yeah, that'd be a stinker if they could get less than 25,000 at the MCG for two proud big footy clubs of this state. Especially on a Sunday afternoon with the sun poking through. I know there's been a bit of rain about, but it's not a bad family-friendly time slot. And just back to last night as well, the Demons, it was their lowest crowd in 13 years for a home game at the MCG. That was Fremantle back then. They were a basket case at that stage back in 2011, I think it was. And now they're a club fighting for a spot in the top 8. The tables have turned for Melbourne, but they've got a membership base of over 70,000, and they'd have also... you'd think a large portion of fans that aren't club members but are MCC and only have 16,000 people is pretty disappointing. Yes, it was cold. Yes, it was, a bit of rain about. But with your season on the line, I think Melbourne will be pretty disappointed with that.
Mitch, just quickly to continue on the Melbourne theme for a second, Simon Goodwin's response about Clayton Oliver that we just played there and just lay off, he's a Melbourne person, everything like that. Seems to be so much smoke about that Clayton Oliver will go elsewhere. It feels to me like this is simply a case of, yes, Clayton's had a few issues off the field, has missed basically most of the pre-season, so that's led to a little downturn in his form, but he's too good a player for them to let him go. Surely they do everything they can to keep Clayton Oliver. Is that fair, or do you see it that he will go?
No, I'm with you, Glingy. I think, especially given Angus Brayshaw's retired, their midfield is pretty skinny now. Like, it's Petrarca. You've got Jack Viney, who's 30, and Clayton Oliver. We know they've had to roll Rivers and Pickett and Neil Bullen and those guys through there. But Clayton Oliver with a full pre-season, I think, and especially given he's got 6 years left on his deal at more than $1 million a season, I think he's a sort of player that Melbourne need to keep hold of. I can understand clubs outside doing their work on him, given he was sort of thrown around a little bit in trade discussion in the last year, and clubs are after A-grade midfielders. The Crows will be perennially linked to Clayton Oliver, given there was a bit of smoke there around that one last year, and they're a club that desperately needs A-grade midfielders. Geelong will be in that same boat when Dangerfield and Guthrie come at the end as well. But out of all the clubs in the competition, I'd say Melbourne are in need of A-grade midfielders as much as anyone, given Brayshaw retires, they lose James Harms and James Jordan as premiership players. They're not stars, but they've lost a lot of depth through that engine room.
Mitch Cleary with you from Channel 7 on ABC Sports. So the big winners over the weekend have been the Brisbane Lions, Geelong and Port Adelaide. The big losers have been Essendon, who we just spoke about, Carlton. It sets up beautifully for today, Sydney and the Western Bulldogs. Mitch, do you imagine the focus is going to be tomorrow largely on Carlton and Essendon, or if the Bulldogs can get a win and Hawthorn this afternoon, all of a sudden a couple of the Cinderella stories are still in it?
You know, us journos, Clinchy, will always go the glass half empty on these sort of days. Carlton and, Melbourne. Essendon's probably the big story for me. Like, to lose 4 of their last 5 the way they have, and, Bombers fans have seen this movie all before, I think, given they were second on the ladder only a couple of months ago, and now they're fighting for a spot in the 8. And if Hawthorn or the Bulldogs win today, Essendon will be outside the top 8. So, and they've got a really challenging run home. It basically means they need to win 3 of their last 4, the Bombers, and in that, they've got Sydney and Brisbane. So you think if Essendon are to make finals, they need to beat at least one of Sydney or Brisbane. That's an incredibly tough ask. But, yeah, there's a bit of positivity around the Hawks and the Bulldogs as well. If the Bulldogs can get a scalp today, with Liam Jones back in the side, they've found one in Rory Lobb. That midfield with Adam Treloar and Bontempelli just starting to click into groove, as well as Jamari Eaglehagen hitting his straps. They've both done it before from outside the top 4, and they can get on a bit of a run. There's a lot to like at the Bulldogs.
Yeah, a win in wet and muddy conditions in Geelong last week for the Bulldogs. Now can they back it up against the Sydney Swans? Mitch, thanks as always for jumping on. Look forward to catching up soon.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Cleary joining you from Channel 7 on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. There is one late change at the MCG. Lockie Sullivan replaces Joe Richards, who's out with illness. So Sullivan will be the sub for Collingwood and Thompson Dow for the Tigers. So the Magpies looking to try and keep their season, their small hopes alive. If they can win today, they'll stay in touch with the top 8, and then they face Carlton in what would be a massive Saturday night contest from the MCG, which will be Scott Pendlebury's 400th game. So with losses for the Gold Coast Suns over the weekend, we are getting to the stage of the season where you can start to scratch sides out of top 8 calculations. So what a Sunday it's going to be. The Western Bulldogs and Sydney to follow after Collingwood and Richmond. Great to have your company on this Sunday on ABC Sport.
Embark on adventures through ABC iView.
Now is the time.
Like with Miriam Margolyes.
I'm on a quest. Welcome to Broken Hill, Miriam.
Mingaloo.
It's one of the last intact places on the planet.
Tony Armstrong's Extraordinary Things.
Holy Hector. We should have picked a smaller country.
Stuff the British stole.
It's been a treasury, it's been a temple. Is it also a crime scene?
And so many more. Always free, always adventurous on ABC iView.
This is AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
We were really disappointed with the way we played last week. But as much as possible, we try not to sort of overreact to good or bad performances. And that was one a little bit out of the box. We've been good the 3 weeks before that. And we still think in a way that we are building our season. I know there's only 4 games to go, but we feel there's still improvement. And today, I think, continued that improvement. As I said, it would be... it wouldn't be representing ourselves properly if we thought, we'll just come down here and play okay and we'll get the win. We knew we had to play really well to win.
The thoughts of Geelong coach Chris Scott following their 40-point win over North Melbourne and Tasmania yesterday. A big warm welcome to our South Australian listeners to AFL Sunday on ABC Sport for the first time today. Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling on at the MCG. There is one late change. Lockie Sullivan is out for the Pies and Joe Richards comes in. Sullivan and Thompson Dow, the subs for this afternoon's clash. But what did you make of your old side? Lingy, 5-3 in the final term. I got a few listeners throughout the match just commenting how impressed they've been in North Melbourne's progression, comparing them with Essendon and their form over the last month. But Tyson Stinger with 3, Ollie Dempsey with 3 as well. 5-3 in the final term was enough to give the Cats a little bit of breathing space and back on the winners list.
Yeah, good strong performance, good professional performance by the Cats. They get the win, but you're right about the Kangaroos. They're going to be dangerous for the next month. I even said that to a few friends of mine, Geelong supporters. I said, you played North Melbourne in the first, let's call it 8 or 9 rounds of the year, and you pretty much, you've put that one in the book as a win. That is not the case anymore. They are going to test you. They are getting better and better. Their younger players are improving. They can sustain high-quality footy now, the Kangaroos, for maybe 3 quarters, 3.5 quarters, whereas they were maybe doing it for half a game back in the early parts of the year. So they're going to upset a team or two in the run home, and they're going to test a few teams, and that might help shape the 8 a little bit if they pinch 1 or 2 of those. But Geelong, and Chris Scott alluded to it there, were really disappointed with the way they performed last Saturday night at Kardinia Park against the Bulldogs and needed to respond, and they did. Thought Tom Stewart was excellent again. Thought Max Holmes has continued his really consistent, solid year. Ollie Dempsey was fantastic as well. Cheeky little goal, that one where he tapped it out of, was it Aidan Corr's hands? I think it was.
On the behind line. Made it look like a goose.
Yes, Aidan Corr perhaps should have done a little better, but Ollie thought, hey, I'll try that one. I used to try that one at home, and it used to work, so I'll give it a go now, and it did beautifully. And I love the fact he plays with a smile on his face and brings a real joy and energy to that team. He's an absolute ripper. So it was a really solid, as I said, professional performance. Their challenge now is week after week after week, just keep winning and keep building. They've got to get themselves inside the 8, and they've got to get themselves in a good position in the 8 to then try and have a crack at it in this tight race to the finals. But they did enough yesterday, Clinchy, but you're right, North Melbourne, dangerous in this next month. They'll upset someone before the season is out.
And Richard from Hobart says, hi ABC team on 0437 774 774. Please can you give credit to the huge turnout in Hobart yesterday for 2 Victorian teams. Our team will work, but stop expecting us to build a stadium urgently. It looked great on TV, I must say, the match between North Melbourne and Geelong. So bring on Tassie in 2028. Bring on finals for Adam Kingsley as his side continues to surge. The Giants coach has been able to manage with the airways to get off the tarmac and onto the phone to chat with us. Adam, thanks so much for your time. And congratulations on what was a really gritty win in the end.
Thanks, gents. Thanks for having me. Finally here.
What's it been like trying to get back from Melbourne? A bit of madness this morning?
There was. There's high winds in Sydney, so they've closed all the runways. So, yeah, we sat on the tarmac in Melbourne for a little while and then finally got here, so just landed.
Just to add to the stress levels, Adam, on the back of a frantic finish last night where things got very, very tight. Talk us through what you were down on the bench, down on the boundary, coaching from there. The last 3, 4, 5 minutes of that game, what was the communication like? What were the feelings like?
Yeah, I feel like we handled it pretty well. I think we were still relatively calm given the circumstances. I mean, the things, we conceded 4 goals late, which made the game obviously really tight. But I felt like we managed it well. We gave up some goals that we'd like not to give, obviously. But all in all, it was good practice because it feels like every time we play Melbourne, it's that sort of game. And, the nature of the competition will mean that it'll be close games throughout the final series too and leading into the final. So it's good. It was a good leading.
I'm intrigued by the way you and your coaching team reviews and presents it to the playing group, because for the middle 2.5 quarters and obviously including a bit of that last quarter, it was just outstanding. Some high quality footy, hard in the contest, great play, great flowing play. But the first quarter really poor, and as you said, there was a period in that last quarter where you've conceded those 4 goals. When you have a game like that where it ebbs and flows so much, what are the bits you focus on as you lead into finals? Is it grabbing a hold of the, let's call it the negatives, and fixing those, or is it really focusing on what you did well?
I think we try and mix it up week to week depending on what we think the players need. I think this week, without having spoken to our coaches yet, we'll have our reviews tomorrow as a coaching group. I think we focus on what we did well. I think our game style is pretty recognisable when we're able to execute it, and we certainly did that from quarter time onwards. But you're right, that first quarter was pretty poor, and we weren't able to play the way that we wanted to play. And Melbourne scored, I think they scored 4 goals in the last 8 minutes of that quarter, and 4 goals in the last 10 minutes of the last quarter. So, they put on 2/3 of their score in about 18 minutes of footy. So we'll need to review that. But I think we'll focus primarily on what we did well and what our brand looks like.
Giants coach Adam Kingsley is with you on ABC Sport. Adam, with no Josh Kelly, no Steve Coniglio, happy a game was that last night from Finn Callaghan to stand up and the work rate to complement his real contested footy game.
Yeah, I thought he was outstanding. His ability to hunt the ball and get after it, but also to have an involvement in our transition game. I thought he was really good. It's probably the best game he's played for the footy club. Certainly the most disposals he's had for us, and he's only 21. So I mean, there's a lot of work to be done for him, but really pleased for him. He had a significant impact for us last night.
And we've spoken to Jesse Hogan a little bit throughout this season. We just love watching him play, and it feels like he's in a really good place in his life. He's 3 goals behind Charlie Curnow in the race for the Coleman medal. As someone who's watched him closely over the last couple of years, what sort of allowed him to go to that next level, to just be so physical in the air and be able to hang on to his marks?
Well, he certainly prepares really well throughout the week. I mean, he focuses on his craft. He watches a lot of footy, and he learns from all the best key forwards around the comp. But he's also quite smart himself. He knows how to get split off his opponent. But I guess the thing he's really standing out is his contested marking. And his ability just to win on hard contests in front of the ball gives him plenty of opportunities. And, again, getting off goals that arguably he could kick. So I think we know where his mind sits in terms of the Coleman medal race. It'll be great if he can win it. But he's certainly not focused on that. He gave another goal away. Got caught LBW in front of the goals as well. So, probably should have had another one there. But, he's been really, really big for us. And it's going to play a pivotal role into our lead into finals, hopefully, if we can make it.
I thought last night, Adam, it was a monster performance by Kieran Briggs late in the game. You could see at times clearly had an issue with his shoulder and was in pain at different times, and just think about the effort that had to go through his body in order to match it with the very best ruckman in the comp in Max Gawn, and he just kept going, and late when it was tight, he was just doing everything he could. Just a superb performance. Do you have to find a rest for him, though, now, with that worry, with that shoulder, so that he can repeat that again come September?
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be fair. I think, they checked the shoulder out this morning. It feels pretty good. He'll still get a scan on it just to make sure, but I think he'll be okay. Our challenge at the moment is all our backup ruckmen are injured. So Bruce is out for the season. Nick Madden's been out for about 7 or 8 weeks with an ankle injury. So, if we go to someone, it'll be Lockie Keefe, I would imagine, who's been playing pretty well in the VFL, but more so as a key forward. So, it's something that we'll have to discuss. I think he'll be okay to continue on, but we'll certainly have contingencies if he's not.
So many of your young players were really good again and stood up, and you touched on Finn Callaghan, who's probably still in that young group, James Peatling as well. But at the other end of the scale, the old boy was excellent again, Callan Ward, and I even noticed late when you needed somebody to get deep and getting the wing around to be that furthest defender, he was the one. Heading into game number 250 next week for the Giants, just a remarkable achievement that he's still playing such high-level football, considering he was the leader of that young team when the team was first formed, and now the veteran still doing so much. It must be great having a player like him around the club and around these young guys.
Yeah, it certainly is. His form over the last 6 weeks, 7 weeks has been outstanding, playing as a wingman primarily. But his on-field impact is where his true value lies. He's just a great person, leads really well, prepares really well. He's got a really level head, sees the game well, and it's just so selfless. And so he's been enormous, not only the whole time, but certainly in my time here, helping our young guys. We've got a lot of young players sitting in our team, particularly in the front half. I think we've got 2 19-year-olds and 2 20-year-olds in that forward 50. So his ability to guide and instruct them is particularly important, alongside with Jesse Hogan and Toby Green. So, Kellen's still playing a really important role for us, impacting the scoreboard. He hasn't lost his toughness, that's for sure. And he's very reliable. So, we've been happy with how he's been able to shift position and still have an impact.
Giants coach Adam Kingsley is with you on ABC Sport. Adam, why each season is different, and you got Sam Taylor back in last night to do what you did last season, where you won 11 of your last 13 before eventually losing to Collingwood by a point in the prelim final. Given how even this season has been, do you hope that'll hold you in good stead, having had that experience of what it's like to get on a run at the pointy end of the season?
Yeah, we do. I think last year, pieces came together. We were healthy. We didn't lose too many players over that period of time, which certainly helps. This year it's been a slightly different story in that phase, but hopefully we'll get Canelio back next week, Kelly the week after, and we'll be able to then put our absolute best team out there with a bit of consistency. But we've won the last 4 in a row. We're in a pretty good spot, I think, albeit not playing our best footy, I don't think. Yeah. So, I mean, we all hope, but you just don't know week from week. I mean, anyone can beat anyone, and we certainly approach each game like that.
So that's exactly where I was going to go to close. So you have Hawthorn, Brisbane, Fremantle and the Western Bulldogs to close the home and away season. Are you a ladder predictor kind of guy? Who do you feel like, apart from Sydney, is the number one threat to you guys at the moment?
Geez, they're all pretty handy. I mean, Fremantle last week were outstanding. I didn't see their game yesterday, but last week they were outstanding. The Bulldogs have been in great form. Brisbane, obviously, we've watched them over the last 8 weeks win game after game. And Hawthorn, I mean, they've been fantastic. So, I mean, we're essentially playing 4 top 8 teams to finish. And the reality is, if we're good enough to beat them, then we'll position ourselves really well. And if we're not, then we won't. And so the next 4 weeks, I think, is a terrific lead into hopefully playing finals. And that'll give us a great opportunity to go in really good form and full of confidence.
Adam, as always, we love chatting to you. Congratulations on the contract extension till 2028, and thanks for helping us out with a bit of adversity today to jump on the air. Good luck to the Giants next week against the Hawks.
No worries, guys. Thanks, Oakley.
Adam Kingsley, the coach of the Giants, joining you on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Unfortunately, probably on the hands-free and juggling a few different things as he got off the tarmac, Lee, but great to hear from one of the coaches in the AFL.
Yeah, and doing a really good job. That's stating the obvious, but they've been in some pretty good hands, haven't they? Leon Cameron, a really good coach, and developing so many of those players who are now, well and truly in their prime, and now in the hands of Adam Kingsley, you can see the way that he's adding layers to it, and there's other young players now coming on under his leadership, which is really important. James Peatling was excellent last night, and I know you asked about Finn Callahan. Brent Daniels, I thought it's just so important to that team. He's hard and he's tough, but he's quick and skillful and great vision, great ball user, and can find a goal. Yeah, they're an exciting team. I think they're going to go very, very deep into September.
It feels like they're coming good at the right time of the season with, as what Adam said, a couple of key components come back, Josh Kelly and Steve Canelio. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. People are making excuses for the Blues' losses on the injury front. The Pies have been dealing with injuries all year. That's from Brendan in Hobart. Do the Tigers have any chance of beating North Melbourne when they play? That's next week. That's from Glenn in Ascot Vale. PS, love the show. Give me a quick sort of rapid-fire thought of, we sat together on Friday night, Lee. The Blues were disappointing, especially after it felt like they got the game on their terms in the second quarter, and Port Adelaide was so impressive in the way they closed out the match. They held the Blues goalless, and we know there's some missing personnel with Harry Mackay, Tom De Koning, Blake Acres for Carlton's point of view, but how concerned should Michael Voss be?
I think that was a really disappointing loss, and yes, I hear the players out, and that's going to affect any team. So that is certainly something that happened. The fact that they did have to play the last game of last round, the first game of this round, yep, that's a factor as well. But I also think when they get into a game and they're in such control, both on the scoreboard and in the play, the momentum of the game, you've just got to nail it from there. That Geelong game was a month ago, 5 weeks ago. I had feelings in that game that they were the best contender for the Swans, that they were the next best team in the competition, and here we go, here come the Blues. And since then, their form has been pretty average, to be honest. And that's a bad loss. No, you can make a few excuses, but when they had control and they had different players locked away, the Chincotta move was something I reckon Michael Voss will be disappointed in hindsight, where he had Butters completely locked away. Clinchy, we spoke about it on the night. They then rolled over at half-time onto Rosie, which it's difficult to do. It's a completely different style of player, and Rosie handled Chincotta fine, so he was going well, and Butters got going and exploded into the game. Then they tried to send Chincotta back to Butters, but Butters' tail was up now and feeling good, and Rosie then played, and Horn Francis finished the game really well. It wasn't a well-handled game by the Blues, and a really disappointing loss.
No, Liv in Marupna on the SMS, 0437 774 774. No excuses for my Blues. You can only play who is in front of you, and Port did that. There's always next week. And similar to St Kilda, I was just impressed with the way Port Adelaide applied themselves. They realised that Charlie Curnow was the only dangerous threat inside forward 50, so Alira and Brandon Zerk-Thatcher thought, we'll take care of that, and made it a pretty tough night for Carlton. They were all looking for Paddy Cripps or Sam Walsh or someone really to stand up and lead them out of the danger, and in the end it was Port Adelaide through Ollie Wines and Connor Rose, who continued to chip away, who sort of found a way to just get on top.
Yeah, and Willem Drew's job on Cripps was excellent.
Yep.
And a little bit on that theme of what we were talking about with Essendon before, when I said, somebody else needs to do it, and multiple people need to do it, not just Zach Merritt. That's Carlton's thing as well. It can't be, okay, this has got hard. This is, good teams coming at us. Where's Patrick? Where's Sam? Kick the ball. Let's just get it to Charlie. He'll sort it out. It's got to be the responsibility of all of those players. And, Adam Chera has to go to another level and find a way to carry that load and be one of those players. Same with George Stewart and same with Matty Kennedy, who I thought was pretty good, Kennedy. It's got to be a collective effort and not just, we need Paddy and we need Charlie, or else. And that's how they get there, and that's how they eventually, and I would say they're going to make finals, and they're going to win a final or two. I still have a lot of faith in them. But if they want to be winning a prelim and winning a grand final, it has to be a massive collective performance in the group, not just a handful of players.
I was trying to pose to Mick Malthouse yesterday on AFL Saturday whether Michael Voss makes enough moves in that sort of scenario. Do you still have the Blues finishing in the top 4 in your eyes?
Well, would you like me to roll on to my last word, Clinchy? Because it does relate to that.
Let's do it. Every Sunday, Lingy has a choice as to where he wants to finish the program with Lingy's last word.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have much pleasure in inviting 1963 Geelong Premiership player Doug Wade to present the Premiership Cup to Cameron Ling and the Geelong Football Club.
Dane Swan, toughest opponent. Probably Cameron Ling. Dan Cousins, toughest opponent. Cameron Ling.
Thank you, guys. The reason I said let's roll on to the last word and you asked the question, can Carlton finish in the top 4? The answer is no in my calculations, because my last word is saying that all bar the 2 elimination finals and then ultimately the grand final, which has to be played at the MCG, the rest of the finals, Clinchy, are going to be outside of Victoria, because I have the Swans, the Lions, Freo and GWS as the top 4, which means the qualifying finals are interstate for us Victorians. The semi-finals then, so the losing ones of those top 4 will be interstate. The prelim finals will be interstate before we return back to the MCG. What horror for us Vics, Clinchy.
I'm not liking this last word. This is not sounding appealing at all.
No, I think if we're going to be covering those games for ABC Grandstand, we're going to be jumping in a lot of aeroplanes, travelling right across the country. There's a terrific bunch of teams from outside of Victoria playing great footy. I think the home Victorian finals, those eliminations will be Carlton, because I would imagine they finish probably 5th. And then I'm going to put some faith, given their run home, that the Cats can probably get to 6th. So there'll be 2 Victorian-based finals there, but the rest is going to be outside of Victoria, Clinchy, because those interstate teams playing great footy, and the Giants are going to make it.
Geez, I'm flat about that. I'm not over in Paris covering the Olympics. I thought, oh, well, first week of the finals, bring it on, and you're telling me there's a possibility it'll all be outside of Victoria. Okay, righto. Well,
Don't you know?
A bit... Yeah.
Don't you know it's a national game, Clinchy? And
of course it is. Of course it is. It's like every other club once you get to this stage of the season. It's all self-interest. So Collingwood and Richmond at the MCG. The Tigers have just broke through their banner. Noah Bolter celebrates his 100th game. What a versatile player he has been for Damien Hardwick. And now Adam Uze, and the Pies are not too far away. So one late change. Lockie Sullivan is out. And Lockie Sullivan, I should say, comes in. He replaces Joe Richards, who's out through illness, and he's the sub alongside Thompson Dow. So give me some quick thoughts. The Bulldogs and the Sydney Swans from the Harbour City. What are you expecting with the Swans with a bit of adversity? So no Dane Rampy, the challenge to see how they go without Tom Papley, and the Bulldogs did everything they should do last week against Geelong.
Oh, they were brilliant last week against Geelong. Isn't it funny, the Dogs, we've been asking for a little bit of consistency. If they can knock off the Swans, then we start getting really excited about the Bulldogs. They had that poor one a couple of weeks ago, but their last 2 weeks have just been sensational. Callum Mills is a pretty handy replacement to bring back in for the Swans, so they've got a pretty deep list to be able to bring him back in. They're going to miss Papley, though. He is such a terrific player and a real fire starter for the Swans. And Dane Rampy, just that solid defender, to lose him. But I love the way the Dogs are playing. They destroyed the Cats last Saturday night. I know it only on the scoreboard happened late, but they were in total control of that game and were really impressive. Their tools in that forward line working well together. Midfield has always been a strong suit. And Buku Khamis was excellent, and I still can't believe the turnaround of Rory Lobb. I've just got to wait a few more games. I've loved the fact that he's done it for about a month now, but let's see if he can keep on doing it. But he's been really impressive. I'm tipping the Swans, not that matters to anyone, I'm sure, Clinchy, because I just have them as the very, very best team in the competition. I think they've gone through a hard training block over the last month or 6 weeks and have probably dropped a couple of games because of it. I wonder if now they're coming out of that hard block and they start tapering a little bit leading to finals. They might be a bit fresher, a bit more run. I imagine them getting the win, but gee, what a win it would be if the Doggies can get up.
Absolutely. I'm tipping the Bulldogs, so we'll chat next Sunday. Hawthorn have the final game of the round against the Adelaide Crows. Having done a lot right, the Hawks, they haven't moved too much in the ladder position. So, in a word, can they close it out this afternoon and keep their hopes alive?
Yeah, I reckon the Hawks can win that one. I know it's in Adelaide, but the Crows got the win last week, but it was a pretty easy game to play in. There was space galore. I think the Hawks will take that away they're in form. Them and the Dogs are probably two of the informed teams of the competition. So I reckon the Hawks can pinch a massive win and maybe give themselves a chance of sneaking into that top 8.
Absolutely, yeah. The Bulldogs and the Hawks to keep their finals hopes alive if they can win this afternoon. Lingy, thanks as always. We'll chat again next Sunday.
Thank you, Clinchy. Have a great day. Enjoy the footy.
Cameron Ling with you for AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. As Collingwood make their way out onto the MCG, it's the Magpies and the Tigers to follow on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio's here, Mick Malthouse and Andrew Mays to bring you all the coverage. We'll keep you across, of course, the Sydney and Western Bulldogs match and Adelaide and Hawthorn to close out the weekend's footy. And, of course, the Olympics. There's so much taking place at the moment. Roy and HG, wherever you get your podcast from, bring you all the latest and all what you missed while you were sleeping. The footy to follow, Collingwood and Richmond.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Collingwood's premiership defence hangs by a thread. The Magpies in 13th spot on the AFL ladder with 8 wins and 2 draws for the season. The Tigers have only had 2 wins so far for season 2024, but they'd love nothing more than to end the reigning Premier's season here at the MCG. Hi everyone, we've had a fair bit of rain around in Melbourne today. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport, but the great news is the sun is poking through and a little bit of blue sky above. And after 16,000 at the MCG last night, we're not expecting a massive crowd at the G today. The MCC are saying somewhere around sort of 20 to 30,000, so hopefully the footy is a little bit better than those that might be coming along. Andrew Mays to call the action alongside me. There is one late change for Collingwood. Lockie Sullivan comes in to replace Joe Richards. He will be the sub for the Magpies, and Thompson Dow for the Tigers. Great to see you, Maisie. Welcome once more.
Hello, Clinchy. Bits changed since these two last played each other in round 3 last year. There was 85,000 here at the MCG, and Taylor Adams polled 3 votes, and Nathan Murphy also was in the vote. So a lot can change in a season and a half of footy. Absolutely.
Dustin Martin's not there again this afternoon, so intrigue as to whether his career will continue on. Maybe at Richmond, maybe in another club. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, is here for a Sunday afternoon. Great to have you, Mick, in the suit and all. Welcome once more.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, well, look, you know, it surprised me today. As I said to you as I walked in here, I was invited to the Richmond luncheon through the MCC, thinking, oh yeah, but what are Richmond running out there in the white shorts? That's how much I've been paying attention to whose home game it was. I thought that if I was going to luncheon there for Richmond, surely it'd be a Richmond home game. Nope. Collingwood home. So anyway, doesn't make a difference. I've got the 2 teams right. I'm intrigued by this game. Looking at because they know what the ladders is. You know now the vulnerability. Every Collingwood supporter would have been barracking for West Coast against Fremantle. Didn't happen. Brisbane would probably go down. Didn't happen. Carlton got knocked over. They wanted Carlton. Unbelievable. Collingwood people would like to see Carlton win games of football. And then you've got Essendon. So all of a sudden that 8th spot is going to be opened up to a number of clubs. Melbourne got beaten, so therefore Gold Coast got beaten. So Collingwood now are barracking for Adelaide and Sydney, and then get 2 points closer to the 8th spot. And then there's only 3 games. And if you're good enough, you make it. If you don't win those games, you're out for one reason. You're not good enough. So I'm going to be intrigued by the endeavour. Richmond, bottom, likely to finish close to it. Second, bottom, third, bottom. I don't think as much as far as the draft goes. Brett would tell me a bit more about the draft, but there's a lot to hang. It's so hard to make 8. It is not that hard to go 9th. So this is, to me, the endeavour shown today by Collingwood will be either right on, or the Tigers will take it right up to them and could pinch the game.
Absolutely. The scene is set perfectly. Alongside Mick is 2-time All-Australian, 2-time Best and Fairest, Brett Delidio, as he is every Sunday. Welcome to you, Lids.
Thanks, Clinchy. Good to be here again. And I was a bit nervous. I didn't think Mick was going to show. I thought I was going to be one out by myself, but before that, and this is why I like to arrive, I'd rather be an hour early than a minute late, Mick. I get to the gate, show my pass. Sorry, mate, car park's closed. So I'm scouting around the outside of the G and trying to find a park. So if there's any jerk ticket inspectors out there that book me today...
I'll get you. Whereabouts did you park?
Over in East Melbourne.
I was going to say, don't ask.
They will get you. That's their revenue. You know what Melbourne City Council's like. They spend it on trips to Singapore to look at graffiti, and that's all they do. So your contribution will be very much admired and loved.
So we've all had our moments this morning. I feel like the MCC attendant has given me a furphy here. There's going to be more than 30,000. There's going to be maybe 30,000 in the members. Maybe that's what he meant. But
you got sold up the river.
I did. And being a Sunday morning, I bought it hook, line, and sinker. But the Tigers get Nick Flostone and Tim Taranto back in.
Good increase, they do.
It's been a tough season for Adam Uze in his first year as coach. So much of the speculation around Dustin Martin. But if he can get just a win late in the season to try and, I guess, sell to the playing group that his game style, his method is going to work.
Yeah, and look, I've seen elements of it this year where they have actually been quite good, and in games they've been able to compete. They've set up pretty well.
Absolutely.
But they just haven't had the cattle out there nor the class to be able to finish off that polish, Mick. And I think that's adding back in Vlosten and Taranto today makes a big difference to that. But they're still missing quite a few that could come in and really, make a big difference.
Who are the main ones out that you reckon? And I'm going to throw one at you. A bit. So you've got Lynch for a start.
Lynch he's a mainstay in terms of being a target.
You know who was the biggest improver I saw going through the season until he did his knee? It was the young kid from...
Kelty, Lafau.
Yeah. I thought he at the ball, he just had no fear. No fear, and hit it 100 miles an hour. His kicking was... I reckon people who probably haven't played a lot of football, and I'm talking about Cox here, and a young bloke like that get taught late, they get taught right.
Yes.
Yeah. And if they can adjust it to the type of kicking style that's required, they become lethal in front of goals. Now, Cox has missed a few, but by and large, for a big bloke, he doesn't miss a lot. Yep. And that young bloke, he was showing a fair bit. I would have loved to have seen him and Lynch play together. Off a knee like that, he probably won't be back till halfway through the season. But they miss those two big key forwards.
Yeah, definitely. And then down the other end, they've got Gibcus and Young, who have both gone down with knees as well.
And the former captain.
Grimes hasn't been in all year with a back. Massive. I think that's the... But in that, we've seen the emergence of Ben Miller down back, and I think he's been really serviceable and taken down some scalps this year. But look, they've been undermanned all year, which you feel for Adam Uze and the coaching staff in that sense. But they'll feel like they're in it up to their ears today with a chance to knock off a side that's just going. Coming off a big year last year and have had some down weeks. Obviously got taught a lesson last week, Mick. But we'll see how they go.
With young groups like Richmond, how important is the start today? Because you can see, obviously, when confidence grows at the beginning of the game, say they kick the first couple, how important is getting off to a good start? Yeah.
Momentum, it doesn't matter whether you're a young side or old side. The momentum shifts in games these days. I think it's quite remarkable this year. We've seen lots of 8 goals, 7 goals, 10 goals in a row, and the other side comes back, kicks 4 or 5 and stays in the game. So I don't think it's beat up a bit about your first couple of minutes. So they, being the opposition, could have 2 shots on, kick 2 goals from 6 or 7 possessions. You go, we're 2 goals down. It takes 1 to get back, and then you have an arm wrestle until quarter time, and you find yourself either in front or just behind. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is maintaining it, like West Coast yesterday. Look, if you're going to be all huff and puff, you've got to be huff and puff the whole game. They were for half a game. Fremantle then took over. North Melbourne had its moments of what's the bits and pieces in between the Olympics. North Melbourne overused the football unbelievably, but just before half-time, would get within a goal or 2, and then they relax. It's that ability of a side to maintain the pressure all day. What happens with young sides and insecure sides is that they lack a bit of self-insurance where they go, we're finding ourselves in front, or we're pretty close. They don't realise that the game keeps going. And the opposition, being a good opposition, Collingwood have been down this track all last year where they won 6 or 7 coming from behind. They've dropped 2 or 3 this year. So the doubt is, put the doubt back in them. So Richmond can do that by their efforts, but Collingwood could put them away pretty easy too if they get on top. So it's Maisie, what it is, it's about leadership and holding on to the little snippets of leads you get.
Got about 50 seconds until the bounce. The fifth member of our team today is Ian Cohen downstairs. Koza, good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Conditions are pretty cold here, but it looks like the rain might stay away. I think the crowd will be better than expected. It's Richmond who have won the toss, and they've decided to kick to the punt road end. The subs today, Thompson Dow for the Tigers, the boy from Swan Hill in for game 33, and the late inclusion, Lockie Sullivan, the sub, who's done it the hard way via the VFL, in for game number 10. So crowd's in full voice. It might be a bit smaller than average, but it'll still be pretty loud.
Tip from both of you gentlemen?
The pie's just too good for my old mob.
I think they've just got too much at stake, Collingwood.
All right, a couple of Collingwoods. Clinchy?
Yeah, I'm Collingwood as well, although I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an upset.
No.
Yep, I'm a bit the same.
Have we had one this week? So I suppose...
St Kilda beating yesterday.
I tipped this.
Oh, did you? You knew that one? Wow.
You're
a genius.
No, I thought they'd be all over Essendon.
Yeah, they are. They're too good defensively.
Round 20 of the AFL. Collingwood looking to keep their season alive. The Tigers searching for their third win. Here's Andrew Mays.
And as Richmond with the first clearance of the game, Presti, although it was knocked down by Pendlebury. Schultz is in there for the Pies. Hand pass over the top to Dacos, who fed it in front of Pendlebury. It got to the back to Bobby Hill, pokes it into the pocket, and it's a mark to Elliott. So a good start here. He's going to go centrally as well, and he spots up Pendlebury. Better angle, a little bit further out, but he'll have the journey no problem. 35 out.
What's with Prestia?
Why didn't he kick that?
You've got the ball out of the centre. You've got 6-6-6 in front of you. There's no way known they can have any more.
Yeah, especially early.
As a senior player, you put that on boot. Now the ball is they're going to trail by 6 points. Unbelievably
frustrating.
Oh.
Breaking phones.
I'd be just so livid as a coach.
It's going to be a big week for Scott Pendlebury. Game 399 today and goal number 201 in his career. He has the opener this afternoon in less than a minute. Collingwood, 1 straight 6, Richmond yet to score.
Yeah, I agree, Mick. I think that the biggest thing early in games, when the pressure's right up, you've just got to play really simple footy. Get it going forward, put the back line under the pressure and get your side off the right start. And that's where Prestia had his chance, didn't he? He tried to create that perfect play. They very rarely come off from the very first bounce. And as you can see, just cleaned up by Bobby Hill. Great kick to Jamie Elliott, and then a squaring ball back to Pendlebury.
Just a chaos ball that goes in there. You know, just do your maths. 6-6-6, which I hate, but that's what it is in front of you. There's no way known players could get back to the support. So all of a sudden, any backline player that is off stargazing and you can find space, you mark the footy.
Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio with you for Sunday AFL on ABC Sport. Ryan doing the ruck against Cameron with no Dan Curvis this afternoon. Spills down towards Prestia. Little toe poke from Chris for Collingwood, but only as far as Nick Vlostone. Looks into the middle of the ground. It's a good pass that finds Steely Green. To the right of the centre circles. He looks up inside 50 of the punt road end. Leading out is Bolter! And he almost hung onto the mark with a knee to the back of Quaynor. Unlucky not to be paid at Pendlebury. Hand pass to Lipinski. Bounces into Noble. Collingwood lose it momentarily. Hopper tries to get it out to Taranto. Hard against the boundary. Ralph Smith to Shea Bolton trying to break through a Pendlebury tackle. Weaved in against the boundary. Kicks inside 50. Cameron's got back. He drops the mark though. He's under pressure and forced out of play by Seth Campbell. And a boundary thrown in the right forward pocket. A couple of moments both sides would like back.
They've lost it on the back line though. Just that surety of hands. Just fantastic.
Ball to be thrown back into play next to the right behind post. Deep inside attacking 50 here for the Tigers. Nick Dacos is the one to burst away though. Read it nicely. Hand pass is a little dicey. Hill, he left it in the end and through came Mansell, although his kick was smothered. Cox tries to slap it forward for the Pies. Now a chance for Richmond. All Baker had a look. He was trying to make his decision before he had ball in hand, dropped it. And then he was mobbed immediately by Josh Dacos. We'll have a ball up, 45 out directly in front of the Richmond goal.
Yeah, unusual for Baker to drop that. He's generally got really good hands.
Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood, gets it to Pendlebury, hand pass to Chris, clears the defensive 50, out to the Shane Warne stand wing, Broad's underneath it, he rushes back after it with McStay in chase, hand pass to Dan Rioli, they can try and work it at cross half back, as Trezise goes short and Nick Vlostone takes the mark. Still inside the defensive 50 at the City end. Collingwood with the opening goal through Scott Pendlebury. Just not a lot on offer, so works it all the way back to right half back. where the Tigers are keen to try and work it out, and Brown is just happy to share it with Nick Vlostone.
Vlostone comes wide to Miller. Cox for company, who stands the mark. Didn't know whether he was inside 5 or out. Big Coxie. Miller opts to play on and take a little bit of territory. Moore tries to push his opponent underneath it. Won the knockdown, and now it's here for Cameron, who snaps forward towards the wing. Vlostone over the top. Didn't get there because Schultz did for the Pies. Roving it nicely in the end there was Banks, now inboard, and it's okay to Taranto. Takes the mark on his chest. He can flare things wide, and it just works in the end as Broad takes the mark at right half back.
Nathan Broad heads wider out to the Shane Warne stand wing. Jaden Short marks, trying to find an avenue up to half forward. Ralph Smith's hard against the boundary. Finds him with a lace-out pass. He marks it right half forward. Still 2 kicks out from goal, though, at the punt road end for Richmond. He looks up with that long blonde mullet and drives it inside 50. Ryan's the target. Almost hung onto the mark against Cameron. Front and centre Chris for Collingwood. Knocks it straight out to Prestia of the Tigers. Hand pass back to Vlostone. He's got forward. Fires on goal and misses everything out to the left. Had maybe just a little more time than he realised. No score. Collingwood by 6 points through the opening 5 minutes on ABC Sport.
Well, they're dominating the ball, the Tigers. They just can't. Their finishing power, which is typical of the bottom side. Lack of just a touch of maybe time and class.
Quainer in quickly to Josh Dacos, who kicks out of defensive 50. Lovely use too. And Cameron takes the mark a metre inside the boundary in front of the interchange benches. Cameron has Quainer short, and that's where he'll head. It hung in the edge for a moment with Bolter closing, but it's okay. Quainer has it at right half back for the Pies. Josh Dacos offers a lead short. That's ignored. Longer instead. Up over the wing. Cox gets in good position. Nicely roved off the pack by Taranto. Inboard to Rioli. Now to Baker. Risky kick. Can Ralph Smith get onto the end of it? He can. He heard a voice. Hand pass over the top. He's knocked down though. Pies can come away through Noble. His hand pass too hot for Pendlebury. Baker gets out of one tackle. Ralph Smith didn't know where to go. Fed it back. Couple of Pies tried to swarm. Oh, that was dangerous. Yep. Maynard low and hard took the legs out, and he concedes the free kick. It's going the way of Jaden Short of the Tigers.
Haven't been able to do that since 2012, Maisie.
No, that was the Gary Rowan one. Yeah,
that's pretty ordinary.
Andrew Mays and Matt Clinch calling the action. Ian Cohen down the boundary. Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse with you for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Prestia with a hand pass to Vlostone. Bumped by Schultz as he
downfield
flares it out on the full, but it will be a downfield free kick.
Well, I reckon he's a bit stiff. Don't you reckon it bumped him at the same... That's why the ball went out of bounds.
Exactly.
Was it high? Was it dangerous?
No, that's a very ordinary... See, there's a shot on goal from an umpire decision. I don't want to keep hounding the umpires, but he bumped him at the same time as he kicked it.
As you said, it's the whole reason the ball ended up out on the full.
Exactly.
So Sam Banks gets the free kick, hard against the boundary. This is sort of Jamie Elliott territory at the punt road end. Can the Tasmanian finish with class? He certainly can! Something for Richmond to build on. And Sam Banks, who comes from the tiny town the same as the immortal Royce Hart, well, they'd love that finish for him. In the left forward pocket, an absolute dagger straight through the middle for the second goal of his career, and one to remember. Scores locked at a goal apiece through 7 minutes, opening term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just watching this again, he maybe was just a second late, but it was that added pressure that forced Nick Vlostone then to hook that ball, didn't it? But I feel like we're just a little bit, steal a term from Brad Scott, a bit resultist in that, in terms of trying to, and seeing what the end result was versus what the actual action was. Mick, you've got to be able to put pressure on that player trying to deliver the footy, and he did, which is his role as a small forward.
And, well, I'll say it's illegal because it was late, but it was legal. It was a bump. It was not high. Anyway, we've seen plenty of those over the last few weeks.
We have.
Back in the
5-1, the inside 50s Richmond's way.
One goal apiece, and Cameron just kicks an end-over-end ball forward, although it's all Tigers at half-back. Nice kick into the middle. A little bit of an awkward handball there for Bolton. He was able to take it on the run, receives the 1-2, and then kicks inside, attacking 50. It was over the head of Bolter, and that was too easy for Darcy Moore to come in and take a nice intercept mark.
Well, it was just a poor kick. Bolter really had 5 metres on Moore. He kicked it straight to him.
Moore with a long kick out of defence. Again, Cameron the target. Dacos, front and centre row beautifully. Lightning hands over the top to Hill. He goes to McStay, looking for the return ball. He gets it to, running the outer wing, takes a bounce, gets to left half forward, lowers the eyes and hits it low to Elliott, who gathers snaps and goals. Wonderful work down the Shane Warne stand wing. 2 straight 12 the Pies. The Tigers 1 straight 6. We played 9 minutes in the opening quarter.
Poor defence in the end by Richmond, and great movement by Collingwood. That's just, and I'm not going to. Richmond at the moment are on the bottom of the ladder and have doubts, and that doubt was, do I go to the player with the football or do I back off? As it turned out, by going neither, you leave the player with the football too much space and the player who's going to receive it with too much space. So it's just a little bit of getting caught out. And each player should move up one position, and it puts pressure back on the kicker. So under those circumstances, the Tigers probably let themselves down.
There was a missed kick by Bobby Hill, but Jamie Elliott made it look good. His 18th goal for the season, and Collingwood take back the lead by a goal. Back in the middle of the ground, a chance for Hopper to get the clearance of the Tigers. Cuts back on his right, kicks up towards half forward. Nudged underneath it, Baker by Quaynor. The Magpies defender gathers, gets the hand pass away as Parker kicks out to the Shane Warne stand wing and finds Bobby Hill. So Will Parker getting his opportunity this afternoon, the 22-year-old. And they move it further afield to Dan McStay, back in for his second game. After that ACL in the off-season, missed the Collingwood Premiership last year. Short to Pendlebury. He takes the mark between wing and half forward and now moves it out to left half forward, where there's a chance for Collingwood to continue to build. Into the pocket, Nick Dacos, who receives the short pass from Bytel. Marks hard against the boundary, but this will test his work from the angles.
Precise, wasn't it? It's precise, but what about the work ethic of Dacos? Yeah. And I haven't asked you yet, Brett, are they tagging or is I really...
the Tigers don't genuinely.
Yeah, well, so you're letting the player off who can... And he's likely to kick this, but his work ethic to get in that position was extraordinary.
15 goals of the season. He's going to poke it in the pocket for Bobby Hill. Some loose checking as Hopper turns around and wonders where the support was. And Bobby Hill was able to run into space to take the mark. Still in the left forward pocket on a tight angle, about 35 metres out from goal.
Yeah, it's disappointing that, isn't it? He's a forward, so we should have a defender.
We should have a backline player.
Where's the support? Yeah, we should have an opponent.
Yeah, your midfield block up the holes. Your direct opponent plays on you. So
the Norm Smith medalist opens up the angle, curls it around his body. It's across the face of goal and through for a minor score to the right. Collingwood lead by 7 points. 11 minutes gone. Opening quarter on AFL Sunday on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio.
Richmond now 7 points behind. Short with the kick in here. Just waiting for the footy to be cleared, which was kicked back by the Collingwood cheer squad onto the field of play. So a little bit of a pause here. Short into the back pocket to Vlosten, who goes long down the wing. Howe from behind. Decisive fist was good over the top. Through the hands of Rioli. Went back to gather, which was good. Now a chance for Taranto. Flares it out wide to Ralph Smith. Had Dacos for company. Now Hopper into lend assistance. Hopper's kick was poor, but it'll reach Ralph Smith. It's bobbling around. He just takes possession. Lightning hands by Taranto. Back to Hopper. Now the dump kick forward. Might end up okay as well. Mark taking it right half forward. Brown goes long. Into the pocket. McIntosh is setting himself. Moore with the fist over the top. Bolton at ground level. And then Jeremy Howe from the secondary contest whacks it into row Z.
How was that not deliberate?
I have no idea. They'll say it's a marking contest, but it's clearly not.
No, it was not.
It was off hands.
Correct.
That's as deliberate as it comes. Is it because it didn't touch the ground? I don't know.
So it's 7-3 inside 50s. We'll come back to it.
Throw it in. Nick Dacos can't take it cleanly. Pendlebury can. Gets the hand pass to Schultz. Clears the defensive 50. A rather fortunate kick, and Jamie Elliott playing in front takes the mark.
But that's hard work getting up the forward line like that.
In front of Jaden Short. He looks up to Bytel on the Shane Warne stand wing. He can take the mark and keep running. Didn't have to break stride. Gives the hand pass to Nick Dacos. Back to Bytel. Ralph Smith offering chase. He cuts back on his right around the Richmond winger. Inside 50 down low for Vlostone. Good clean pickup. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. Trezise through traffic. Ralph Smith couldn't take it cleanly. Bytel and Elliott lay the tackle. He might have a problem. Holding the ball. Collingwood will take it back.
Fumble cost him.
He's having not a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of fumbles there from Ralph Smith, and he's working incredibly hard.
Yeah, but also his decision making.
Yeah.
Elliott comes inboard, and then Josh Dacos drops an absolute sitter, forced to hurriedly kick on his left. There was a bouncing ball inside attacking 50. Rioli over the top, spills to the side of this pack that's assembled, and then it comes back in underneath. Everyone over the top of that, no clearance, and Ned Long getting to his feet, hands the ball back to the umpire.
What I was saying before, it was 7-3 inside 50s, and Collingwood had scored 2 goals, 1. So every time they go in, mind you, it's changed a little bit now.
Tossed up. Rioli, the only man in the hit zone there, so he picked that up pretty easily. Fires it out of defensive 50, only as far as Quain, although, who again dropped the mark. A chance now for Parker at ground level, paddles it to the advantage of Dacos, Nick that is, who picks it up, gives it to Crisp. Again, another hurried kick inside attacking 50, and it's all Vlosten there. Took that easily on his chest in the right back pocket. 14 played opening term, it's the Pies by 7.
Just breaking down across the centre line, and then if they get the ball to there, they're really breaking down across the half-forward line, the Tigers.
Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport. Flostone to Miller, to Short, trying to find an avenue out of defence, and Liam Baker has it at left half-back. Adam Uze said during the week he's got a decision to make at the end of the season, Liam Baker, but he's been a Tigers man, and if he wants to go back home, that's well within his rights. But he won't be pressuring him for any decision before the end. Finds Steely Green at left half-back. Kicks up towards Kaczynski. A fingertipper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Surely enough. Umpire says he got one over the shoulder anyway. And Jacob Kaczynski takes it. Left half forward. Hand pass away to Banks. Kicked a goal from the pocket inside 50. Darcy Moore waiting for that. He's able to take a comfortable mark in front of Tom Brown for the Richmond side.
Well, they're playing Darcy Moore into form. They just keep kicking to him.
As side bottom in the right back pocket. That's where he went straight away. Again, the kick. He gave the handball to Howe, who blazed away immediately, and then another turnover ball here. Nice mark by Kaczynski. He takes a little bit off the kick. That's better going forward for the Tigers. Samson Ryan takes the mark. He can turn and go. He's 60 from goal. He'll put it to the hot spot here. Again, Moore is the taller target, but floating in front. McIntosh takes the mark.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, it was.
As the onside winger there, just playing your role, covering off that ability to, make sure that the exit comes out. They haven't got a free target, but he's pretty good overhead. McIntosh, 192 centimetres, can run all day.
And there's a go.
He's going the snap around the body here, and he delivers, or is it touched? Well, it's interesting. He saw Mason Cox on the mark and then thought, geez, I better take a couple of steps further back. He probably needed to take 3 or 4 more steps.
He's getting in position for a point. I'll tell you now, he knows this has been touched out.
Yeah.
The funny thing was with that setup, though, that he wasn't even looking where he was.
No.
He just turned around as though it was an in-play sort of shot. I don't know whether that's his routine, but
that is just ordinary. Honestly, for a player who's been around for...
Played 180 games, I reckon, now.
He's probably 12 or 13 years. I mean, you just got to be more aware of those. That's cost him 5 points and given the ball back to Collingwood.
Game 186 today for Camden McIntosh. We should have an honesty system here because he knows we all know it's a point.
Well, he's giving it up, hasn't he?
And we're just waiting on the result. So the umpire's marching back to 30 out from goal. He'll finally give the ball back to Jeremy Howe, who's been waiting in the goal square for ages. And after all that, there was no conclusive evidence to say that was a point. So it's gone back to umpire's call, which was a point.
Fair enough for the booze too.
1-1-7 the Tigers, 2-1-13 the Pies.
Jeremy Howe brings Collingwood out of defence up towards Cameron and Cox. Neither can take the mark with Bolter in front. Spills down to the front. A chance for hop up for the Tigers on all fours trying to knock it out. Crisp and Long over the top of him. And Ray Chamberlain comes in, will ball it up. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Richmond need to be making more of this series. Quite a breeze to the left-hand end of your ABC Sport radio down to the punt road end. So the Tigers need to be better.
9-6, the inside 50s the way of the Tigers, and Mason Cox tries to get some territory. Dan Rioli dropped the mark. Schultz for Collingwood onto it. Hand pass to Crisp for vacant 50. Kicks into the space of Hoskin Elliott racing after it. Slaps it away from Trezise. Boston getting back. Hoskin Elliott's onto it now and kicks end over end. Was it touched? Stand by. We're going upstairs once more. But what a great effort from Will Hoskin Elliott, who just never gave up on the loose footy. It's a goal, is the umpire's call.
Well, it does look like it's gone underneath, but does it hit a leg? I need the other angle. Here we go. I don't know whether that hits a hip.
Would you like to do this job, Lids, in the arc?
Yeah. I would have just said, no, that's what she's called. Bang, done, goal.
Quick review is a good review.
Get it over and done with.
Well, the odd thing is it didn't slam into the fence, so...
No, it's because it hit Chelsea right in the face,
right.
I think. Yeah. She had the best view of it, didn't she?
Tough one for everyone to get out of the way of.
So there's the difference of a 3-goal to 1 goal.
Yep. Straight down the other end.
Straight down the other end of the goal. And that's from a kick-off.
Yep.
So they're rare to get those kick-off goals. You take them if you can get them. It's a certain. They'll have to go by way of the goal umpire.
Again, yeah. It's not conclusive there to say that it has touched young Tresice's leg, I don't think.
So we're getting 3 different camera angles, but unfortunately 2 of the 3 are slightly blurry to make it next on impossible to try and work out whether it has come off his hip or not. Craig McRae is on the big screen with his hands on his hips.
I reckon this will go to umpire's call in.
Which will be a goal, which will be the opposite of what happened at the other end, which was umpire's call as well. And still we wait. This is what the AFL have tried to speed up the arc. If you want to get in touch with us, 0437 774 774. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Andrew Mays, Ian Cohen, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio as the all-clear, I think, is going to be given. Collingwood cheer squad is cheering, even though it's not on the big screen yet. All clear, umpire's call, which will be a goal. So Will Hoskin-Elliott with some great work pushing forward with athletic prowess on display and able to finish in front of 2 Richmond defenders, despite potentially it coming off James Tresice. And Collingwood have their 3rd goal, 3-1-19 to Richmond 1-1-7. Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with you.
Yeah, we speak about, Mick, that ability, when to really make the most of your opportunities. Camden McIntosh has his shot, to capitalise an easy shot too from only 30 metres out. They work the ball up the ground reasonably well to get that. But then for it to go the complete other end, in the blink of an eye, and you very rarely see kicking goals, do you?
That's it. Yeah, well, they're
killers.
They're the 3rd source, and they're lucky to be 5. If you've got 10%, you're going really well. Scoreline.
So 2 goals the advantage now for the Pies. Back in the middle. Bolt having a run in the ruck against Cox. Got away from both of them, along with a good tackle. We'll have another ball up in the middle. Ball given back to the umpire. Cox and Bolt wrestle again. Cox down to Nick Dacos, who squeezed a kick out of there. Gained about 35 metres. No mark taken. Hoskin-Elliott, the tackler that time on Tresice, and we'll have a ball up at the top of 50.
As the umpire readies himself with a lot of numbers around this stoppage. As rising up Mason Cox wins it down against Noel Bolter, but it's Prestia who breaks from the stoppage, kicks out in front of Tom Brown on the wing. Maynard in from the side, trying to tap it away from him. Ball in dispute. Maynard did really well, knocked it onto Noble for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. They break away around the Shane Warne stand wing. Hand pass to Pietel, back to Dacos. A 3rd involvement to Harrison, who cuts back inboard into the corridor. Hand pass to brother Josh Dacos, inside 50. McStay sets himself and just shoves out Florstone and takes the mark. Collingwood fans will be loving seeing Daniel Mestay back and having that sort of presence inside 50.
Tell you, if you're a young player coming to the footy today, just tune in to Nick Dacos and his work rate, his ability to get from the centre bounce out to where the ball is.
Yep.
But he goes at speed. He doesn't just cruise and jog. He goes at real high speed.
1 goal, 2 on return last week, looking to start things here at the MCG. And Daniel McStay comes in and puts through his 1st goal of the afternoon. And Collingwood all of a sudden have kicked 3 on the bounce to open up an 18-point advantage, 4-1-25 to Richmond 1-1-7. 22 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport. Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with you.
I know, Brett, you just said about Nick Dacos. Josh Dacos is playing just as well. Hill coming up the ground is getting the football. I haven't seen Richmond. I've seen a lot of them during the year, but not live.
Yep.
I am so disappointed in blokes like Bolton, Taranto. I know he's just come back.
Concussion, yep.
Baker. You're either in or you're out. Broad's just going. McIntosh, that mistake down this end of the ground. They're just letting down their senior players. They're letting down the younger players. They're not setting the example. And an example is having a dead set crack at it.
It's Collingwood by 3 goals. Nick Dacos with another clearance. Hand pass over the top to Long, who almost got away from Bolton. Tackle Stark, but not before he got a hand pass inside, attacking 50. Hill overran it. Crisp was wrestling at ground level. Got the hand pass out to Josh Dacos. Fires from 55 to the hot spot. There was a couple of pies there and a 2-on-1. It floats over their head and through for 1 behind. 4-2-26 Collingwood. 1-1-7 Richmond, 23 played opening quarter.
I know Craig McRae said that Josh Dacos has been carrying an injury and is now as fresh as a daisy. Just on the evidence today, he is right on top of the ground today.
Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport. As Nick Glostone into the pocket and Broad takes the mark. In the right back pocket at the City end. Collingwood leading by 19 points. After Scott Pendlebury kicked the opening goal of the match. The kick up to the Shane stand wing. Samson Ryan in front. Can't hang on. Thought he had it long enough. Turns to the umpire. He waves play on and it goes out of play through Tim Taranto and Jack Bytel. A boundary throw in. We had a fair bit of rain around Melbourne this morning, but a bit of blue sky and the floodlights are on here at the MCG, and thankfully plenty of the fans have rolled in as well.
Toss back into play. Cameron over the top, down to Nick Dacos again, who gets it from 70, pumps it long inside, attacking 50. Good defensive mark again by Vlostone. He flares it out wide. It's not the best kick. It'll sit okay, though, for Trezas, who goes down the boundary, and that's a nice kick to Banks.
That was a good kick.
Who takes it just inside the boundary line. Left half back here for the Tigers. Pokes the ball over the top. Mark taken by Prestia.
Just too slow. Prestia's a senior player too. In front of them they had one-on-ones. Now it's Collingwood have just swamped it.
Prestia with a high kick. He sliced that actually, owing to left half forward. And Bolton's able to rove the pack. A blind handball inside, attacking 50. Josh Dacos there again. He was taken without the footy. Got the hand pass away anyway. Noble with the 1-2 with Nick Dacos. And then he kicks wide. It'll be a mark here at right half forward to Bobby Hill, who's been busy himself this afternoon. Hoskin Elliott on short, Cox on longer. Goes back to Nick Dacos, the running machine who is everywhere this afternoon. Disposal number 13.
Cox got a mismatch up forward. Got to get it in there.
And that's where he heads as well. He says, come at me, Mason. McStay did instead and took the mark.
Looks impressive, McStay. He just attacks that football. Great kick by Dacos. The Tigers they just haven't got anyone down there.
No, undersized, aren't they?
Yeah. Bolters either have to go back or do something on the forward line.
It's like an unattendance basketball game. Put it up for the tallest guy in the 50 and it turns out the other guy pinches it in front.
Australia versus Spain last night.
Yes.
Dan McStay already won this afternoon. Great to see him back playing footy. Quick recovery from that ACL injury. In he comes, and he has his second. And Collingwood have 5 opening quarter goals. 5-2, 32. Plays 1-1-7, margin 25 points, and alarm bells going off for the Tigers after 26 minutes.
Yeah, you're right, Maisie. You spoke about that, getting off to a good start with as a young side, and this is real worrying at the moment. But as you said, Mick, like there's Bolter's not offering much up forward.
Nothing.
You know, Koschitzki was on the bench just then. You wonder why Prestia has to hold that ball up. So he's got no targets down there, and you see Moore and Howe just zoning off and controlling the space.
You've got to run the ball though, Brett.
You got to get on your bike.
I mean, if you run the football, it changes the dynamics. All of a sudden, Darcy Moore. Now I'm instead of being 50, I'm 40 metres. Now, how do I adjust?
Yeah.
There's
play on with a bit more abandon.
Oh, exactly.
Yep.
And a bit more. What? I mean, that kick that he kicked it in there was just.
Kicked 1-4 Collingwood last week against Hawthorn. And Craig McRae says they become a bit more predictable now with Dan McStay in the forward 50. A free kick for holding the ball, and the free kick goes the way of the Tigers. Shea Bolton gets it from Samson Ryan, short to Dan Rioli. In between the centre circles and centre half forward. Looks into the pocket. Koschitzki comes on the lead. Darcy Cameron getting back. Beautifully planted himself in front, but landed awkwardly as Koschitzki came charging through. 15 metres out from Collingwood's defensive goal at the punt road end. The Pies by 25.
And that'll please Craig McRae, seeing his ruckman bolt back like that to help out inside defensive 50. He goes short to the right back pocket where Josh Dacos takes the mark. He goes long to right half back. Back to Cameron. They're sharing it between them. Might have had his arm chopped. Umpire wave play on. Now a chance for Bolton. Into Hopper, who can fire towards goal. Off a step, it skids. And there was too much backspin on it. It sat up and then slammed into the post. Collingwood had troops running back to rush the behind anyway. 5-2, 32, the Pies. 1-2-8, the Tigers after 28 minutes.
Oh, jam tin hops. That was, wasn't it?
Darcy Moore with the white headband brings Collingwood back into play. Kicks up towards Mason Cox. It's spoiled out of play by Miller, not far from where Ian Cohen is watching on.
There is lots of animation in the Richmond backline, lots of pointing and pushing and shoving, but the truth is the Tigers have conceded over 100 points in 4 consecutive games. First time since 2010, and they're on target to do it again today.
Thanks, Koza. Thrown back in. Cameron and Samson Ryan tangle it. Clears both the rucks. McIntosh and Crisp try to knock it on. Hopper puts his big frame over the footy as he tries to break away. Tackle laid by Sidebottom, comes out to McIntosh, to Shea Bolton, and now to Dan Rioli. Back to McIntosh, inside 50. Bolter's up against 3. They spoil each other, Collingwood, in Howe and Quaynor, but a quick clearing kick into the middle of the ground is chopped off, and the mark is taken by Jaden Short from the Quaynor kick.
Short chips it over the top, and Brown takes the mark. Now, he's got the journey here, I reckon.
Beautiful kick.
That ball that went in the Richmond's forward line was crumbed by 4 Collingwood players. Tigers aren't working hard enough.
Yeah, work rate thing, isn't
Anywhere near hard enough. They're all sitting back across the centre.
Jamie Elliott stands the mark, 51 out from goal. Tom Brown, he's got a lovely right boot. This will take his best from 55. He sinks the slipper in. How good is that? Wonderful goal. Can that get the Tigers going this afternoon? 2-2-14 Richmond, 5-2-32 Collingwood. Approaching half an hour played in this opening quarter.
Well, I was a bit worried that he didn't have enough momentum going through the footy there, Maisie, but geez, he's got some power in that leg. He's a beautiful kick. Tom Brown, seen him at the other end today. Usually seen him across half back, but you're right, Mick, they just didn't work in hard enough with that kick in, but they put enough pressure on Nick Dacos to force that dump kick out when Jaden Short reading it pretty well.
Yeah. Well, they had enough numbers outside.
Yeah, just a bit loose checking, though, from Tom Brown. Just found some space on the 50.
Yep.
You'd be pushing him outside net from now on, though, wouldn't you, given the leg there? He's put that through 2 or 3 metres from outside 50.
Oh, even when he kicked it, I thought this was going to bring rain. It didn't even look like it was going to lob it, just in the goal square. Well and truly over.
And a run of 4 consecutive goals for Collingwood is back in the middle. Nick Dacos gets the clearance. Hand pass almost chopped off by Bolton. It comes back, though, to Nick Dacos. Kicks out to Jamie Elliott. At left half forward.
Had 16.
He's on track for 50.
Well, this is where a coach has got to look at alternatives. I know you're on the bottom of the ladder. Try to find someone.
Inside 50 to Darcy Cameron. All too easy as he comes leading out and takes the mark in front of Miller.
Yeah, and you might look at that and say Ben Miller's standing on the mark, but he wasn't. Darcy Cameron's just come down. I think Bolter's in the ruck at the moment. He's paid no regard to Cameron, who just sat inside forward 30 all by himself. Great kick by Jamie Elliott, mind you.
Well, it was all good stuff by Collingwood, and you hate saying this about the Tigers, but honestly, Bolter's been around long enough. He's just disregarded. No filling in the space.
No, Toby Nankervis, of course, the Richmond captain for the Tigers this afternoon, as Darcy Cameron, big contested mark at the defensive end, now looking to capitalise in front of goal and continue the run for the Magpies in this opening quarter. Sends it through at the city end. And Collingwood restore a 24-point advantage, 6-2-38 to the Tigers, 2-2-14. 31 minutes gone opening quarter. Watched at Docklands yesterday, the Saints and the Bombers, and Rowan Marshall against Sam Draper just worked him from end to end. Yep. And we know Toby Nankervis, I guess that's what the good ruckman can do to the inexperienced.
Oh, exactly right, Clinchy, I think. And that's where Darcy Cameron, we've seen him getting back to help out the defence already, take a couple of really strong defensive marks, but I mean, that's as easy as it comes in terms of just a big bloke pushing forward into the 50 with zero defensive pressure, and Bolter just hangs his head at least 10 metres away from him. Just didn't go.
Contested ball, 30-22. It just tells you a lot about... Richmond have been inside their front 50 more times than Collingwood, but Collingwood are just making the most of it because they're disciplined, bringing the ball in low, so it's pretty hard to defend in the air.
Bolts having another run in the ruck and just got the hand pass away before it was pinched. Nick Dacos tried to get his 18th disposal for the quarter on the siren, but he's not quite going to get it. So he'll finish the opening quarter, Nick Dacos, with 17 possessions. He has been everywhere as Collingwood have stormed to a very handy advantage. 4 goals straight at quarter time. 6-2-38, leading Richmond 2-2-14. The goal kickers for the Tigers, 1 to Brown and 1 to Banks. Meanwhile, 2 for McStay for the Pies and singles to Elliott, Pendlebury, Cameron and Hoskin-Elliott.
On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Stuart says how we've missed 2 tall forward lines for Collingwood. Cox and McStay. Our forward line structure is a lot better, and Cox is good for the long kicks down the line and onto the wing, and helping Cameron out in the ruck. We need Degoe and McCreary back too. Can we win enough games to make the finals? No name here. Mick, I used to play country footy in the 80s, and I'm struggling to watch a full game of today's footy. Mike in Hobart says, hi guys, sounds to me like we'll have to build a roof over the top of a freezing wet MCG. Nice and sunny down here in Tassie. And Luca in Port Adelaide says Collingwood getting a pretty decent run from the umpires. Field, goal and goal review. So, and Tom in Willers Hill says maybe to save some time, just flip a coin, and that's how the ARC can decide these umpires' calls. Great day for your company for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL button.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, Mesa me, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Presty with a hand pass to Blastone, bumped by Schultz as he
downfield
flares it out on the full, but it will be a downfield free kick. So Sam Banks gets the free kick, hard against the boundary. This is sort of Jamie Elliott territory at the punt road end. Can the Tasmanian finish with class? He certainly can! Something for Richmond to build on.
Dacos front centre row beautifully. Lightning hands over the top to Hill. He goes to McStay looking for the return ball. He gets it to running the outer wing. Takes a bounce. Gets to left half forward. Lowers the eyes and hits it low to Elliott who gathers snaps and goals.
Dacos, a third involvement to Harrison, who cuts back inboard into the corridor. Hand pass to brother Josh Dacos, inside 50. McStay sets himself and just shoves out Blastone and takes the mark, looking to start things here at the MCG. And Daniel McStay comes in and puts through his first goal of the afternoon.
Short, chips it over the top, and Brown takes the mark. Now, he's got the journey here, I reckon. This will take his best from 55. He sinks the slipper in. How good is that? Wonderful goal. Can that get the Tigers going this afternoon?
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Collingwood leading by 24 points at quarter time for Sunday afternoon footy from the MCG. 6-2-38 to the Tigers, 2-2-14. Matt Clinch and Andrew Mays calling the action, and Cohen down the boundary. Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Mick just asked, what's the record for disposals? So we just had a mad look. 54 Tom Mitchell had as a Hawk back in 2018 against Collingwood.
He's on track for 68 today.
We're on notice.
And Mick was... We should have had a mic on him just then because he is going bananas here with the lack of defence from the Tigers and their inability to stop. You know, they've had more of the footy, but, you know, the Pies are just doing as they please. Forward of and you can see Chrissy Newman out there, the mids coach, he's pointing fingers and saying, mate, this is just not acceptable, which it isn't. But who's the person to go and play on Nick Dacos, who's had 18, like, they've given him that one late maybe, well, they maybe missed one, but he's had 18 to quarter time, 10 of those contested. Now, just to reiterate for everyone, the contested ball doesn't mean he's always in the contest. He's got 4 blokes hanging off him. He's just the quickest bloke to get onto that loose one, which is classified as a contested ball. So he's got 10. The next best is 3 from what I can see. He is absolutely pantsing him out there at the moment, Mick.
Yep. Well, the best thing out of today for Richmond is that the meal I had before lunch, before the game, being invited by Richmond, that's a lot more palatable than what I've seen so far. I'll give you the tip. I just what bothers me most of all about this, and having been part of both these football clubs, they're both proud football clubs. It's a thing called effort. If you have a look at Collingwood, it's Dacos, Hill high half forward, Pendlebury middle, Elliott playing forward but high half forward, and Cameron are their highest possession players. Richmond, Loston back, Bolton, well, he's all over the place. Rioli back, short back, Ralph Smith wing, but he's at 1 and 5 and probably given the ball back. And he's got a 100% ratio of keeping the football. Well, he's bubbled the ball 6 times, so I don't know how that works out.
No, it's a kick. Kicking efficiency, not disposal.
Yeah. So this is Adam Uze's role as a coach here is to find someone who will at least run with Nick Dacos. May not beat him, but limit the space between when he disposes of it and then gets the next one, which is probably 40, 50 metres, because that's his work rate. Those that knock Dacos against the cheap ball, no, he doesn't. Let me tell you, he works harder than most players I've ever seen work, and he's a recipient of getting all those possessions through absolute hard work.
Yep.
Tigers,
It's not going to be Hopper, who's on him now.
This is so embarrassing. I really feel for the Richmond supporters in not being able to cover a legitimate star and running with him.
Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Second quarter underway, Collingwood by 24 points. Shea Bolton gets the first clearance, kicks up towards Mansell at half forward, nudged underneath by Maynard, clears the two. Kajitsky knocks it down to Maynard. Hand pass looking back to him, goes straight to Darcy Moore for Collingwood. Hand pass to Maynard, chips it around the members wing. In from the side, Crisp can't hang on to it against Baker. Vitale kept it alive, but he missed Schultz with the hand pass. It was relatively straightforward. Shea Bolton races back. Hand pass to Broad, not a great hand pass from him to Smith. Down low he can't gather, not far from where Ian Cohen is watching on. Thompson Dowd the sub today for the Tigers, and Lockie Sullivan was the late in for the Magpies, Koza.
Yeah, but no changes so far. Clean bill of health for both teams. Just no connectivity for Richmond at ground level.
Josh Dacos fires Collingwood inside, attacking 50 again. Elliott nudged his opponent under the ball nicely and then ran out of space, out of bounds, left forward pocket for Collingwood. Heading towards the punt road end in this second term. Lights on here at the MCG, although it is a lot brighter than it was this morning.
I know that wind seems to be going from right to left, but let me tell you, it hits that stand and bounces back, so there's no advantage.
Cox wins that decisively to the front of the pack to Jamie Elliott. Another one for Nick Dacos as he feeds the hand pass back to Cox. Snaps to the top of the square. Schultz. Oh, guess who? Nick Dacos. No, he socked it off the ground, didn't make the distance. Clattered into a couple of legs. Collingwood still a chance at the top of the square. Dacos onto it. Was it in the back? No, it'll be a ball up. Right at the top of their goal square here, Collingwood. Deep into attack after 90 seconds.
And have a look at the setup by Collingwood. They've got layers of players just off this stoppage.
12 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Cox wins down the tap, but it's Dan Rioli. Gets the hand pass to Ralph Smith, long up towards Kosicki at half-back. Darcy Moore, the Collingwood captain. Can't juggle them up, but he's back onto it. Veers onto his right-hand side. Drives Collingwood inside 50. Cox can't get a fly. McStay came late. It's down to the front of the pack. Mansell's in there trying to wrestle it clear. It spills out to Cox and Miller. Here's a chance for Lipinski through traffic, and Samson Ryan and Broad bring him to a halt. There's high fend off there, so it's going to be a Richmond free kick.
Impressive, Ryan. I've got to say, I'm going to give Tig some pluses here. He's a young man. He's a real crack.
Long kick out of defence, and Cameron comes in, floats across, takes the mark, but there was a bit of interference in front. And it is Kajitsky with the free kick. His jumper was held. Long kick up to his direct opponent, and Bolter throws his hands up in the air. He's matched up against Howe and Moore coming across, who takes another intercept mark. So Moore points and goes to almost true centre-half forward. Up high again was Cameron. Ryan at ground level. He fights hard for it. Crisp emerges though for the Pies. His kick didn't really go anywhere. He goes back for seconds, tries to feed it out. Just got it away. Long paddles it to his own advantage. Then it's back through his legs. A lot of players around this footy. Kick inside, attacking 50. Good mark going back with the flight. No, it must have been touched from Smith, and we'll have a ball up 35 out directly in front of the Collingwood goal. They lead by 4 goals straight. 3 minutes played. Second term on ABC footy.
Thrown up in the air, Cox and Ryan over the shoulder. It's going to be a free kick going Mason Cox's way. It's a good effort to get it over the shoulder of someone who's 211 centimetres.
No, I think you might find Ryan is not far.
206.
206.
Yeah.
It's going to put to the test what you were saying before the game. He doesn't miss too many, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Mick, I think he's got a pretty sound routine, as long as it's inside about 40.
Yep. And this is his
range
here. Yep.
Back for his first game since round 11 after that grade 2 medial collateral ligament injury as he swears it out to the left. And looks at the breeze and misses the lot. You never know what you're going to get from the big American. Out of bounds on the full. Collingwood by 24.
Yeah, it's a bit like Forrest Gump, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, wasn't paid 15, and luckily the Tigers are able to get out of jail here. Long kick out of defence is okay in the end by Broad. He gets it almost to the wing. More in front, fought really hard for it. Fed it to Bytel. His hand pass didn't reach the intended target in Nick Dacos. He goes back for seconds, but then that was a one-handed handball in the end.
There's 2 umpires called at the same time, same decision. Thankfully, it was the same decision.
Baker has it. He goes short on the 45 to Hopper. Off to Prestia loops it over the top to the run of Rioli. Straight through the middle of the MCG. Takes a bounce, and then Howe, lovely intercept in front of Bolter. No one was coming up at Rioli, so he had to fire it long, and that's another intercept mark for these tall Collingwood defenders.
He's not having a great day, Bolter, is he?
No.
They're kicking it directly to Moore or to Howe.
Collingwood by 24 points, 5 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport. The kick up towards McStay from Chris, can't hang on to it. Lipinski trying to get a free kick with a toe poke forward inside 50. Jamie Elliott putting the pressure on as Miller gathers, and he can't get a disposal away. The umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. It's been all one-way traffic so far in this second quarter. 4 inside 50s to 1 with the Pies leading by 24 points.
Haven't had a score yet, though, after 5 minutes. Elliott sharks it beautifully off to Pendlebury, loops it over the top, and running into the open goal is Hoskin Elliott. Easy as you like from the stoppage. And Collingwood get a bit of reward for their effort early in this second quarter. That's his second of the afternoon. 5 played second term, 7-2-44 Collingwood, 2-2-14 Richmond. The margin out to 5 straight goals.
Yeah, just as you said that, Maisie, they haven't had a score yet. And Jamie Elliott breaks a tackle. Pendlebury reads the cues. Often on a handball receive, an unselfish Nick Boston coming forward to defend. And Will Hoskin Elliott puts it into the third tier. You talk about Noah Bolter having a bit of a stinky. You dream of having a big day in your milestone game, your 100th game, thinking I'm going to come out here and might get a chance to kick 5. Maybe 5 touches just for a start would be great for Noah, but his teammates aren't helping him out too much. It's just a sharpen up that Collingwood probably needed in terms of defence and the attack on the footy.
He's had 1 touch for the game, Lids. Meanwhile, Nick Dacos has had 21. If he gets the 30, he can cut in over the top of us. As Ryan gets the hand pass forward for the Tigers to Hopper. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. Now they're working defensively. Quick hand pass from short back to Dan Rioli. Kicks out to McIntosh. Breaks the Harrison tackle. Hand pass never got to Rioli though, although he works in front of Elliott to win it back. Hand pass to Short. Hard against the boundary, and now taken across in front of the Olympic stand on the members' side. Collingwood by 30 points. 7 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, Noah Bolter's body language is not great either. At some point, does he need to get a little agricultural and just make his presence felt in front of either Jeremy Howe or Darcy Moore?
Well, I think it should go on the centre back, key back, just because the ball's going to be there. Let me tell you, it's not going where he is at the moment. And if it does, they kick it straight to Moore. Put him back to centre back where he does his best work.
From the ball in, no clearance. Now from the secondary stoppage, Hopper. And there's a free kick. It's going the way of Taranto. And he'll take it a right half back for Richmond. Short.
And this is common. Out wide and just bang it in and just hope that someone marks it.
Off to McIntosh. Moore is lining this one up. Got a fist in there at the last minute. And there's a free kick that's been paid again by the out-of-zone umpire, and it's going the way of Kajitsky.
A hand over the shoulder by Darcy Moore, just in the contest. Got lucky a bit.
Puts it into the pocket. Darcy Moore sets himself again and makes a good spoil over the top, and Bolter's furious in front of him. He is.
It's with his teammates, though.
Ball to be thrown in, 30 around from the Richmond goal. Don't get in his way. He might get a bit fired up here.
Kick it a little higher, I think was what he was gesturing with Darcy Moore alongside him. Collingwood by 30 points. 8 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport. Thrown in. Tigers inside the attacking 50. Ryan wins down the tap at Noble for Collingwood. Back to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Sidebottom. Hard against the boundary. A clearing kick up towards McStay. Miller tries to nudge him underneath. Spoils it down. Schultz front and centre. Locked up by Dan Rioli trying to trap the footy in. Lipinski fires a hand pass out. Long can't take that cleanly. Spills out to Schultz. He can't get a clean hand pass away. Hopper's over the footy. It's a tough contested ball to win, and the umpire thankfully comes in to ball it up.
Right in front of the members here at the MCG. Tossed up, Ryan won it down, then ricocheted into his back. Long's dragged off it. Lipinski gets a hand pass away. It was good to Noble, who backtracks to Pendlebury, gets past one, works the 1-2 with Lipinski by hand, and then kicks it very, very high. Will it stay in? It did, I reckon, and it's punched over by Lockie Schultz for a boundary throw-in.
It was in the first tier.
Yes, it was very high.
But also it certainly wasn't in the field of play when it landed.
So ball will be thrown back in.
It must have been a bit of the stitching just on the line, Mick.
Talk about getting stitched up, I reckon.
Very good.
Crisp on hands and knees. Sock it away from that contest. Bolton is there, though, for the Tigers. Feeds it back to Short. Now to McIntosh by hand to Taranto. And now Ryan juggles it and then just kicks a blind snap. Quaynor, awkward bounce from him. It bounced away. Inside attacking 50 here for the Tigers. Out the back, Brown couldn't quite get to it. And then he leaves it in the end. It's an easy goal for Campbell, who was cleanest at ground level. He dribbles it through from 20 out directly in front. Richmond have their third. Margin back to 24 points in favour of the Pies. 7-2, plays 3-2 after 10 minutes in this second quarter.
Well, Brett, I think it was Ryan that kicked the ball in there.
Yep.
And it was a absolute
chaos ball.
Just a mongrel ball that goes in there, causes a football that bounces all over the place. Backline players can't get set. The first thing they do is try to find their man. Then they try to find the ball. Forwards are just hunting the football. A goal.
Yep.
Lesson learnt there. You don't have to be perfect to get the football inside 50, so long as you get it in there quick.
Let your smalls go to work.
And if you can use it, fantastic. Like Collingwood have used the ball beautifully. But if you can't do that at Richmond, get the ball in there and let the smalls go to work. Because at the moment, in the air, Howe, Moore, Cameron in behind the ball, just get the football on the ground in there.
Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. Mason Cox wins down the tap, tries to follow up after it, but it's Pressia. Hand pass chopped off by Pendlebury, kicks inside 50, out in front of McStay, bounces in front of him and Miller. McStay's hand pass too sharp for Hill and short for the Tigers. Hand pass to Baker as they clear the defensive 50. Up to Shane Warne, Stanwin looking for Brown. Can't hang on to the mark against Long. The young Magpie wins the battle. Hand pass to Bytel, back to Long, kicks down low for Hoskin Elliott. Can't take the mark. Miller for the Tigers to Taranto. Baker through the gauntlet. Ran out of room. He's tackled and gone. Locked up by Will Parker, who wins the free kick for Collingwood on the Shane Warne stand side.
That's tackling practice. Hand pass to a bloke that's got three blokes going to run him down.
Parker short to Pendlebury, who's in an acre of space at right half forward all the time in the world to go back. He kicks wide to Bytel, which is the path forward. Long offers a lead. That's ignored. He points to the top of the square, goes into the pocket actually to Hill, who sets himself. You could see it from a while out. Popped up perfectly, and he just rode on the back of his opponent, and he takes a mark in the right forward pocket.
It was a clever kick, wasn't it? He just sat it onto the head of Short, trying to fill the dangerous space. Oh, no.
Hill pokes the pass and turns it over. That is a poor turnover. Too unselfish. He was looking for McStay. Crowded forward line as well, and Baker chimed in to take the mark. Hand pass is a little dicey to Miller, back to Baker, who goes as long as he can this time towards the wing. Quaynor in a 2-on-1, swallows that easily. Collingwood back into attack.
By 24 points, 12 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. Kicks out to Nick Dacos, possession number 22 coming up.
I'm turning this off, Didge. I am really annoyed.
Yeah, you're going to get angry. I'm going to keep just firing you up.
That's what you want from a good teammate. Finds Josh Dacos out to Bytel, in for Long, who takes the mark just inside the 50 out to the right. This would take his absolute best.
Just picking holes in them everywhere they go here at the moment, aren't they? Quaynor the turnover, the 2v1. You just got to try and find a way to get that ball to ground and let those smalls get to work like we were speaking about before inside the forward 50. Take a good kick.
The 21-year-old who's kicked one goal so far throughout his 8 games of AFL footy. He's hard out to the right, fires on goal. It's not a bad effort.
Nice.
Come on down. As he joins the goal kickers for the Magpies, becomes their 8th goal scorer of the match. Or kicks their 8th goal, I should say. He becomes their 6th individual goal scorer. Collingwood 8-2-50 to the Tigers 3-2-20. The Magpies by 30 points, and what a great finish by Ned Long.
Yeah, well, Mick's turned his mic off because he's filthy, but it was just an ability to find little holes, but it's just the sagging off that would frustrate you the most, Mick, I think, in terms of the Richmond midfielders, the half-backs. They're just a step off, and that's where, if they were going to be a sniff today, they had to be right on defensively and not allow Collingwood to get their game up and going, but they've just been a step off, and they've allowed Collingwood, even with mistakes, to still be able to butter up and make the most of it. It's a fantastic kick, though, right foot out to the boundary from about 45. Young Ned Long, well done, young fella.
Baker standing alongside Nick Dacos at this centre bounce. Won by Bolter this time, down towards Baker. Bounces towards Bolton, who just fires it forward, but only as far as Cox, who kicks in the opposite direction. Hoskin Elliott, a juggling attempt, couldn't complete the mark. Pendlebury on hands and knees. Saw Nick Dacos out of the corner of his eye. Delivers inside 50. Jamie Elliott takes the mark.
Because when that ball fell, all the snouts are in the trough except Collingwood's. And I'm not barracking one way or the other, but I want to see a good game of football. And every Richmond player put their head in the trough, and out comes out the back. And you could put, I could have had my lunch in the time he had to pick that ball up and find a target.
Elliott will fire from just inside 50. Close to the man on the mark. High kick. Oh, it's as good as long. No, not quite. Hits the post. It's shaping nicely. Just a little narrow in the end. 15 played, second term, 8-3-51, play 3-2-20. The Pies with a 31-point advantage.
As Richmond look to bring it back in. Short into the pocket for Miller. Plays on and gives it back to Jaden Short. Hemmed in the right back pocket, drives it up the wing. Bolter had a tough first half. He takes a good chest mark here. Got rid of his opponent, Mason Cox. Kick is smothered, though, by Noble. Ralph Smith keeps it going, though. Hard against the boundary. Trying to keep it in play. Inside 50. Awkward ball for Quaynor. Can't gather. Tom Brown whacks it towards the goal mouth. Josh Dacos put his body on the line. Gathered it superbly. Hand pass to Howe. To Pendlebury. To Maynard. They run around the boundary line. To Noble inboard to Josh Dacos. He's cannon into. Ball spills clear. Baker's tough. Spins out of traffic. Hand pass to Tom Brown. Fires on goal. It's out to the left. And out of bounds on the full. It was chaotic, but they almost made something out of nothing, Richmond.
Well, they had a crack at it, but all the numbers are with Collingwood again, and they're able to run the ball out.
Bytel with the free. He's got no one in front of him, so he just marched 30 metres up into space, and then that's a poor kick over the head of Hoskin Elliott. Trezise takes the mark. Fires back inboard to Rioli, who's on halfway, on the edge of the centre square. Shane Warne stands side of the ground. He runs into the centre square and then fires as far as he can. Cox in front, got one hand to it. Baker, lovely front and centre rove. Hand pass to McIntosh, flying shot at goal across the face. It'll be a ball in next to the right behind post. 16 played, second term. Pies by 31. Ian Cohen downstairs.
Yeah, Seth Campbell, just been downstairs with the physio, has just come back up to the bench. We're waiting to see what they're working on at the moment, but some issues for him.
Ian Cohen, Matt Clinch, Andrew Mays, Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio with you for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Cameron down to Nick Dacos, another disposal. Hand pass to Maynard, kicks long up the members' wing. Target is Elliott, can't take the mark against Trezise, spills to the back. Elliott just toe pokes it, keeps it alive. Trezise got good support from Short and then cuts through traffic. Not his best hand pass to Dan Rioli. Bobby Hill knocks it down to Schultz. He hand passes it straight to Broad. He hand passes straight to Elliott. Who can hang on to it? Trezise's hand pass. He hand passes straight to Pendlebury. It's a comedy of errors. Start the music. Jamie Elliott to finish. It bounces past Hill, who tries to get a volley onto it and does finish with a goal. It's more so what you'd see on Funniest Home Videos than highlights of the day, but it does result in a Collingwood goal. And they get there in the end. 9-3-57 to the Tigers. 3-2-20. 18 minutes gone. Second quarter. Collingwood with 3-1 in this second term.
Yeah, it was, like you said, a comedy of errors, really. Richmond had 4 or 5 chances there to clear that ball, but they ran into each other, then they missed handballs, they handballed back into traffic. Collingwood players just kept showing up, though, didn't they? They kept that frontal pressure. The small half forwards of Schultz and Elliott. Bobby Hill had snuck out. He's all by himself. Pendles can usually find needle in the haystack. He must have blended into the signage, Bobby Hill, because it was lucky that ball stopped up on the goal line, but they would have nearly coughed one up. But well done just by their pressure, really.
We spoke before the game. What do we expect? Well, we're looking at a bottom side hoping the season finishes quickly, and another side thinks, we're still got a legitimate chance of making the finals, and that's what you want to see, but we're seeing it because Tigers are really just absolutely destroying Richmond at the moment.
Cameron down to Nick Dacos, who poked the pass with his boot back to Cameron, who fires inside 50. No mark taken. Crisp on hands and knees. Tries to get the ball out. It's trapped underneath a couple. Dacos ensures that it's going nowhere. We'll have a ball up, 45 out directly in front. Let's head downstairs. Ian Cohen.
Seth Campbell looks like he's okay, but issues now for the Tigers. Dan Rioli hobbling around and has got the medicos with him.
From the stoppage, Pendlebury off to side bottom, now to Noble, spots something out of the corner of his eye. It's Bytel, didn't take the mark, had all the time in the world to gather. He fires and misses. one behind.
Just small things like that. Is it Rel Smith who tried to spoil that? Missed the spoil, missed the body, went 2 or 3 metres past the player with the footy, so it gives him an open chance. Just the things that you just know at junior level you do.
They look very much a bottom place side today as Short brings it in to Broad. Right half back up towards Kajitsky, can't hang on to the mark. Landed awkwardly with his feet behind him as Howe made the spoil, and Mansell has it locked to his chest. I guess some of the Richmond fans, Lids, have criticised whether Adamuze is too positive, whether he's sort of laying that on the line enough.
Yep.
Interesting to see his approach at half-time if this continues. A 38-point lead Collingwood's way. Prestia kicks end over end, and out in front of Hopper it goes out of play.
Yeah,
there's no Dustin Martin who'd be sitting in the stands watching, wouldn't he?
He's in the box, I think. I've seen him on the vision, but there's always a place for a good old-fashioned spray.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that, Fred.
Jason Horne-Francis joined us on AFL Saturday and said they got the kick up the backside at half-time, Port Adelaide. As Darcy Cameron tries to get a hand pass away from the stoppage, looking for Crisp. Was tackled, it fell clear. McIntosh wondered why it wasn't rewarded, and it goes out of play in front of Noble. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. I don't know if Nathan's egging you on here, Mick, but wondering how many more years do you think it'll take for Richmond to play finals?
How old are you?
From the stoppage, socket away by Prestia, who's then back onto it. Nick Dacos now goes in and feeds it out to Sidebottom, who's pushed off the kick, dribbles it forward 15 metres, back into congestion. Sidebottom now turns tackler. Maynard's tackling as well. Now pass out the back to McIntosh, who slams it on the boot. This might work for Mansell if it sits for him. It did. He got the hand pass, a long one inside 50, but it just sat up a little bit too long for Jeremy Howe to make the tackle there on Kajitsky. Now a chance for Quino. Takes a bounce, comes away through left half back, fires it long. 3-on-1 in favour of the Tigers. They just need to organise themselves here. They do eventually. Well done by Miller. Got it to Baker, who stepped out of one tackle, and then his hand pass missed the target, but Bolton followed up. Then went the fend on Cameron, who got him cold. Good tackle by the ruckman. There's the ruckman at the front and Quainer from behind. Gang tackle, and Bolton caught holding the ball. Left half back here for the Pies. The ruckman has the free kick. 22 played, second term.
He's been a terrific pickup. You look at his career at Sydney and what he's been able to do for Collingwood. It's outstanding.
The kick up towards Mason Cox, who comes leading out, but in front Campton McIntosh takes the mark. 11 disposals for Shea Bolton, just 3 so far in this second quarter. As the kick comes inboard to Smith, takes the mark across half back, hangs it in the air a little too long for Short, sliding in Hoskin Elliott, makes the body contact, wins the battle. Bobby Hill's out, chips it to him on the 50. He plays on, he's unselfish today, and he centres it to Lockie Schultz, who marks on his chest. Not sure if Craig McRae had the chat to him this week to maybe be a bit more provider, but he is looking to give them off like the old Geelong side used to.
Oh, and I was just thinking that too, Clinchy. That just reeked of the 08, 9, 10, 11 of Geelong, the Matty Stokes, Stevie J. Always trying to put someone else in a better position, but get to Will Hoskin-Elliott if you're going to get to anyone. The ability to read the cues there, create the contest, and that's where spoiling, taking the body or the ball is important.
19 goals for the season for Lockie Schultz, looking to join the growing list of goal kickers. That's off to the outside of the boot, and it's just touched through. Now, Miller thinks he got it in front of the right goal post, who might just go upstairs just to check.
If you're touching the post while you hit the ball,
yes.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what he was doing.
The curiosity of it all. He had it comfortably covered. It wasn't a great kick from Schultz. He was 35 metres out, but just making sure he was
hit the
in
post
front
anyway.
of the padding. But yeah, it hit the post, yeah. Almost like sort of the basketballers when they take the mickey and sort of tap it into the backboard when they have it comfortably under control. So the behind will be registered. Collingwood's lead will be 39 points.
It was a poor kick.
Shocking, wasn't it?
Didn't make the difference from
off his knee.
30 out.
For a guy who was Freo's second leading goal scorer last season, Lids, I guess the curiosity is how can Collingwood get the best out of Lockie Schultz?
Oh, I think confidence from it's been the second year, another big pre-season for him, learning the system. I think you'll see the best of him.
Yeah, I agree.
Gordon takes the mark, right back pocket. Sorry, Mick.
No, he's a better player than what he's been playing.
He goes back to Miller, who can go long himself, no, he goes short, and has Vlosten, who's 30 out from his defensive goal line. Wants to go to the Shane Warne side. Bounces in front of Ralph Smith, who then hand passes away, and this is okay to Smith, or he turns it over. It's been one of those days.
Oh, God. Can I go back to my lunch?
Long intercepts off to Bytel. Now to the run of Noble, who keeps it low into the pocket over the head of Hill. Out of bounds on the full. 9-5-59 Collingwood, 3-2-20 the Tigers. Margin 39 points. We've played 25 minutes in this second term on ABC Sport.
As a 50-minute penalty here.
No.
Westie having taken the mark.
No, he went to play on.
He did.
That is a... Oh, you would hate to see that.
And Bobby Hill is penalised 50 metres into the middle of the ground. Goes short to Dan Rioli, so back on the field. Hand pass to Seth Campbell. Gets within striking distance from 55. It's out to the right. And Noah Bolter is tangling with Darcy Moore. Moore rushes it through for a minor score. Collingwood by 38 points. 25 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Andrew Mays, Ian Cohen, Mick Moldhouse, and Brett Delidio.
Let's discuss that. There was a kickback to a Richmond player who was unaware of anyone around him, so he took one step forward, and the Collingwood player was smart enough to get to him, and because the umpire hadn't called play on, it's 50 metres, but it was only because the umpire was so slow. That should never be 50 metres.
Moore with the long kick in, but he's going to have to do some defending here as Short fires it back inside 50. It was bobbling around for a little bit, and then coming in for support was Bytel, who forces the rush behind. It's another behind for the Tigers. 3-5 now, rather, Richmond. 23, plays 9-5-59, the Pies, 26 play.
As Jeremy Howe brings Collingwood back into play, short to Josh Dacos, who looks up around the members' wing. McStay and Cameron are there, Broad with the fly from behind. Takes a good mark on the second bite. At right half forward for Richmond, so getting a good period here to try and lock it in their forward half. Inboard to Short. He's still 3 kicks out from goal, though, probably. Jaden Short, despite being a booming kick. Into the pocket, Kajitsky sets himself. Howe makes the spoil and punches it out of play under the Ponsford stand. Collingwood 9-5-59, Richmond 3-4-22. 26 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. The Pies by 37.
So a chance here late in this second quarter for Richmond. Haven't been up forward too much. Collingwood really haven't capitalised on their dominance either. Bolton tries to burst away. He's tackled immediately. We'll have another stoppage inside 50. Tigers deep into attack. Ryan reaches over the top, only as far as Pendlebury. Back to Bytel, off a step. Cox leads out, spills the mark. Front and centre, though, side bottom off to McStay, who hand passed and jumped in one motion, but turns it over. Now Richmond have numbers out the back. Loston waiting behind halfway and accepts the footy. He flares it out wide to the left wing, where mark is taken here by Ralph Smith, who's directing traffic. As Rioli's short, that's ignored. It's going to go inside attacking 50, and Bolter takes a juggling mark. He's 51 from goal.
There's no doubt about this that he's having a shot from here. He's like, buggy you blokes, if you're not going to kick it to me, I'm going to have a shot from 60. And he's got it in his leg. There's no worries there, but they've had a good period here, haven't they, Mick? I think they've been able to lock it in their front half, but it's been a short period, that's for sure.
Noah Bolter. Oh, high kick. He's got under that one a lot. It's not quite going to make it. Geez, there was a player who went down at the top of the square. A Tig was dragged down.
Kajitsky.
And it's going to be Kajitsky's free kick.
Yeah, there was a bit of work done, team on team. 2 Collingwood players working together, but I think they were just a bit exuberant.
Yeah, so Howe's been penalised there for dragging him. Howe went to ground, and umpire deemed he pulled Kajitsky down with him. So Jacob Kajitsky, in he comes. 10 metres out, slight angle to the right, and he just sneaks it in. That was very close to the right goal post. Second quarter here at the MCG, 29 minutes played. Jacob Kajitsky has the 4th goal for the Tigers. 4-4-28 plays 9-5-59.
Yeah, just the inability there for the Pies to be able to get that ball back outside of their defensive 50. A couple of chaos balls coming in. That was a slow play from Bolter. Howe just got caught up in that marking contest with Kajitsky and pulled him to the ground, but they've lacked a target across half forward or half back there for the Pies, and the ability to catch it or get their numbers to where they're actually kicking the footy to get the march the ball down the ground. So they'll make a couple of adjustments there, no doubt, and get the ball back in their half.
It's funny, isn't it? For all their dominance, Collingwood, they've only extended their lead by a goal from quarter time.
Yep.
Of course, with victory this afternoon, the Pies will be 2 points outside the top 8 behind the Bombers, so the season's still on the line. Hopper tries to knock it out. Got it out to Brown, who kicks up towards half forward, and a good mark taken by Baker. Back with the flight. Gets the hand pass away. Charging through Hopper. Drives it towards goal. It's offline to the left, and it bounces just outside the boundary line. So out of bounds on the full.
Bad disposal. The play was right. Give it to a runner, but he needed to steady, and he didn't have enough time to steady, so his kick will end up out in the full.
Parker fires it long. Oh, lovely mark by Broad. He came from about 4 deep then and took a wonderful contested grab. Puts it to the top of the square as well. Bolter like that. Bit of quick ball. McIntosh from the top of the square. Rove snaps and goals. Couple in a row for the Tigers. Margin back to 25 points. 30 played second term.
I like the way that was played on.
Yep.
Great play on. That's what put the ball in a dangerous position.
Broad's been standing up well down across half back, hasn't he? It's his second big mark. A couple of times over Cameron. They've just done enough to be able to lock him down and not allow aerial dominance from Cameron or Cox. And Broad's been the third one in, who's been taking some big ones. Good contest by Bolter, ultimately getting there, but that's a better snap from McIntosh. Now, that one went along the ground, but he got the ball to...
And he's only 10 metres out, so you're half a chance from there. No, that was good play. Good play. The Pies just taking the foot off the accelerator, just marginally. I don't think there's any concern that the way the result's going, but nonetheless, the Tigers haven't thrown it in.
Here comes the 5th individual goal kicker as the Tigers put on a couple in a couple of minutes just before half-time. Free kick going Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos was held. It won't matter as the half-time siren sounds. And passes it straight back to the umpires. I think this encounters a stat. 8 disposals for Nick Dacos in that second quarter. 26 for the match at half-time. The next highest possession getter, Scott Pendlebury, with 17, and Jaden Short with 17 as well. But after Collingwood got out by as much as 37 points, 38 points in that second quarter, the Tigers finished with the next 2 goals of the match. So 3 goals apiece in that second quarter, and Collingwood lead by 25 points at the main break. 9-5-59 to the Tigers 5-4-34, with the Magpies having led by 24 points at quarter time. The goal kickers, 2 for Collingwood for McStay and to Hoskin Elliott. Individuals to Elliott, Pendlebury, Cameron, Hill and Ned Long. While for the Tigers, all individual goal kickers, Kazitsky, Brown, McIntosh, Banks and Campbell. The Magpies by 25 points at halftime. Nick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio with their assessments.
Yeah, I think Maisie hit the nail on the head. For all their dominance of the game, Collingwood, they haven't really put the Tigers away.
No.
Like I thought they might be able to, but it probably speaks to where Collingwood are at a little bit as well. The players that they haven't got out there, but also just where they're at so far this year, Mick. They haven't been able to really put away sides at all, but to Richmond's credit, they've hung into this game, and they haven't just thrown in the towel. I've been impressed by that quarter, especially their ability to turn around what was a pretty dire first quarter to actually start to win that footy, and it was off the back of Broad taking some intercept marks. I thought Baker's quarter was really good. I thought he put his head over it, started to create quite a few things. McIntosh, the makeshift forward today, he's played a lot of his footy up on the wing, but had a couple of shots on goal, one successful, one not so, but overall, I think they're starting to, really, put the clamps on. I think in that second half of that second quarter, they were able to lock that ball in their front half, and that's what the old Richmond sides were actually really strong at, in their ability to keep it in that front half, let their small forwards go to work.
And Nick Dacos, what did we say? He had 7 in the first quarter. Now he's gone on 8. So
18 in the first quarter.
18 and 8. So he's still 26 odd. It's interesting. It just seems that I hate saying this, but you're waiting for a Richmond mistake for Collingwood to capitalise on it. And if you go through the first half, you'd probably find a lot of the goals. I'm not going to say direct turnovers because that's maybe just associated with pressure, but there's a lot of just not being in the right spot, overrunning the football, overuse of the football, And we saw it right in front of us. I think Richmond had 4 or 5 possessions. Collingwood had 4 or 5. It just happened the last one of Collingwood was got in the hands of Pendlebury, who got it out, and they were able to make a goal from nothing. So I'm just looking at the way here. So turnovers is 5-2 to 4-4, which is really surprising. I would have thought it would have been higher than that. But Collingwood have got control of the game. And going back to what you said, it's not the Collingwood we've been used to of last year.
Yep.
But there was a lot of signs there. Darcy Moore, and I know you only can do as well as against your opponents, and in fairness, the way the ball went into Bolter was going to set up for Collingwood's tools to be dominant, and Howe's been dominant. Moore has probably played his best game for a number of weeks. He's spoiling, he's intercept marking. Quaynar has been he hasn't had a lot of possessions. He doesn't get a lot of possessions these days, but he rarely gets beaten one-on-one.
And sets up really cleverly with the block space.
Yeah, and interesting duel in the ruck. I think Ryan needs to be a forward pocket ruckman at this early age, but he's been thrust in there because of Nankervis been out. But he's done okay. But I like the way that Cameron plays. He's a goal kicker, which he has done. Bobby, when you look at Hill and Elliott and Lipinski and Hoskin Elliott, those players that can rotate through that forward line, they're all dangerous. And you're still looking for a dangerous small forward for Richmond. Not there.
Yep.
So they've got to manufacture goals from perhaps chaos football. And when you analyse the one that Kaczynski kicked, that come from a very good play on, get the ball in there and make the backline players make the errors, which they did. And a goal come from that. I hope Kaczynski plays. They use him out there and just leave him out there. You don't exhaust yourself in today's football playing key forward at Richmond because the ball doesn't go down there that often. So just leave him down there. Let him find his way around. Let him, if he wants a little bit of a breather, hook him behind and get him come out of the goal square. But because he's a smarter player and he's got a bit of height and he can take a mark, he's going to keep someone honest. So just little things that Adam Uze and his group of coaches, hopefully they think seriously about it. And because we get locked into, they've got to come off the ground. Maybe the midfielders and the high forwards have to come off the ground. You don't have to do that with your key backs, your key forwards. Leave them out there.
Couple of quick ones, Lids. Noel Bolter's playing his 100th game.
Yep.
He's experienced all the frustrations of AFL footy. I think he had 3 disposals for the half. He had a shot on goal from about 65 metres out to the left.
Yep.
He's finding it's a lot easier as a defender than a key forward.
Well, it is when the ball's coming in. We're unpressured as a back, whereas... Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on, and just the lack of polish, I think, is what he's finding as a forward. You know, when you talk to Jackie Rewald and the bigger forwards back in the day with the when they were going through their golden era, was that the ball comes in. It wasn't always pretty, but you got a lot of opportunity because of the inside 50s. But yeah, he's just got to find a way to continue to present, and that's what I'm probably not seeing. Where just hit the wings, maybe give up and give him that real big target because you can jump, you can kick the ball a mile, but. Maybe get on your bike a little bit more and test out Darcy Moore. See if he wants to come with you.
So that'll be the wrestle for Adam Uze, whether he wants to play him in the ruck rather than Samson Ryan, but then you give up something forward. And Collingwood have kicked 6 goals, 4 from their 11 marks inside 50. Yep. So with the return of Mason Cox, a few more of the key personnel, Daniel McStay back in, are you seeing some improvement in Collingwood structurally than what you've seen over the last sort of couple of months?
Yeah, I think so. The worry for me is that they did it so easily in the first quarter. Do they then continue to think that it's going to be easy? Well, Richmond are going to make some changes as well, so you've got to then lower your eyes and then try and find the small free or whatever you can. And the unselfishness I think we saw with Bobby Hill there, that ability just to change the angle and look to share the ball inside 50. When you're up by so much, you can become a little bit Harlem Globetrotter-ish and think that everything's just going to unfold really easily. Now, Richmond have dialed up the pressure a little bit, so you've got to then continue to work hard and go back to what works.
Schultz, Elliott, Hoskin, Elliott. They start to become a bit more of a versatile forward line.
Definitely.
And support each other. Collingwood by 25 points at halftime at the MCG. There's no late changes in the match between Sydney and the Western Bulldogs. So Caleb Daniel and Luke Parker will be the subs for that match. It's available on the ABC Listen app. It's still about 50 minutes away. Just click on the AFL Extra button. But for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, good afternoon, I'm Sam Wilkinson. Australia will be looking to build on its leading medal tally as Day 2 of Olympic competition gets underway in Paris from tonight. Fraser Fife has more.
Fresh off her 400-metre freestyle crown, Ariane Titmus will be in the pool again tonight to begin the defence of her 200-metre freestyle title. Rowers Patrick Holt and Simon Keenan will look to qualify for the semi-finals in the men's pair event, and Jack Robinson and Molly Picklum will be in action as the second round of surfing gets underway in Tahiti. And after a 3-0 opening loss to Germany in the football, the Matildas will look to get their medal campaign back on track against Zambia. Australia's medal tally stands at 3 gold and 2 silver heading into day 2 of competition.
2 assistant ministers will be elevated to cabinet, with the Prime Minister about to announce a broader reshuffle. Political reporter Nicole Hegarty has more from Parliament House.
The first cabinet refresh of Anthony Albanese's prime ministership will see Northern Territory Senator Malarndirri McCarthy elevated to fill the shoes of the retiring Minister for Indigenous Australians, Linda Burney. New South Wales Senator Jenny McAllister will also move up the ranks, but her new portfolio is yet to be revealed. There will also be other changes to the ministry, with the Prime Minister to reveal those details this afternoon. Many within the government expect that announcement to include shifting Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill and Immigration Minister Andrew Giles to new portfolios.
The New South Wales Premier Chris Minns says renters in the state will have more security after legislation to end no grounds eviction is introduced in September. Mr Minns used his address to the New South Wales Labor Party conference to announce he would deliver on his election promise and laid out the terms of the new policy. Homeowners will now need a reason to end a tenancy for both periodic and fixed-term leases, like selling the property, a breach of lease, damage or significant renovations. Mr Minns says the laws should take effect from early next year.
As things stand, renters can be evicted for no reason at all. Of course, there's still going to be reasonable grounds to end a tenancy. Look, if the house is damaged, if the property is going to be renovated, if the owners are moving back in, or if they're just not paying. It just can't be to put up the rent.
A national rally against domestic violence has been held in Sydney, with protesters calling for change outside the State Labor Conference. The protesters met in Hyde Park before marching to Sydney's Town Hall, where the conference is being held. One victim survivor, Emily Borum, says she felt compelled to speak out to make things better for the next generation of women.
I've gone through years of trauma and abuse, and I'm doing everything I can to make sure that whatever I experienced isn't experienced by my daughters and my nieces in the next generation.
Police are investigating after a man was found dead on a road in Victoria's southeast. His body was found by a passerby on Waterloo Road in the town of Trafalgar this morning. He's yet to be identified, and the road remains closed in both directions. At least 12 people have been killed and many others injured in a rocket attack on the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. Most of the casualties were teenagers who were playing soccer in the Druze town of Magdal Shams. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has blamed Hezbollah, saying the group will pay a heavy price. And that's been repeated by the IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari.
Hezbollah is attacking our citizens in the north, firing thousands of rockets and missiles and UAVs at northern Israel, targeting families, homes, and communities.
US Vice President Kamala Harris says some of the talk from Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump and his running mate JD Vance is just plain weird. Nearly a week after President Joe Biden dropped his bid for re-election, Ms. Harris has spoken at a private fundraiser in Massachusetts. She's contrasted her background as a prosecutor with Mr. Trump's record as a convicted felon and accused him of wanting to return America to a dark past. Ms. Harris also says the Republican ticket is making some bizarre comments about her.
And you may have noticed Donald Trump has been resorting to some wild lies about my record, and some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
And a wildfire burning in Northern California in the US has burnt out an area greater than the city of Los Angeles following a sudden expansion fueled by wind and summer heat. Thousands of firefighters are now battling the blaze with hopes it will slow due to cooling temperatures and rising humidity. It's burning near a region where a fire 6 years ago killed 85 people and destroyed more than 10,000 homes. And you are up to date with the latest ABC News.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
And you'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that
and emerging artists. 24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC list.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Elliott sharks it beautifully off to Pendlebury, loops it over the top, and running into the open goal is Hoskin Elliott. Easy as you like from the stoppage.
It's Josh Dacos out to Bytel in for Long, who takes the mark just inside the 50 out to the right. This will take his absolute best. He's hard out to the right, fires on goal. It's not a bad attempt.
Nice.
Come on down. Bobby Hill knocks it down to Schultz. He hand passes it straight to Broad. He hand passes straight to Elliott. Who can hang on to it? Trezis's hand pass. He hand passes straight to Pendlebury. It's a comedy of errors. Start the music. Jamie Elliott to finish. It bounces past Hill, who tries to get a volley onto it and does finish with a goal.
Parker fires it long. Oh, lovely mark by Broad. He came from about 4 deep then. He took a wonderful contested grab. Puts it to the top of the square as well. Bolton like that. Bit of quick ball. McIntosh from the top of the square. Rove snaps and goals. Couple in a row for the Tigers.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the MCG, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport, and it's the Pies who lead the Tigers by 25 points. 9-5-59 to Richmond, 5-4-34. The Pies got away to the fast start, 6 goals to 2 in the opening term, led by 24 points at the first break, and then 3 goals apiece in that second quarter, in which the Tigers were able to kick a couple late to make it a 25-point ball game. Mackledge and Andrew Mays calling the action, Ian Cohen down on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse and Brett Delidio are your experts. It was great to catch up with the Giants coach Adam Kingsley on AFL Sunday. So wherever you get your podcast from, search the best of ABC Sport, and you can catch up with the Giants coach as they look to be making a move with September on the horizon, up to 5th on the AFL ladder. So much sport taking place. The Olympics is underway, so for our regional listeners and for those through selected capital cities, coverage available throughout your night on ABC Radio. For everyone else, Roy and HG are back, bringing you all the details of the Olympic Games with their program in the only way they can do so. So bringing you all the highlights from each of the days with people, medals and cheese. And Patrick Stack with the ABC Daily podcast as well, taking you through all the highlights. So I'm not sure, Maisie, Lids, what you guys have been watching, but Ariana Titmus, the Boomers against Spain.
Didn't see any of that.
Didn't see the Boomers. Saw Ariana this morning.
Yes, I watched the highlights of it all. And was I watching? Oh, my girls were watching the girls surfing out at Chopu this morning. So they were into that.
The 4x100 metre women's for the 4th Olympics in a row, winning the gold as well. They were amazing.
So Ariana Titmus with her 2nd gold medal of the Paris Games. So writing her name in the history books, and what an incredible swim this morning. So, once more starring in the women's 400 metres freestyle in Paris. So it is such an exciting time of year.
I think it was the first time since Dawn Fraser that an Australian woman has defended their Olympic title in level.
I think you're spot on there. In the NRL, the Melbourne Storm are on top of the NRL ladder, round 20 of the NRL games today. The Penrith Panthers lead St George early. It's 22-0 in that match. The Dolphins and the Titans to come, and the Raiders and South Sydney Rabbitohs to close out the weekend. It's all on the ABC Listen app, so if you don't have it, just help your friends and family to download it, show them how to drive it. The AFL is on the AFL button. The NRL is on the ABC Sport button. And if the game you're looking for is not on your radio, such as if it's not in your market, the Sydney Swans and the Western Bulldogs this afternoon, just click on the AFL Extra button and you can find coverage of it there. The final match of the AFL round 20, the Hawks and the Adelaide Crows from the Adelaide Oval to close out the weekend.
That's a spicy game, that one. I'm looking forward to having a little look at that. And the Hawks are the team that's probably most informed right across the comp, you could argue, but the Crows coming off a good win last weekend too, back at home this week.
No Dawson.
It's a big worry, that one. I'll pick the Hawks, obviously, but
been up for a long time, the Hawks. The worry about this side's been up for a long time when you've not unexpectedly, because they have had some, sort of form that suggests that, but it's whether they can maintain that rage. Because that's their go. They are just so hard at it, capitalise on their forward line because of hard work. Back line's pretty sound. Them and the Bulldogs.
Yeah,
the best form, and they run into Sydney. 3 of the last 4, all under a goal, I think, or thereabouts.
Rampy out.
And don't
Papley
forget Papley. Papley's a really major. And the Dogs have got the equipment in the middle. Whether that ground, the width gets sides, because you'd end up going too wide.
Yep. You get stuck out there, don't you?
You don't need a centre forward. What you need is to get that football into your, probably a full forward that plays 20 metres out. It's a funny, I've coached at that ground, I don't know, for 30 odd years. And, the sides that we had that won there went straight down the middle. And you're like Anthony Rocker, for instance, playing not as a centre forward, but a semi-full forward, like halfway.
Yep.
So it gave him a chance to come up and beat it, but also get back. And remember, Anthony had such a great game there one day against Sydney, but other times you go up there and you just get smashed because you end up playing most of your footy on the wings.
So Sydney had 2 games clear on top. It would be interesting if the Western Bulldogs win today. That all of a sudden becomes 1. The Brisbane Lions have moved up to 2nd on the AFL ladder.
Yeah.
Who's the 3rd best team, Lids? Is it Freo?
Wow. I think for me it's the Giants. I think them, if they get up and going, they're a real show. Freo, they continue to defend really well. They've got some weapons on ball. Their young forward line I'm excited about, but I think the pressure and the stars that the Giants have and their back 6, I think it's as good as anyone's. You don't agree, mate?
Oh, I'd love the Giants.
Yeah,
I love the 2 Greens. I know they're not related, but having played with, or not played with Michael, but knowing Michael when he was at Richmond, his grandson is just going to be a wonderful leader, a wonderful person, and a wonderful footballer. So, and he's part of that. He's most of that already. And Toby Green's one of my favourite players. I just hope, Brett, that they don't fall back into overuse. When Kingsley come on board, he straightened them up a lot from Leon. And I love Leon Cameron, but they overuse the football. He straightened them up. Now they've just seen them seep back into a habit of, when you have a look at their number of possessions, re-entries, it's drifted away from when they were really good in the earlier part of this year.
Not as direct.
Yeah, I just hope they don't fall for that, because otherwise, what ends up happening? This ground gets everyone who does that.
Yeah, it does. Low possessions, high pressure is where they need to go back to. And I think they've started to find that, but they've been up and down a little bit. But they're the 3rd best team in it for mine.
Yeah, so Sydney win. They're 2.5 games clear. Brisbane in 2nd position there. 12 wins, 6 losses and 1 draw. Similar with Freo in 3rd spot. The Blues a game 2 points further back in 4th, and the gap from 4th to 7th, it's just percentage. The Bombers are hanging on at the moment. They're 2 points clear in 8th position, but a win for the Western Bulldogs would see them jump into the 8. A win for the Hawks would see them jump into the 8.
Yeah.
And Collingwood today, don't forget what that puts with Collingwood too. They're getting their troops back, Collingwood. So
Collingwood wouldn't get into the 8, but they'd be 2 points behind the Bombers.
That's right.
All the other results.
Yeah, Bombers
go
hit
the other way.
If they all go their way, that's right.
Port up and down, who knows?
Pies
Good season.
By 25 points, it certainly is. Into the second half we go. Here's Andrew Mays on ABC Sport.
Percentage might be a factor this afternoon as well. An opportunity here for the Pies. And from the middle, no clearance. Well, it's actually going to be paid holding the ball.
Got an arm free.
Yep.
Got to be able to get rid of it. Very hard.
Long penalised. He was on the ground when he grabbed the footy. So Presti with the free kick behind the centre circles. He'll just fire them long. It's a high kick inside 50. Bolter over the top, worked his way to the front, brought the ball to ground. Now chance for Hopper, who snaps towards goal. And side bottom, the goalkeeper punches it through for a rushed behind. First score of the second half for the Tigers. 5-5 plays 9-5. 4 goals, even the margin.
And often you see side bottom back behind the ball, saves the day. He is just a superstar.
As Noble brings Collingwood back into play, out to the members' side, puts it out towards Darcy Cameron, reaches over the top of Lostone, can't hang on to the mark, and here's side bottom once more. The ball goes out of play. TP on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Come on, fellas, surely you can give Gracie Brown a bit of love. 4th in Tokyo in the time trial.
Yeah,
retiring this year, blew them out of the water. I don't know much about Gracie, but I'm looking forward to reading and learning a bit more about her later tonight. There's so many sports that take place. And Dom, you know who could play on Nick Dacos? Shea Bolton. He needs to learn that he doesn't just always have to be the icing on the cake. Ryan takes out of the ruck. Hand pass to Shea Bolton. On cue on the right-hand side. He drives him inside 50. Kajitsky and Bolter underneath it. It spills to the front. Moore makes the spoil. Penderbury can't take it. Here's Nick Dacos once more. Clean. Hand pass chopped off by Tom Brown. His kick is offline and out on the full. Flaring out to the right.
Yeah, just wasted a few of those snaps, haven't they, over the shoulder. They're good balls to get, but you've got to keep the ball. Now the ball's just going to be run straight out of the back 50.
Maynard receives the free kick, called to play on, so he's tucked inside the boundary line and then kicks towards the wing. Hoskin Elliott with the one-hander. Gave it to the immediate run of Hill, who kicks short. 55 out McStay to the running Schultz. Schultz unselfish. He overcooked the kick. It's going to bounce through for one behind. Floston happy enough to see it over.
That's how you move the football. That's come from the back pocket.
Oh, no. Tigger.
Vlostone sent it straight over, kicked it to Steele Sidebottom, who can't believe his luck as he just read it best, peeling off his opponent at left half forward and was able to take the intercepting mark.
Tunnel vision, unfortunately, for Nick Vloston there. All he could see with his teammate and just tried to put it into space, and Steele Sidebottom couldn't believe his luck. He's laced me out here, only 40 metres out from goal from a kick out.
Just talking about him.
Yeah.
He saved one at one end, he's going to kick one the other end.
Game 327. For the second time, games record holder for Collingwood behind Scott Penderbury out to the left, trying to work it back right. Can't bring it back enough. Collingwood by 26 points, 3 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport.
He was picked because of 10 goals kicked as an under-18 in the final. How good was he?
He was a superstar.
And look at him now.
He's just a good footballer.
5 on his right, 5 on his left was the folklore. Was it true?
And 30. And to go with that, Tommy Rockcliffe had 30 and kicked 4 again, got outshone.
It was under the roof, wasn't it?
It was.
Down at Docklands. Long kick from Floston this time. Up towards the wing. From 3 deep went the spoil. Nick Dacos spins out of one tackle. Then he was caught holding the ball. Good pressure there from behind, and Campbell with the free kick. Gives it to the run of Bolton, who didn't see Hill at all. And now he's caught holding the ball.
Oh, no, that's 50.
And that's going to be 50 as well. Campbell didn't return the ball on the full. And Bobby Hill be marched all the way inside attacking 50. And a shot on goal coming up.
Well, fundamental errors. It's as much the fault of the giver as it is of the receiver. To give a hand pass to someone who you need to look around yourself and say, no, I'm not giving this. You've got someone chasing you down. But Bolton on the same time.
He dawdled.
He fed him and went into... He did, didn't he? He went into walk mode.
Yep.
And Hill doesn't.
No, he was motoring.
So Hill will start his approach from outside attacking 50. He'll kick from about 40. Low down in his approach. Over the paint of 50. Kicks from 40. It's low. It wasn't his best kick, but it's through. And it's a goal. It's his second and the first of the second half for the Pies. 10-7-67 plays 5-5-35. 5 minutes gone, third term.
Well, you don't often see Shea Bolton get run down. But if you're going to go into reverse, essentially, like he was going that slow, wasn't he, Shea Bolton? Just taking it a little bit too easy, and you don't want to give Bobby Hill a sniff in terms of a run-down tackle.
But I don't understand I love play on. I reckon you've got to move the ball.
Yeah.
But what you can't do is give a hand pass and the kicker kicks from your spot, because all you're doing is going...
You're referring pressure, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Because at least when you've got it, they can't touch it. Yep. It's fundamentals of the game is that break the line in front of you on a play on, so that you're leaving behind you an opponent.
Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport. It was Dom who sent through the SMS about Shea Bolton playing in the midfield. I guess you saw a bit of what can go wrong there. Dom is back in the middle of the ground. Pendlebury tries to knock it away from Dan Rioli. Long lays the tackle. It spills away from Ryan. A chance for Bytel for Collingwood. On the Shane Warne stand wing. Half pass to Bobby Hill. Sells the candy. Cuts back on his right. What a pass. Finds Schultz jammed in between 3 Richmond players. And Bobby Hill with all the tricks on display, cutting left, cutting right, selling candy and finding a teammate inside 50.
Accelerating with the football.
But what I love about it, Mick, was, and the guy who's got the footy now gets a reward for a clever little knock-on that gave it to Bobby Hill initially. And that's where you reward your teammates, but you get yourself into the game and get your confidence up. Clever little knock-on, and then Bobby Hill with a class and the ability just to step through, step around, pick out a player, 1 in 3.
Well, actually, when you look at it, it was a triangle around him.
Yet to kick a goal this afternoon. Lockie Schultz pretty much directly in front. Comes in from 45. He has now. And the Magpies with arms outstretched in the forward 50. They're making a real intent to celebrate the goals this afternoon. And Lockie Schultz is on the board, courtesy of some great teamwork from Bobby Hill. Collingwood 11-7-73. Richmond 5-5-35. Collingwood with 2 goals in 2 minutes to open up a 38-point lead.
Danger signs. Tigers are starting to drop their head. Just not mad. That kick, a lot of people hopefully that are listening are watching, but there's a lot that aren't. There was a triangle of Richmond players, probably 5 or 6 metres apart.
Yep.
And that kick went straight into the middle with a player cutting through, which was Schultz. And all they could do, those defenders, was just watch this ball just hit the target right smack bang in the middle. It's quite rare that you can actually get the ball into that position, but when you're dealing with people that can kick the football, like Hill.
Thrown up in the middle. Taranto with the handball. Just got it to Hopper, who was tackled immediately. His handball is loose towards the wing. Ralph Smith and Bytel tracking it. It might have got in his back. Umpire wave play on. Nick Dacos there. Thought about the hand pass. Instead went the banana around the corner inside 50. Elliott was up and grabbed it on the way down. And then he centres things up. Oh, it's intercepted. Bolton tracking back. Did extremely well. Then he tackled Schultz. Umpire says play on. Schultz receives a handball, then ducked into a tackle. Is that holding the ball? Umpire says yes.
That's another contender for the mark of the year, isn't it?
It was a good ride.
Did I reckon McStay pinch a bit of it?
Yeah, I reckon McStay might have had a bit of it early. Maybe that's why he played on so quickly. Richmond now try and repel out of half-back.
I think Elliott was on the way down by that stage, to be fair. Hopper has it at centre-half back for the Tigers. Collingwood leading by 38 points as he finds an avenue straight through the middle of the ground. Tim Taranto's on his own. He marks at left half, between wing and left half forward. Kicks out to the members' side. Miller's pushed forward. He marks in front of Mason Cox. Wants to kick off a step along the turf. It goes to Seth Campbell. Tries to break the side bottom tackle. Hand pass to Banks. Pokes it inside 50. McIntosh marks in the left forward pocket. Had a bit of everything from Camden today.
Well, he should kick this. This is right foot.
Inside right
Inside,
post.
Yep. And 40 metres? You kick from 45 metres at best.
Chip kick, really. He's usually pretty sound, Camden, his ability to knock them through.
As you just said about the last one.
Well, he tried to do something silly with that set shot.
Loved by teammates and fans as the bald head, the moustache and the bike shorts. He's a cult figure in the left forward pocket. He starts his approach from 48, leans back and it fades to the right. It won't be a goal. Big fly from Ralph Smith. He can't hang on. It goes out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket for the Tigers. Collingwood by 38 points.
Well, that's interesting. That ball looked like
shaped the wrong way, didn't it?
Absolutely dead set centre and then had no oomph, so it was going to die, and it died to the right.
Thrown back into play. Ryan over the top. Nice tap to the advantage of Bolton, who snaps into the post. Well, it was a perfect set play.
Brilliant by Bob. Very well done by the ruckman. Just knows exactly where it was going.
Pies by 37.
Quickly brought back into play. Josh Dacos to Noble. He turns it over. Sliding in front. Steely Green takes the mark. And left half forward under the Olympic stand members' side.
Yeah, he couldn't play on there, Matt, because Collingwood loaded up behind the ball.
Darcy Moore's the loose inside the defensive 50, waiting for a long kick like this. Spoils it down. Shea Bolton once more on the left. He snaps over his shoulder and misses to the right-hand side. Trying to get involved from limited opportunities. Collingwood by 36 points.
So Josh Dacos with the kick out this time. How's his option in the right back pocket? He's going to look longer down the field. And big fly early there from Floston, and then gives away the free kick with an unrealistic attempt.
You've got to at least touch it, Maisie, don't you?
Yep.
He certainly didn't do that. Went a week early.
Lipinski with the free kick. Goes towards the wing. Again, another one that's shaped sort of left to right. Cox at ground level gets the hand pass to Cameron. He was looking for Parker, and then it was intercepted in the end by Green, who takes a couple of bounces, gets to 50. He hangs it out wide. It'll skid through and just for one behind. So doing them behinds at the moment, the Tigers. Last 4 scoring shots for them, all minor scores. 11-7-73, plays 5-8-38. Ian Cohen.
Yeah, Jacob Kazitsky has been off for a couple of minutes now and being worked on, so they're missing a key target up forward at the moment, the Tigers.
Thanks, Coz. That Darcy Moore with the long kick in. The target was Mason Cox. It clears him, and there's Darcy Cameron taking a good mark down low in front of Ryan. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. The link across half back. Hand pass to Crisp into the middle of the ground to Pendlebury. He looks for an avenue forward. Kicks it laterally out in front of Bytel. On the bounce has Noble on the Shane Warne stand wing. Receives the hand pass. Drives a high ball inside 50. Schultz sets himself. Spoiled late by Vlostone. Broad gets the hand pass back to Trezise. Dan Rioli sidesteps around Elliott. Hand pass to Vlostone. He slips over. Has an issue. Needs support. Hand pass back to Trezise under pressure to Banks. And they held their composure well there despite the pressure from Collingwood.
Still locked in. Still very much locked in. This is Collingwood of old. Just making sure that keep the ball in your front 50.
Where is this next option coming? McIntosh presents and takes a good mark in the pack.
That was very well done.
Had Howe for company, who couldn't make the spoil. McIntosh goes towards Bolter, who went the chest mark and allowed more in. And Bolter gives another serve.
What's he upset about? He got kicked here on with 1v1.
And put your hands out.
Yeah.
Put your hands out. You might mark it instead of trying to take it on your chest.
Mate, he's seen the space in front of you. He's tried to put it there for you to run into, and you've pulled up on it. Please.
Yeah.
Out of bounds in front of the interchange benches.
It does no good for your teammates, that sort of attitude at all.
Toss back into play. Ryan won it down nicely to Baker. Hand pass over the top to Prestia. And now Bolton comes through, runs out of space. Oh, it came off his boot in the end. It's out of bounds on the full. So free kick here going to the Pies. The Dacos brothers will raffle it. Josh says it's mine. Nick says it's mine.
Look at this power play here.
And Nick says, back off, Josh. And Ray says, either one of you can have it.
We're going to miss him next year, Ray.
Nick Dacos, Ray Chamberlain announced he'll retire at the end of the season, up towards half forward. Cameron can't take the mark. There with him was Miller. It's trapped underneath, and the umpire will ball it up. You didn't play with Richo, Lids, did you? Did you?
Matty Richardson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. One of my favourite teammates. Best ever teammate, just about.
Would you say much to him when he'd carry on, or by that stage did he fell out a bit?
Bolt, that's tame compared to
him. I'm not sure whether you've heard some of the stuff, or they didn't mic up Rick ever, but...
that's why I'm asking the question.
If you ever got into his space, you knew about it, and you didn't go there again, that's for sure.
Okay. Made it known in no uncertain terms that you were not welcome.
No, but off the field, would not meet a more generous bloke.
Collingwood by 35 points. Thrown in Cox and Ryan Tangle. A shallow throw in, a hold, and it's going to go.
That is
this way.
Look, he's been to California for the Oscars. Honestly, that is ludicrous.
Blocked the run of Ryan, so there wasn't much he could do. Mason Cox with a hand pass to Josh Dacos to side bottom into the pocket. Harrison couldn't hang on to the mark. Vlostone makes the spoil. Hand pass to Baker, back to Vlostone. Tackled by Nick Dacos and Harrison. It spills out. A chance for the Tigers. Prestia at left half back. Looks to drive a kick up the members' wing. Mansell has to fly. Spoils it down away from Howe. Collingwood have the numbers. Noble 1-2.
Hand pass over the top is okay to Crisp, who gets around one tackle, sold the dummy nicely. Now Nick Dacos. Hand passes inboard back to Noble, who kept on running. Kicks inside 50. Elliott takes the mark. Left forward pocket. He'll have to kick this from 50. Lovely movement laterally there from the Pies.
Fantastic. I feel a bit for the back line of Richmond, because when they come out of the back line, the structure of Richmond's forward line is non-existent, so they're forced just to poke it in the air or kick it along the ground, and Collingwood have got extra numbers. They just keep, bringing it back, so it's a never-ending supply of ball going forward for Collingwood.
1-1 for Jamie Elliott this afternoon. Kicks from right on 50, lays into it. It's narrow the whole way, one behind. 11 goals, 8 now the Pies. 5-8 the Tigers. So 6 goals even the margin, 15 played third term.
Pies are 2-3 in this third quarter. Richmond have managed just 4 behinds. So after Collingwood kicked 2 goals in the first 6 minutes of this third quarter, it's been an arm wrestle since then. Dan Rioli in the right back pocket. Sends Richmond up towards the wing. Mason Cox sets himself, ends up spoiling in the end. Away from Kazitsky by Tell to Noble. Tackle by McIntosh. Play on's the call. Back towards Cox. A free kick over the shoulder. Mason Cox is getting another one.
Back to Noble.
Back to Noble, yes it is. The passage before that. Cam the McIntosh can't believe what he's doing wrong, and John Noble has it. Centre wing, he points in the direction in which he intends to drive it, into the city end pocket, in the direction of McStay and Cameron, but a good mark taken from Trezise, who worked his way from the side and was able to hang on, and if the high white shorts and the traditional Richmond sash. He has it in the right back pocket. Collingwood by 36.
It's a nice mark. Good kick too.
Left footer goes long. Cox rode that beautifully. Had the opponent chopping in front, but jumped early and was able to take a good contested mark. As Josh Dacos running around the back. He kicks on his left inside 50. Hill from one side, Broad from the other. Takes a good juggling mark. Broad to his defensive goal square. Green has it. Looking for a way out. Called to play on. He's forced to go quickly here. It's a high ball. Richmond just trying to get some tall timber here. Floston forced to fly. Got over the back of the pack. Long for the Pies. He's able to mop up. Hand pass to Maynard. His kick is smothered. Oh, he did really well there, Green, but couldn't get back to it. High kick. Inside attacking 50 now. Broad again. Another intercept. That's, I reckon, 4 or 5 for the afternoon.
Yeah, great. Been very good overhead today. Very sound, hasn't he?
There's a lot of Richmond players haven't touched the footy this quarter.
Voice of parentality on Mick Malthouse, Andrew Mays, Matt Clinch and Ian Cohen with you on ABC Sport as Broad kicks up the members' wing. Howe flies in front of Bolter, spills out in front of Sidebottom and leaves it in the end for Parker. His hand pass around the boundary line goes out of play in front of Jack Crisp. Collingwood by 36 points, 11-8-74 to the Tigers 5-8-38. The Pies have had the game really in control all match. They led by 24 points at quarter time, kicked 6 goals to 2 in the opening term, by 25 at half-time, and currently by 36 with Craig McRae on the bench just issuing some orders. Thrown back into play. Cox up against Kajitsky. Kajitsky wins down the tap, spills back towards him, tries to get a third hand pass away. Looking for Banks, can't slap it away from Crisp. The Collingwood hard runner wins it. Kicks looking for Jamie Elliott. In fact, it's McStay who comes in from the side. Elliott in the end just cleared some space. And Dan McStay said, that's all I need to claim the mark. Leaning to his right and having Collingwood fans missed him.
I'll paint a picture here. There's a boundary throw-in right in front of us. 3v3 on the ground. Wingers out, covering the defensive areas. An interchange player comes on. Just watch the kick for goal.
Daniel McStay for his third for 25 metres out. He puts it through. 3 goals to none. Collingwood's way in this third quarter as they extend their lead once more. A game-high 42-point lead. 12-8-80 to Richmond 5-8-38. Mick Malthouse with you.
Yeah, so the stoppage, so the interchange play comes on, which is Lockie Schultz. He goes straight to the stoppage. Collingwood players spread, take their men with them. Lockie Schultz is now by himself. Not used, didn't have to be used, but when you analyse what was taking place, they had the extra one smack bang at the stoppage with a ruckman knowing he was sitting there. As it turned out, it drew a Richmond player, which then the ball spilt to the free player. Collingwood were able to exit the stoppage so easily because they had the extra player there. And the life of me, I say, where's the Richmond opponent? He's sitting behind the ball, waiting to help out.
Cox palms it down. Kazici tried to rip it away, couldn't do so. Kick forward. Another nice intercept, this time by Vloston, with a bit of attention from the front. And he gives it to the running Bolter from behind. Bolter out wide with a long kick. Overcooked it a little. Stood okay, though, for Short, who goes short in the end. And finds his teammate in Banks. Banks off to Broad and back to Banks, who kept on running. High kick inside 50, right to the top of the square. It's gone a long way, this. One grab and the second. Brown mark.
That's an interesting mark when you've got Moore, Cox and
Howe as well.
Howe down. They're all down there, and none of them got their hand on it. Maynard, that's a very good mark.
A double grab, wasn't it? But he just got Darcy Moore underneath the footy.
Just enough.
Just enough.
Yeah. But what's Cox doing?
Yeah, caught in no man's land.
So distance won't be a problem here. Slight angle to the left. Tom Brown comes in and kicks it. And that's his second for the afternoon. And Richmond peg one back. 12-8-80 Collingwood, 6-8-44 the Tigers. 20 played, third term.
Tell you what, Maisie, the crowd behind weren't that confident on that kick from Tommy Brown. He's trying to kick it as hard as he could. Didn't spin great. The one that he had from 50 looked a lot better, but just a clever footballer, Tom Brown. I like him. Even when he was behind the footy, his one-on-one ability, really good, composed. Just a gentle little nudge on Darcy Moore there. Got him out of the way, didn't allow him to fly and really kill that ball. and Howe almost blocked the run of Cox, but he didn't set himself up prior to that to get it in. It was the handball received that you've been calling for, Mick.
Yep.
That allowed that ball to get in there a lot quicker from Banks.
And Cohen on the boundary.
The other thing Mick Malthouse has been calling for is Noah Bolter to go back behind the ball. He's now back on Mason Cox at centre-half back after a Furman Frank exchange with the benches.
Thank you, Koza. Back in the middle of the ground. Cameron and Ryan. Free kick going Collingwood's way. Nick Dacos takes the advantage. Drives him inside 50. It doesn't get to McStay as Nick Bostone takes the mark in front of Hoskin Elliott. Kicks out in front of Ralph Smith. He doesn't have to break stride on the Shane Warne stand side. Takes the mark and works it up to Mansell. He's out and away from Parker. Inside 50. Kaczynski back with the flight.
That's ball movement.
Richmond's best transition of the game.
No doubt.
Yeah, well done, Nick Vlosten. He'll stand under those high balls all day for you.
He's been a fantastic career, hasn't he?
Just brave. Yeah, and he has been since the day he started.
And he's not that tall.
No, he's 188, 187, 188, I reckon.
187 here.
Yeah.
Hasn't been an All-Australian despite being a three-time premiership player, but you think of sort of Tom Stewart and Harris Andrews and all the dominant Darcy Moore, key defenders during that era. Footy in the hands of Jacob Kaczynski, kicking from the right forward pocket. Looking to try and continue the fight back for the Tigers. It's across the face and misses everything. Out of bounds on the full, so no change to the score. Kaczynski has one goal so far this afternoon. Ian Cohen on the boundary.
Thompson Dow is up, warming up. We believe that Taranto might be out, just waiting for confirmation.
John Noble takes it, kicks as far as he can. Again, the left to right shape on that footy, and Bolter sees it over for a boundary throw in right in front of Ian Cohen downstairs.
Yeah. He's been down all day. Timmy Taranto, I wonder if there's anything wrong. He only had the 11 disposals, coming back obviously from a concussion.
Yeah, he's been very...
Just limited, looks like.
Yeah, not himself. Toss back into play. Hopper, kick forward. It'll land at 50 over the head of Howe. Kaczynski onto it. Gives it to Mansell, who snaps around the corner. It'll land at the top of the square. It goes end over end. Maynard happy enough to see this through for a rushed behind. So, it's hit the behind post. So, a ball in to take place. Right forward pocket here. Ian Cohen downstairs.
Yeah, in regard to Tim Taranto, when he'd been coming on and off, they'd been working on his lower back and maybe that sort of hip area for most of the time he was on the benches, and obviously has been subbed out now. So, Thompson Dow in for game number 33.
Thanks, Koza. Thrown back in. Ryan in front position. Taps it down to Prestia. He's locked up by Parker, and the umpire will ball it up. Right forward pocket for the Tigers.
That's a good call. If he's coming back off concussion and he's a bit stiff and sore, you've got to move that player out.
Cameron takes it out of the ruck for Collingwood against Ryan. Hand pass missed the target though. A chance for Richmond. Ryan gets it back. Look away. Hand pass from Steely Green. Didn't quite get to Thompson Dow. Into the action. Noble knocks it away. Out in front of side bottom. Can't take it cleanly. McIntosh tries to spin out of the Harrison tackle. He's taken high. And Camden McIntosh gets another look at the big sticks.
Yeah, just an error.
No, he's going to give it off.
Pass off.
Is that 15? Umpire went to play, call play on. Prestia has to play on. Hand pass to Dow. Back to Hopper. Spins out of the Harrison tackle to McIntosh. He's gone. Holding the ball, losing it. Well, the umpire didn't play it anyway, but Collingwood are away. Pendlebury across half-back to side bottom. They wax with it across right half-back.
Pendlebury makes everyone stop again all the time in the world. Loops the hand pass over the top to Quainer. Now further afield by hand to side bottom and short kick. Diving underneath the footy there and getting his hands underneath it was Schultz.
Must be nice having a teammate you know is just going to give it to you every single time for 300 times that they've played together.
Schultz long into the forward line. McStay presented nicely. Couldn't complete the mark on the way down. And then we'll have a ball up on the paint of 50.
Now this Bolter, he's been on the man on the mark. His man is forward and now he's just jogging into the back line.
Tossed up. Cameron with one hit. Might have been held off it. Nick Dacos grabbed it, hand passed it forward. McStay won a good ball, but then his hand pass didn't do Josh Dacos any favours. Has to go back in and fetch it. Over the top of him, it spits out the side. Parker, rush kick inside 50 is good. Off to Schultz, who keeps it along the ground and squeezes it in for a goal. His second. And Collingwood add to the Richmond pain. 13-8-86, plays 6-8-44, 25 plays third quarter on ABC Sport.
He's got on the end of a couple now, Lockie Schultz, but well done, Josh Dacos. I thought his ability to fight and scrap there at centre half back, just to keep the ball in tight, put his body on the line when it was a 50-50 one, and then it was just an errant little jam kick forward from young Will Parker. But Lockie Schultz, decision to make. Do I really want to go here? Do I let the big boys come through? But Well done. Probably got called into it by Mason Cox, to be honest. And just a good little finish dribble goal there in the end. Floodgates have sort of opened up a little bit here, haven't they, Clinchy?
4-1 in this third quarter. Richmond kicked 1-4, it must be noted. But, yep, out to a 42-point lead, which is an equal game high. And all the Collingwood forwards are trying to get involved. Back in the middle, Ryan and Cameron square up. Darcy Cameron wins down the tap, out in front of Lipinski, bumped off it by Hopper for Richmond. Thompson Dow tries to get a hand pass away, hand pass it to himself in the end. Gets the hand pass to Jaden Short off the outside of the boot, up towards half forward. Steely Green had to spoil it away from Josh Dacos. It spills to Pendlebury, kicks out to Lipinski on the Shane Warne stand side to Nick Dacos. He just fires a hand pass back to Parker, who breaks away from the tackle of Mansell. Kicks up towards half forward, in front Hoskin Elliott, a juggling effort from Thompson Dow. Doing well to get back and support the defenders.
Short kick is okay as well to find Hopper. Right on the edge of the centre square at half-back. Took the player on the mark. Just got his hands free and was able to get the hand pass away to Prestia. Flares it out wide to McIntosh. It's got a free player and it's Campbell. Loops the hand pass over the top to Mansell. High kick around the boundary is going to be okay to Brown. Now Brown's marked 53 from goal. Centres things up. That's a lovely kick to Ryan, who takes the mark. 48 from goal, pretty much directly in front.
What's he like here? Too far out?
I would suggest the guy who kicked it to him would be a better option, from what we saw in the first quarter. But yeah, he'll need a lot of momentum, I would have thought. Big Samson here.
Well, at least he's dragged a ruckman out of the goal square.
So long approach, couple of skips and comes in, lays into it. It's low, it's hard, it's almost all the way. Bolton very smartly tapped it down, and Richmond have socketed this through, I fancy.
No, bounced over the line.
Or did it? I reckon we're headed upstairs yet again.
Steely Green trying to high-five and convince the goal umpire. He got a boot onto it and it didn't go over the line.
Called as a goal. Can we please ensure the ball had not crossed the line previously?
Oh, I think
so the original call is a goal for
well and truly over the line.
So
yeah, it bounced even on like a foot over the line.
Yeah,
see the mark. Josh Dacos probably
swallowed
impeded.
Up the umpire.
Yeah,
the goal umpire.
Chelsea.
They've all missed it, haven't they?
So it's going to be a touch behind, overruled here.
Touched, you reckon?
It was touched early, and then it
cleared the line.
It touched there.
So one behind from the arc.
Bolton hit that well before then. What we were seeing on the replay.
So 41-point lead Collingwood's way as Josh Dacos brings them back into play from the punt road end. Up towards Cameron and Cox. Darcy Cameron can't hang on to it. Hand pass to Crisp. He blazes away to half forward. No one's there for Collingwood. Trezise races back. Broad's offering him advice. He gathers the loose ball. And left half back, and now where does he go? Swings into the corridor. Back onto his left-hand side. Kicks up towards Banks and Miller. And Miller just shoves him out of the way illegally, says the umpire.
Well, he gave it away. He took the mark and looked at the umpire thinking, I think I might have made an error here. And the umpire, I think he was going to pay the mark.
Yeah, I agree.
He realised the player gone, hang on, he's done something bad here.
Well, the guilty kid who had tucked into the pantry gave it all away, and Collingwood take the free kick as Cameron chips it forward to Sidebottom. He's at right half forward for Collingwood. He shakes it into the second row under the Ponsford stand.
How many's he played? 306?
327.
327. That's the first time I've ever seen him do that.
Worst kick?
Yeah, that's a shocking kick.
Long kick from Richmond, but it's punched it the way of Harrison, who kicks inside attacking 50. And Ryan, good mark, going back with the flight of the ball. Nice intercept, gave it off to Short. And the three-quarter time siren rings. Another good quarter for the Pies. Only the solitary goal for the Tigers and 4 for Collingwood. 13-8-86 lead, 6-9-45 at the final break. Let's go through the goal kickers. 3 for McStay, 2 each for Schultz, Hill and Hoskin Elliott, and singles for Elliott, Pendlebury, Cameron and Long. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, all singles, Kajitsky, Brown, McIntosh, Banks and Campbell.
Coming up from the SCG, The Sydney Swans taking on the Western Bulldogs. If you want to listen to that game, there is an ABC call available. Just download the ABC Listen app if you haven't already. Everything's available there, local radio, sport, and you can tune in. Just click on the AFL Extra button. Luke Parker and Caleb Daniel are the subs for that match. Collingwood by 41 points for most of our listeners. We'll bring you a preview of our next stop, the Adelaide Oval, the Crows and the Hawks on Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Roy and HG. This medal-winning duo are no strangers to the City of Lights. But, Mesa me, it's not just the Olympic Games. It's the culture, the fashion, the politics, the art, the opera, plus BMX bikes and weightlifting. That's people, medals and cheese daily during the Olympics across the nation, teetering on the brink of joyful chaos on ABC Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Campbell with the free kick, gives it to the runner, Bolton, who didn't see Hill at all, and now he's caught holding the ball.
Oh, no,
that's going to be 50 as well. Campbell didn't return the ball on the full. And Bobby Hill be marched all the way inside attacking 50. Kicks from 40. It's low. It wasn't his best kick, but it's through.
Kaczynski wins down the tap, spills back towards him, tries to get a third hand pass away. Looking for Banks, can't slap it away from Chris. The Collingwood hard runner wins it. Kicks looking for Jamie Elliott. In fact, it's McStay who comes in from the side. Daniel McStay for his third for 25 metres out. He puts it through.
McStay won a good ball, but then his hand pass didn't do Josh Dacos any favours. Has to go back in and fetch it. Over the top of him, it spits out the side. Parker, rush kick inside 50 is good. Off to Schultz, who keeps it along the ground and squeezes it in for a goal. His second.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at the MCG. Collingwood leading by 41 points over the Tigers, looking to try and keep their premiership defence alive. 13-8-86 to Richmond 6-9-45. Mac Lynch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Ian Cohen down on the boundary. Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio are your experts on ABC Sport. Our next stop is the Adelaide Oval, where the Crows take on the raging Hawks. To bring us all the details, a very good afternoon to Aaron Bryans.
Afternoon, Clinchy. We knew the run home was going to be this enthralling and unpredictable jigsaw puzzle, but how about this weekend? It's thrown some major curveballs and it's left the door open for the Hawks to soar all the way into the 8. So as you mentioned, a ripping run of form. They've won 9 of their last 11 games. The 0-5 start totally turned it around, and now their dreams could become a reality. But standing in their way is the Adelaide Crows. They've been happy to spoil the party of the Giants and the Blues over the past month, and they'd love to add another contender to their hit list, but they'll need to do so without Jordan Dawson, Nick Murray, Jordan Butts, and now Brodie Smith, who is a late out with illness. Top drafty Dan Curtin comes in as his replacement. He'll be the Crows' sub. The Hawks, as named, so Finn McGuinness will be their sub once again. But it's going to be a massive contest to wrap up round 20 as we build towards the final month of the regular season, and Hawthorn looking to get a spot in the 8 to conclude the weekend. Can't wait for it. We've got Rod Jamieson and Scott Thompson in the box. Neil Cross will be calling alongside me as well. Clinchy, the Crows and the Hawks up next on ABC Sport.
Thank you very much, Ads. Looks forward to joining you for the final match of round 20 of the AFL. Collingwood by 41 points on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Why isn't Richmond wearing their yellow away jersey today? The AFL should have stepped in. Well, I guess they feel like there's enough of a difference with the yellow sash, and Collingwood are in the black shorts and the black and white stripes. Dave the Truckie on my way to Sydney. Go the Pies. Great call. How many games in a row has Jack Chris played? And what is the record? He's up to 233 this afternoon.
That's incredible.
The record, of course, is Jim Stein's 244. So he's within touching distance. He's starting to close in on that. Dennis in Mortdale, New South Wales. Thanks for the vivid call of Collingwood and Richmond game. We don't have TV to watch it, but your call is rich in laughs, detailed description, and your long experience. Thanks, Dennis. More of those. We enjoy that one.
Yeah, that's really positive feedback.
We like some positive feedback. Our man from Preston, Caden McIntosh. No, I think it's Camden. Do you ever get that? Every now and then people come up and greet you and get names wrong in terms of, players that they think they know but they don't actually know.
Yeah.
When you're in a group environment, come up and introduce themselves thinking they're chatting to someone and it turns out it's not them.
And the way they usually start is been a supporter for all my life, It's like, well, I'm not sure you do, mate. Because it's...
on your bread?
Yeah, you've stuffed that up straight from the start, yeah. I haven't had it too much myself. My brother, though, has been called Kochi quite a few times as he's ran with it. He's also played up as me a few times as well, which has got me out of a pickle with someone I didn't really want to speak to. And he's taken the full blunt of it for me. So
I had some new names when I started coaching Carlton. When I was
not sure any of them we could say on air.
When I was going down the race.
Now, Scott Pendlebury is starting on the bench. Speaking about the race, the Pies, I wonder we'll go down to Ian Cohen in a moment or so's time. Game 400 next week. Maybe just put him on nice slits.
Yeah, let him just get through and enjoy, put the feet up, the old boy.
Ian Cohen on the boundary?
Yeah, it looks like they have pulled the sub, and Scott Pendlebury is taking those ageing bones, but the world of wisdom into the back row. It looks like he's certainly got the jacket on at the moment, so an opportunity for Lockie Sullivan in Game 10.
36 years of age. Scott Pendlebury's afternoon is done. Final quarter underway. Prestia gets the clearance for the Tigers. Goes inside 50. Koschitzky knocks it down to Shea Bolton. He's tackled by Josh Dacos. It comes clear. Darcy Moore for Collingwood. The captain hand passes to Crisp. Kicks up the wing. Schultz in front. Can't take the mark in short. Down to Prestia of Richmond. Inside 50. Flying uncontested. The mark is taken by Smith.
Oh, he had players. He just had to kick the football.
He's burnt a couple. Caleb Smith. And now he might have to have the shot.
Try three.
As a small forward, that's well played.
Hasn't kicked a goal in Game 3.
Well, he'd need to kick this one because he had someone 20 metres out. Slight angle, but...
The Western Australian, can he carry 50 metres? He's out to the right. That's the job. He gives it everything he's got. It's not a bad effort. Through it goes. His first goal in AFL footy. Caleb Smith from East Fremantle, pick 49 in 2022. Having had some challenges with stress fractures to his foot, he finally gets a crack at the big time and makes it count. The Tigers with the first goal of the final term. Just their second goal since half-time, so much needed given Collingwood were getting on top. Collingwood by 35 points, 13-8-86 to the Tigers, 7-9-51.
Yeah, you've got to take your hat off to a young bloke. It's a nice mark overhead too to hold on to that. It was just a mongrel ball forward from Dion Prestia, but to stand under it, stand nice and tall. He did have some opportunities to pass it off, but when you're down, the game's probably out of reach, although we have seen teams come back from that sort of deficit before.
Do you want to put money on it?
That they'll come back?
Yeah.
No. Smart with big money. They're going to pay for a parking ticket later.
You probably will.
Ball tossed up. Coming through was Baker. He was grabbed immediately, going absolutely nowhere. Ball to be tossed up just forward of the centre circles towards the Richmond end, kicking towards the City end in this final term. Thrown up. Cameron palmed it down through the hands of Ryan. Josh Dacos slammed it on the boot, gained about 30 metres, sits up nicely for Cox. Off to Lipinski on the outside of the boot. Inside attacking 50. Ball didn't quite sit for Jamie Elliott, who sees it out for a boundary throw-in.
That come to Cox really quickly. He's got some pretty good hands, doesn't he? I know they're big and massive. And
they're buckets.
Yeah, they are, and he thinks they're the best in the world. But outside of that, they were special just then.
Thrown back into play. Nick Dacos gets the clearance inside 50. Cox couldn't take the mark on that occasion. Bolter there to mop up. Blind handball though. Sullivan overran it. Now Bytel, high kick. It was touched. It'll be play on. Richmond get numbers around this, but again another blind handball to Cameron. Now to Josh Dacos. Onto the left. Pokes it to his brother in the forward pocket. Is that 50 metres?
It should be 50. You just can't shove someone. He's taken the mark and then been shoved. Okay, it wasn't violent or anything like that, but he shoved him after he marked the ball.
There's a bit of mayo on it too.
Mind you, it won't matter to this bloke. He knocks him over from anywhere.
You put money on this one, then you'll put it on?
I just think he's just probably the best.
I'll put my parking ticket on it.
He's the best kick in the competition. Left and right side.
He crosses the boundary line. He's going to have to kick from 45. And it's out to the right. He's going to miss everything.
Unselfish.
And it's slammed into the right behind post.
We've picked them well today. No, he squared that one up, I reckon.
Cheaply.
Why do I feel like you probably weren't that forgiving as a coach?
No, well, Dacos inside 50 has a shot.
Thrown in. Samson Ryan taps it down to Broad under pressure. Thompson Dow's hand pass knocked along. There's still a chance for Sullivan, who gets it in towards Elliott. Can't take it cleanly. Broad wants the boundary line. Hand pass to Blawstone. He bounces off side bottom and somehow stays in. It's worked forward up towards half forward. Unable to take the mark, Smith. It spills to Josh Dacos inside 50. Mason Cox can't take the mark. Spills down to Ralph Smith, and the ball is locked up, although taken high.
That's what I mean about Ralph Smith. Takes the mark, takes a ball and just hand passes it blindly. Not a chance in hell as his teammate got under that pressure.
Thompson Dow was the player taken high.
So Dow goes into the right back pocket. Broad takes the mark. Short to Miller. And he plays on immediately. Gains a lot of territory here up towards the wing. Bolton will fly. It was a good ride. And he had both hands to it, just couldn't complete it on the way down. Out of bounds. Always threatens.
Seen some good jumps today, mate.
Yeah, good leaps. That was at full pace as well. Good ride. Thrown back into play. Shallow throw in. Ryan just toe pokes it to Dow, who's stripped to the footy. Now Bytel in over the top. Dow fights him again, and so does Sullivan. We're going nowhere. Another stoppage to take place, this time right in front of Ian Cohen downstairs.
Well, that was where Shea Bolton elevated as well. It got everyone up and off their plastic here. I can tell you, if he'd taken it, they would have roared.
Thanks, Koza. Ryan one down the tap, but to Bytel of Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos up to Elliott. Flying on cue and letting Noah Bolton know about it as well. In the middle of a pack in which contained Mason Cox. It's not his aerial best, Jamie Elliott, but it is one for the mark of the day. Inside 50, Bobby Hill wants to go, but it's Mason Cox in front who takes the mark.
That should be a free kick.
Yeah, it should.
It definitely should, but it's got to the stage of the match that I'm all for it. Let's bring some party tricks.
No, it's not a matter of the Cox take. Who's taking the mark? Cox has taken the mark. Yeah. It was the work done
Broad's
before.
Broad's been impeded.
Absolutely.
Bobby Hill had hands on the shoulders trying to spring himself up, so that should be a free kick.
And
three umpires standing next to each other singing Humbaya.
He's laughing uncontrollably too, Bobby Hill, as he walked away from the scene of the crime.
And then the big American might like a chance to celebrate here. 45-degree angle, 20 metres out. He misses. Misses to the left-hand side.
Yeah.
And Collingwood lead by 36 points. 6 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
My old teammate, Ivan Maric, would have been like, yes, justice.
Short kick is okay. From short to then Broad and back to short, although his kick outside of defensive 50 is pretty aimless, and mark taken by Noble next to the boundary line. Left half forward here. Collingwood have got their intercept game going across half forward today. Long kick into the pocket. Oh, another big fly from the back. That time Elliott again. Hill at ground level. Spins out of one. Off to Elliott, who snaps. It's across the face. And it's over and out of bounds. Not quite sneaking in for a behind. Left back pocket here for the Tigers. 7 minutes played. Final term. Margin 36 points in favour of the Pies.
Meanwhile, at the SCG, the opening goal the way of the Western Bulldogs. 1-2-8 to Sydney yet to score. The Tigers out of defence as they work it to centre half back. Some good hard running from Banks as he tries to drive it straight through the middle of the ground. That's a high ball. Asks a little bit of Steely Green. He was taken high, surely by Darcy Moore. If that wasn't a mark, the umpire doesn't pay either, and a ball up in the middle of the ground.
Well, Darcy Moore should have punched it from start off.
Thrown up in the air, Cameron beautifully wins down the tap to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Sullivan. Around his body, the kick is chopped off, and Jaden Short takes the mark for Richmond.
Short to Bolter. Oh, Cox just got a hand in there to distract him. Well done by Hopper to slide in and win the footy. Hard win that one, and then Short. He finds Ryan. Ryan pokes a pass into the pocket, and the mark is taken by Ralph Smith. Look at that in that Hopper contest where he slid in. He's just taken out Harrison here downstairs as well, who's battling a little bit on the wing. Hasn't quite got to his feet yet. Ralph Smith squares things up to Rioli. There's no one on him at the top of 50. Nick Dacos mans the mark, and now he's got to go back and have a shot.
What do you reckon happened to the Collingwood lad?
I'm not sure.
Copped a hip or something maybe, because he went to get up and then he sort of just laid down. I thought he might have done something to his leg.
Yeah, well, I think he's sort of limping a little. We'll get down to Ian Cohen for an update. So Rioli. Well, Nick Dacos was a bit asleep on the mark there. Rioli took full advantage, got the distance easily, but misses to the right-hand side.
But Maisie, he's not allowed to move.
No, but he called play on, I reckon, early there, and Rioli.
Well, fair enough. If he's called play on, I watched Duncan the other day. He ran across the mark and they were allowed to do it.
Yeah, it's another inconsistent rule, isn't it? That?
So just the one goal so far in this final term, Richmond's way, as Jeremy Howe brings Collingwood back into play and finds Will Hoskin-Elliott at left half back. Kicks up towards Bytel. Good strong mark in front of Campbell and Ralph Smith. Hand pass inboard to Nick Dacos. His numbers slowed a little after his 17 disposal first quarter. Back to Maynard. He's having his own fumbles as he gathers at half back. 1-2 with Nick Dacos around the members' wing. Up towards Lipinski. Vlostone almost juggles the mark. He does. With his right arm, he pulls it in. And on the third bite, he's able to claim the mark at right half back.
He's been fantastic for him.
Yep. Goes to the wing. Hopper almost running in front of Campbell there. Campbell into the middle. Good aggressive kick too. Rioli takes the mark. He can go quickly. He switches to the Shane Warnstand side of the ground. Mark taken by Broad. Broad to go... No, I thought he was going to go longer there. Inside attacking 50. Goes to Tresize and then into the pocket all through the hands of Brown. And over into the... or near the boundary line. Was it pushed out? Yes. Quainer sees it out of play. Let's head boundary side and Ian Cohen.
Yeah, Harvey Harrison is sitting in the front row at the moment. He spent a bit of time with the Collingwood doctors. They're now reviewing the vision. He looks just to be gathering his senses, but at the moment, of course, they've already pulled the sub.
Head on chin.
Oh, it was too.
Cameron wins down the tap to Josh Dacos, kicks up towards McStay, but Noel Bolter, back in his more familiar defensive role, takes the intercepting mark. Looking a little bit more happier with life as well. At left half forward. In his 100th game, he veers out to the right and gives it everything he's got. It's a good effort. It's to the goal line, and in the end, Darcy Cameron reaches over and spoils it out of play. Left forward pocket for the Tigers. It's about 15 metres around with Collingwood leading by 35 points at the city end of the MCG.
I know you say it's good effort, Clinchy, but sort of a nothing kick, isn't it?
Well,
it just goes to the pocket. And
what do you get out of it?
Nothing. It doesn't give your forwards any sort of a chance. It's on their head. Yeah, not sold.
Thrown back into play. Cameron got in front of Ryan a little bit too easily there. Now Josh Dacos found a bit of space and should have been pink for holding the ball. Umpire won't play on. Josh Dacos goes back into fetch it off to Sullivan and now to Noble by hand. He fires with his boot. Looking for Elliott, who allows McStay just to be the only jumper for that one. Could have been front-on contact. Umpire said no, we'll have a ball in as the boundary line beats everyone on the southern side. Definitely
front-on contact, Macy.
Yep. No, I thought the kick from Noel Bolter was about 60 metres, but the tactic was probably not what Adamuse or his forwards wanted.
He seemed to get in the play more as a backline player than he has in the forward line.
Cameron wins down the tap. Prestia has nowhere to go, runs into traffic, and the umpire will ball it up. Matt Lynch and Andrew Mays calling the action. Ian Cohen down the boundary. Mick Malthouse and Brett Delidio with you for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Cameron wins down the tap. And to work once more. The Tigers try and break away, but there's no opportunity for Dion Prestia. He's had his challenges with his body. Game 221 today. Played, of course, in 3 flags in 4 years, so it'll be interesting to see a few of these contract conversations at the end of the year. Jack Crisp, the running man, fends off one tackle. Banks got him in the end. Just got a boot to it as Broad tries to clear it for Richmond. Hand pass picked off, though, by Sidebottom. Back to Crisp. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. His hand pass smothered by Dan Rioli. Banks has another go. Gets it back to Dan Rioli. Hand pass along the turf to Broad. Schultz and Maynard lock him up. And the ball is at right half forward for Collingwood. The Magpies by 35 points. 13 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Right half forward here for the Pies. Decent crowd this afternoon in the end after all the rain this morning. Quick clearance from the Tigers all the way up to the wing. Moore gets in front of McIntosh. Won the ball as well. Got the hand pass away to Howe. Runs around the back of that skirmish and then gets it to right half forward. Mark taken by Schultz.
Yeah, good mark. He's finding a bit of form since quarter time.
Keeps it low, looking for Hoskin-Elliott. Almost got there, just off hands. Was punched away from the immediate danger. Sullivan won a hard ball. Back to Schultz. Poking past, misses everyone. Sliding in to take the mark is Broad again.
Maybe not great form.
Broad to the left back pocket. Miller has it. So Miller looking for this next option, which has been tough one all day for the Tigers coming out of defence. He pokes the pass over the top and it's okay for Hopper. So Hopper still inside defensive 50. short kick. He's almost intercepted by Schultz. Dow has it. And almost played on there. Umpire said, you're okay. So he comes in, Dow. Off half-back, long kick. This has Moore's name written all over it. Oh, he almost got in a tangle with his teammate there. Cameron, who was stationed in front, spilled each other. Now a chance for McIntosh. Kicks inside 50, into the pocket. Not a lot of Tigers there, and Bytel's happy to see it over for a boundary throw-in. Deep inside attacking 50 for the Tigers. They trail by 35.
At the SCG, the Western Bulldogs 2-4-16 off to the fast start against Sydney, yet to score. Of course, the Swans missing a couple of players. Goals to Ugelhagen and Ed Richards for the Western Bulldogs. Here at the MCG, Collingwood by 35 points. Thrown back in. Ryan gets it down to Hopper. Kick off the outside of the boot. It is insufficient intent to keep it in. At Collingwood... Bytel, sorry, it was. So it is a Richmond free kick, I should say, at left half 14. Cohen on the boundary.
Yeah, good news for Magpie fans. Harvey Harrison back on and after a discussion with the doctor, but he looks to be okay.
Thanks, Koza. Banks kicks Richmond inside 50. Ryan sets himself. Tom Brown's in the pack, spoiled away. Thompson Dow's the crummer, had to wait for it. He's tackled in the end. His long locks him up. 35 to 40 metres out from the Richmond goal at the city end of the MCG. Collingwood by 35 points.
Tossed up. Cameron grabbed that one out of the ruck. Then the hand pass to space was good to allow Josh Dacos to run onto it. It opens up in front of him. He takes 2 bounces along the wing. Hand pass over the top to Harrison. He gathers and looked to draw the opponent. Instead kicked high towards the top of 50. Hoskin Elliott couldn't take the mark. Ricochets off his boot to Miller. Off to Broad and then further afield by Bolter. Heard a voice. It was good too. Tresize comes inboard and just missed Baker there with the pass. Now a chance for Chris. Hospital hand pass, but well done by Noble to ride the tackle, get it back to him. Off to Long. Now to Quainer. Quainer slaps it forward, tried to get back onto it inside attacking 50, couldn't do so. Tigers come away through Rioli, who paddles a ball in front of himself intelligently so no one could tackle him. Then he takes a bounce, runs through the wing. Centering kick is okay, but Moore gets there for the Pies. And then wins it to the advantage of Bytel. Back to Noble. Noble, an aggressive kick for Sullivan, who had to sit underneath it. Takes a strong mark right on the edge of the centre square.
The sub into the action for Scott Pennebury. Kicks out to Lipinski and Nick Dacos. Nick Dacos takes rein there. Claims the mark, switches to his brother Josh. In the middle of the MCG, the 2 Dacos boys sharing it as he chips it into the middle of the ground. And Long takes the mark. Ed Long. The goal in his 9th game of AFL footy out to Jeremy Howe. He marks under the Shane Warne stand. Collingwood 13-9-87, the Tigers 7-10-52. The Pies are just doing as they please. Chips it back to Nick Dacos. Possession number 7 coming up in this final term.
Is that 40 for the game?
39 for the game. Inside 50, Vlostone's well set in front of McStay. Can't hang on to the mark. It's locked to his chest as Hoskin Elliott lays the tackle. 40.
Hit 40.
Nick Dacos with 40 disposals here at the MCG, including 11 clearances and 7 inside 50s.
It's gone quiet after the first quarter.
Yeah, disappointing really.
So, from the clearance, Tigers kick around the boundary, but a nice mark there taken by Cameron. Cameron back to the wing, right on the logo.
Just no structure by the Tigers. And I know I've been at them all day, but if you don't have some sort of structure coming out of the back line, this is what happens. The opposition just take it off, you set the play up and they just drive it back inside front 50.
Now in the middle to Moore. And Moore then a short pass to Quainer, who's going to go back to where it came from. Howe still standing on the logo. He goes long hand pass around the boundary to Josh Dacos, who will kick inside attacking 50. High ball. Where are the Flyers? Bolt a good spoil. And a hand pass back into congestion. Cameron was there. And now crisp onto it. He tries to wrestle it free. Couldn't do so. There's a couple of Tigers grab hold of him. We'll have a ball up 40 metres out directly in front. 58,342 in the house this afternoon. So a pretty good crowd considering the cold and chilly conditions this morning.
Bulldogs lead the Swans by 16 points at the SCG. First quarter action there. Baker gets the hand pass out for the Tigers. Is able to feed it out to Steely Green. Kicks out towards half forward where the foot race is on. trying to reel it in is Mansell in the right half forward line. One way, then the other around Parker. Kicks inside 50. McIntosh trying to make it work in front of Quainer. Hand pass away to Tom Brown. Hand pass away to Campbell. And from 25 metres out, he misses to the left-hand side. Trying to snap over his shoulder. Collingwood by 34 points. 19 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Moore with the kick in to Howe in the left back pocket. And Howe finds Lipinski further afield. So Sting going out of this one. Still 5.5 minutes left on the clock here. Lipinski pulled the kick at the last moment because he spotted Bytel, who was in a lot of space in front of the members.
Just not working the Tigers. I know it's late in the game and the results going to fall to Collingwood quite easily.
Yeah. Oh, he slipped over there, Josh Dacos, as he was about to take the mark. Allowed the Tigers in on the wing here. They fire it inboard through Dow. And now to Baker. Chip pass is okay. Bolton takes the diving mark. 48 from goal directly in front.
Well, that came about because there was a mistake made by the Pies falling over, but it was the senior players like Baker and that stayed alert, and Bolton running into their forward line. But just prior to that, I know it's late in the season, three games to go. We're on the bottom of the ladder, but there's a pride factor that you've just got to stay alert, stay up for your supporters, if anyone.
In comes Shea Bolton. Couple of behinds this afternoon in the third term. Kicks from 52. Oh, he's hooked that badly. Looking for the distance. It's out of bounds on the full, missing everything.
He's been kicking pretty ordinary for a while. Yeah. Shea Bolton in front of goal this year. He kicks some miraculous ones, like ones you don't expect him to kick, and then ones you expect him to get a lot closer with.
I think distance is starting to get him.
Yeah, potentially. Late in the game, though, you've got to give him an out, I suppose, but that wasn't anywhere near it.
Darcy Moore for Collingwood, kicks long up towards Mason Cox. Now Bolter spinning through traffic, drives it back inside 50 towards Tom Brown. Smaller against Darcy Moore, and Moore reaches over the top and makes the spoil. Down to Josh Dacos, position 31 for him. Kicks up to Hoskinelli, who takes the mark. At right half back, feeds the hand pass to Nick Dacos. Position 41 with a hand pass to Chris. Goal. And they're out here. Jamie Elliott at right half forward. He gathers, looks into the corridor, chips it to Lipinski, who marks just 10 metres out from goal.
Yeah. That's how you move the footy. Just quick, out in the space, run onto it, and then just load up.
It was the mark from Hoskinelli, and then just the quick hand pass, and they were off to the races.
Yeah, it was. That quick handball to Dacos, which drew in another player, the defender, which then allowed Chris to get on the outside, and then he kicked the space to Elliott running back onto it. Lipinski just put the hammer down, going back towards goal, as all players do.
Pat Lipinski comes in from 15 metres out, and he becomes the 8th individual goal kicker for Collingwood this afternoon. The Magpies 14-9-93 to the Tigers 7-11-53. 21 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport. That is Collingwood's first goal of the final term. So first goal since the 25-minute mark of the third term. Fran from Melbourne wants to know, are we impressed with the Pies, or are they just going through the motions?
Oh, they're not going through the...
Carlton, Sydney, Brisbane and Melbourne to come.
They're not going through the motions. I reckon they can smell the fact that Essendon have opened the door for 3 or 4 clubs. There's no question about that.
Yep.
The others are a game away from securing a spot in the 8. But the Bombers have opened it up. Bulldogs right now are doing the job on Sydney, but it's a long way short of finishing. So Collingwood would know that. So they're playing for a heck of a lot at the moment.
Nick Dacos out of the middle again, burst free, kicks inside 50. Bolter stretches and takes a good mark. Wants to play on quickly, keeps it low. That's a lovely kick too to Mansell, who takes it on the wing. Mansell short to Bolton, stuck the one hand out. Back to Mansell by hand. Now he kicks inside, attacking 50. Ryan in pole position, couldn't take it. Lovely rove, front and centre, and squeezing it in was Prestia. Lovely movement by the Tigers, end to end.
Yeah, very well done.
Good reply there from Richmond. Well done to Ryan, going back with the flight of the ball to make the contest inside 50.
He's impressive, young Ryan. I really like the way he goes about it.
He'll attack it. There's no worries about that.
He's not ready for first ruck.
He's a forward.
Yeah, he's not ready for first ruck. But he will develop into a good ruckman. I'm not saying he's the same as Marshall. I picked Marshall very early in the piece as a player that could be a wonderful ruckman. He did a lot of work in the forward line because Paddy Ryder was there and that sort of stuff. But this won't do him any harm, so as long as he doesn't get injured, and when Nankervis comes back and he starts playing forward pocket with Lynch leading up, he's going to be able to get in behind the play and do that marking in the goal square. He's got terrific hands, and he's very brave. I love the way he goes about it.
206 centimetres, Samson Ryan, 23 years of age. You'd imagine he'll spend a lot of the off-season in the gym trying to build up his size. As Baker tries to break away from middle of the MCG, he's locked up by Crisp, and the umpire circles and will pull it up.
It's a late burst, so he turns 24 this year.
Collingwood leading by 34 points as the tap comes down the way of Shea Bolton, trying to get a hand pass away for the Tigers, but Josh Dacos' tackle on Prestia was over the shoulder. In fact, it's Baker who's on the very bottom of the pack, and he'll get the free kick. Gets to his feet, kicks out towards short on the members' side. Has Ralph Smith at right half forward, just reels in the mark. He wants to poke it short, down low for Hopper, can't take the mark. Now becomes the tackler on Josh Dacos, and the umpire will ball it up. What are some of the big list management calls for Adam Uze, Lids, at the end of the season?
Well, I think the decision on Grimes, what happens with Liam Baker, Dusty Martin, those sort of boys, that's going to be the stuff that ultimately sets up the list.
Harrison with the footy across half-back. Hand pass to Quainer. Further afield there, and Sol Parker in a little bit of trouble, and Elliott had to come up and meet the footy. Now a chance for Tresias, who goes over the top by hand. Has to work the 1-2. Smith keeps it low inside 50. And Kajitsky takes the mark, 49 from goal. And then gives it to the run of Rioli, who's pushed as he kicks, and he goes wide for one behind. So 25 minutes played, final term here on ABC Sport at the MCG. Collingwood 14-9-93 leading the Tigers 8-12-60.
Well, what's Lynch played? Like 5 games in 2 years pretty much.
Yep.
Prestia's been in and out. Grimes, I think, I'm not sure whether he'll go on again.
McIntosh go on? Well, he played today. You'd keep him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd have to say that. You can't tip out all your older players.
No way.
You still need some older boys to... And that's the same with Prestia. Like, he's been injured a lot, but you still need some good people in and around the place.
Oscar Elliott from half-back, kicks up towards the wing. Miller takes the mark. So the 430-year-olds today have Lostone, Prestia, McIntosh and Broad.
Yeah.
The Tigers, of course, as you may have mentioned, they're missing Grimes, they're missing Tom Lynch, Toby Nankervis.
Yep.
So there's a couple of decisions. You've said it, Mick, you don't want to retire them all at once, but trying to get the balance right between those who can consistently play. The kick inside 50, Tom Brown, what a mark. Leaning back with his right arm is able to reel in the mark.
Yeah, great.
That's impressive. The ball looked like it passed him, and he just got it at the last moment against Braden Maynard.
Yeah, a pretty good defender, isn't he? Yeah, exactly right, Mick. I've been a big rap for this kid all year. His ability one-on-one as a defender first, but now showing us a little bit of class up forward too.
Turns 21 on Tuesday. The Geelong Grammar boy has 2 this afternoon for a 3rd. Great finish. Showing his versatility on display here at the MCG.
Good on him.
Having never kicked a goal before today, he now has 3 next to his name in his 18th game of AFL footy, signed till 2025. So here's a part of the future. Tom Brown, the 3rd-year Tiger.
Where's he from, Clinchy? Yeah, I heard you say this town earlier in your show before the game.
Marutna?
Oh, you said Marutna earlier, and I had a good bit of a chuckle. All the people from Marutna would have had a good laugh at Marutna, but
Marutna.
You got it right there, Marutna.
Whereabouts is it?
Right next door to Shepparton.
Yep. It butts it, doesn't it, really? They're sort of like...
just on one side of the river and the other, on the Goulburn there.
Yeah, a lot of all the fruit area.
Yeah.
Collingwood by 27 points. We could do a travelling roadshow.
Oh, that'd be good.
Go to some of these
mate, I stay at Mum and Dad's up there. It's very close to home for me.
Come and watch the Brett Delidio show.
Yeah, a lot of people going on.
In the middle. Ryan, another good win in the ruck. Off to Campbell, who kicks inside 50. Brown again. Couldn't bring the mark down on that occasion. Tried to turn tackler, but Quanos slipped him. And then gets the hand pass over to Josh Dacos. Right half back. Goes around the boundary. Oh, good mark again, Vlosten.
Isn't it fantastic?
He and Broad have been excellent across half back today, trying to repel as much as they can. The kick was good too, to bite off a little bit into the middle. Now Rioli to Hopper. Hopper running through the centre square, unsure of where to go. Then a nice pass inside 50, and Bolton takes the mark. He'll have to kick from 50, slide angle to the right.
And no play on.
No plan, you're right. And watch the umpire here get right behind
Go to the left a bit, because if you know you're going to arc out, you can go to the left.
Absolutely.
Because you know you're going to, so there's no issues here. But
it does make me laugh, though. At no other stage of the game does the umpire get this concerned about it and line up right behind him. But if it's after the siren, they are as tight as anything on this rule.
I've never seen anyone get pulled back, though.
No, true. So Bolton from 50 lays into it. It's a pretty good kick too. He's got the journey and just misses to the right-hand side for one behind. But it's a good day for the Pies, who keep their season alive. 14-9-93 over the Tigers, 9-13-67.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So the final score, 14-9-93 Collingwood to Richmond, 9-13-67. Goal kickers for the Pies, 3 to McStay, 2 each to Hill, Schultz, Hand, Hoskin, Elliott. Singles to Elliott, Cameron, Lipinski, Long and Pendlebury. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, 3 to Brown and 1 each to Campbell, McIntosh, Banks, Kajitsky, Prestia and Smith. But the Pies keep their season alive here at the G.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So Collingwood break a string of 4 consecutive losses, back on the winners list by 26 points, and they're still in the hunt with 4 rounds to play, but they would need to be perfect just about from this point, depending on what happens with other results. And for the Tigers, well, just 2 wins from their 2024 season with 17 losses. Unfortunately for Adam Uze, it hasn't been a first season to remember. On there for about another 11 minutes before we take you to the Adelaide Oval. So I'll try and bring you an interview if Collingwood make their way off the ground quickly. But the thoughts of Brett Delidio and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you'd be pretty happy if you're a Collingwood supporter. And we got the question on the text about, are they just going through the motions? I don't think so. I think they understand where they're at, and their ability to, find that spot, that last spot probably in the 8, Mick. I think that's what they're going for in terms of, they needed to win today. They're coming up against a side that's just looking for positive affirmations, really, for the last part of the year to have some hope for going towards next year. Now, it didn't come today for the Tigers, but they didn't die, which was great. They didn't. I thought it was looking like a 10+ goal loss today for the Tigers, but it probably speaks a little bit to they're not going as badly as what we think, but also the Pies aren't absolutely humming on all cylinders at the moment either. So. Look, there's a bit to like out of both sides, if you like, even though it was still a 20-odd point loss, plus nearly 30-point loss.
Well, only had 2 shots on goal in the last quarter, the Pies.
Yeah.
Now, whether it was self-preservation, because you can go into that, their percentage is going to be always a bit patchy. It's not going to... But the Tigers had 7 shots on goal, and as we said, there's a couple of shots there that just missed and they, the wrong option. So to allow a side... the caller said, are they... fair dinkum Collingwood. They're fair dinkum about what they want to do, but they've got to stay fair dinkum all game.
Yeah.
And I know you're going to give the votes, and it's pretty easy to give the votes today because those 3 or 4 players at the top end of Collingwood, they were very, very good. But I want to look at the bottom 4 or 5 and go, what did they do to contribute to the... Hoskin Elliott, yes, but not a lot of possessions.
Yeah. Lipinski the same probably. Long, he played midfield most of the day.
So
he's playing a different sort of a role, but
does his job.
Yeah.
McStay did his job. McStay's not a player that gets a lot of possessions for a long time of the game. He gets some possessions quickly and maximises it. Then he goes out of the game for a long time.
Yeah.
The test will be, we know the test. It's going to be this time next
Saturday night, Carlton at the MCG. Scott Pendlebury's 400th game.
Saturday night.
Blues are just going.
Blues are...
They cannot defend at the moment.
No. Yeah. So I reckon it's just going to be an absolute cracker. And look, this is the moment. Having coached both clubs, yes, there's respect, but there's also this deep
hatred, rivalry.
I wasn't going to use the word hatred, but it's a rivalry that exists from the 1920s.
Yep.
And it hasn't dissipated. The coaching panel come and go, players come and go. Supporters don't. They get born Collingwood or Carlton, and they'll be this will be just be heaving all over the place. This arena, and the added bonus is Scotty Pendlebury gets the 400. Have they today convinced me that you're going to go, yes, I'll pick Collingwood easy, and did the game on Friday night with Carlton going down so timidly at the end? It's sort of like you think, it's almost like a flip of the coin.
Yep.
I can't say one side is comprehensively better than the other.
No, and you'll see both supporter groups come to this because they know it means so much, because they want to get the Blues supporters want to get out their side back up and going, and the Pies are like, well, we've got to get behind our boys because we've got to win,
Well,
so
they can make the 8.
it'll be a cracker of a game.
A couple of years ago, Collingwood broke Carlton's heart.
I was here live for that, and it was brilliant.
The last seconds, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Jamie Elliott rolled into goal. Last 20-odd seconds. It was brilliant.
Now, at the SCG, Mick, just to cut in, the Bulldogs are 5-5-35 to the Sydney Swans 1 behind. Quarter time there. So the Dogs, as it stands at the moment, Collingwood are only 2 points outside the 8 behind Essendon, but if the Bulldogs win, they'll jump into the 8. Then the Pies would be potentially 4 points behind them. But
percentage-wise as well.
Yeah, what a crazy season we're having. As Collingwood are making their way down to their change rooms, let's join Ian Cohen.
Well, it's jubilation. Craig Kelly's just wandered past and high-fived the media on the way through. We're hoping to talk to Dan McStay, of course. Scott Pendlebury subbed out, so he should be ready to go for game 400 next week. So there's plenty to talk about. It is wall-to-wall black and white. You'll hear the roars as they start to make their way in. Braden Maynard leading them in along with Darcy Moore. So it's high fives all around. They'll form up in the circle. And as I said, hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to Dan McStay. Had a couple of goals, 3 goals today, and we'll be looking forward to continuing to return to that pivotal role up forward for the Pies. But the coach, Craig McRae, wandering past with the family as well, and they're all forming up in the circle now. So the song Not Far Away. There's actually plenty of children. They're all wandering past. The Chris family, the Sidebottom family. So it will be kids and all in the circle. The song about to start right now. Just waiting as they all get organised.
Still Sidebottom still running the song down there?
He's about to now. And here they go. I reckon there must be 8 or 10 kids in the middle of this. Hey! And the tears you could hear were young Ned Sidebottom, whose dad roared into the song and then still actually pushed Ned towards us. And now Ned's sister is giving young Ned a big hug, because all of a sudden Steele, from complete silence, roared in with the whoa, and Ned wasn't having any of it.
Very good, Koza. We're up against the clock here. We're on air for another 3 minutes or so we might have to record Dan McStay, and we'll bring it to you at halftime of the Adelaide and Hawthorn game. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year, Brett Delidio.
Yeah, pretty straightforward today after a bit of discussion from Mick and myself, but
didn't need much of a discussion.
No, it didn't. It didn't at all. One vote, Nathan Broad. I thought he was fantastic. 26 disposals, 4 contested marks, 10 intercept possessions, a couple of really good, strong, like nearly hangs as well from one of the older statesmen down there in the back line. Held them together down there. 2 votes I've gone for Josh Dacos. Had the 32 6 of those contested. Ran the wing really well today. Probably got himself, there's a bit of talk that he was a bit sore, but didn't look it today. Looked nice and free. And 3 votes goes to N. Dacos. 42 disposals, 18 contested, 11 clearances, 8 inside 50s, 12 score involvements, 613 metres gained. He torched them from go to woe today. And while I was disappointed he didn't break 60, which I thought he was going to, he ended up with 42 with a pretty dominant display.
3 to N. Dacos, 2 to J. Dacos, 1 to Broad from Brett Delidio in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The SMS line is hot, 0437 774 774. Bit of forward planning with Pendlebury off early. To go eat left out this week. I wouldn't get comfortable if I was a Blues fan. Stuart, I hate Carlton. They had nothing... I'm not going to read the rest. Tom Lynch, is he any chance of returning? He's 2 to 3 weeks with a hamstring injury, so you'd imagine they'll put him in cotton wool and his season would be done. Pye should have won by more. That's from Darren in Northcote. McStay presenting. Cox in there. Hoskin Elliott. We've got a few out, but we are starting to build. And is Nick Vorstone captaincy material? That's coming from Dom. Who will be Richmond's next captain behind?
Well, I thought it would have been Baker, but who knows where he's going to play next year, just at this point in time. You could make it... I would have thought that he'd be right up there. Nank's obviously still playing on next year, so he'll be captain, I would have thought. But, yeah, Tigger, what's he, 30?
He's 30 now.
30 now, yeah, so... Maybe. Depends on how long he wants to play for. I know he loves his surfing and getting out of the bubble. Lives down in Torquay, so...
Yeah. My nephew is Nick Vlostone. Cheerio to Diane and the family, Camden and New South Wales, listening to the commentary via the AFL app. So glad we can bring you the insights of the game. Collingwood winners by 26 points, 14-9-93 to the Tigers, 9-13-67. So we're going to the Adelaide Oval. Hawthorn and Adelaide. The Crows back at home after their win last week.
Yep. Dawson out, as Mick said. I think that's a big out for Adelaide. The ability for the Hawthorn, I think they're firing on all cylinders at the moment. They're going really, really well. Exciting game, but I think Hawthorn will be too strong, Mick.
Oh, so do I. You're spot on. Their form's been fantastic. The only thing I worry about is look, I know Brisbane won 8 in their own and stuff, but a young side coming through, sometimes they can... the build-up, then the expectations, we weren't going to make the finals, weren't going to make finals. All of a sudden, there's a sniff we could make the finals. Does it load up those younger
players? Too much pressure.
Yeah, so the test is, on that ground...
last game of the round, waited all weekend to play.
Everyone's talking about you.
Yep. And also, they will look at the ladder and they will realise that one more win...
They're in the race.
Will put them smack bang in a position where they have hold their own destiny.
Thank you, Mick. Thank you, Lids.
Pleasure.
Thanks for your work throughout the afternoon. Great to have you, Maisie, a part of the call. Thanks to Ian Cohen, who's chatting with Dan
Pray for no ticket. Pray for no ticket.
Yes.
I'll send you a photo.
Good luck.
Thank you to Stuart Baker, to Craig Davis back in the studio. At the SCG, the Bulldogs leading the Sydney Swans by 28 points. Second quarter there, 5-5-35 to the Swans, 1-1-7. There is a call on the ABC Listen app, but to the Adelaide Oval we go. Aaron Bryans, Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson, Scott Thompson and Liz Walsh as our ABC Sport team continues this Sunday of round 20 on ABC AFL Sport.